come up. I don't know.
Protect our vote! Yes.
lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. You all do such a wonderful job. That's one of the things I like, coming from Ohio and being a Buckeye. I do root for Tennessee now, but I'm still, you can't change what you are. But I do so much appreciate the work you do and what goes on in this state and just how things are run. And I especially so appreciate Representative Keesling and his family. But as I think about things in our world, and I know you have decisions you have to make and all you have to go through, and with meetings and discussions, and I guess my answer is as simple. The answer for all what's going on in our state and in our world is found in this passage of Scripture I just read. The answer is Jesus. Legislators, you can't change hearts, but only the gospel can. Only Jesus can. But we are living in a time where evil is called good, and what's good is considered evil. We all we just must just get back to Jesus and just be focused on him and let him just direct our path. The Bible says he's the way, the truth, and the life. That's a promise we have from the Word of God. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, God, I thank you so much for these men and women, Lord, for the hard job that they have, Lord. And Lord, in a sense, and it's what they are, Lord, they are ministers of this state, dear God. They are servants, Lord. And they serve the people of Tennessee, and we're just so thankful for them, God. Lord, we just pray that you will just give them your strength, Lord, to deal with all that they have to deal with, Lord. Lord, we pray, God, and I pray, Lord, if there's ones here who don't know Jesus, if they don't have that personal relationship with you, dear Lord, I pray that they will seek the Lord while he may be found. Lord, I pray that you'll just guide and direct their steps, Lord. God, I just pray that they will seek you in all the decisions that they make. God, we know from your word that Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the one who can change people's hearts, dear Lord. God, I just pray for this day and for all the activity and all that's going on in this in Nashville today, Lord. God, I just pray, Lord, that we will just be focused on you, Lord, and that we will just ask, what would Jesus have us to do? And God, I pray that we'll seek you, Lord. We can't do anything without you. So, Lord, I just pray your hedge of protection and, Lord, your hands of strength just to be upon these men and these women who are here. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Representative Keesling will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 98 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honor anyone seeking recognition. Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to report that in McNairy County, the electric service is being restored all over the county, but I want to give thanks to Pickwick Electric and also the neighboring electric co-ops, Gibson Electric, and Mr. Speaker, I think Cumberland Electric from your neck of the woods came to aid us, and we...
He had one daughter that we lost at the tornado in '99, had one grandson, 3 great-grandchildren. Most people knew him as Brother Kirk or Coach Kirk. In his 94 years, he taught and coached at Freed Hardeman. He was a 2-sport star playing baseball and basketball at David Lipscomb. He, up until the age of 92, he was a full-time preacher, so just retired 2 years ago from that. He served in the Navy. He served as chaplain of the day here my very first day when he got sworn in 2019. In his 94 years, he taught and coached at Freed Hardeman, was a 2-sport star playing baseball and basketball at David Lipscomb. He, up until the age of 92, he was a full-time preacher, so just retired 2 years ago from that. He, he served in the Navy. He served as chaplain of the day here my very first day when I got sworn in 2019. He taught me how to throw a baseball, taught me how to golf, taught me how to shoot a basketball. He taught me how to be a father, taught me how to be a Christian. And he was very famous for his short sermons on Sunday, 15 to 20 minutes. So he also taught me not to stand too long with the mic in the pulpit. So I'll just finish by saying that I know that y'all didn't know my granddad, but each one of you definitely has a Brother Kirk or a Coach Kirk or a granddad in your life. And I know there's a lot going on today and we can get distracted up here, and I just would ask each one of you to make sure that you give somebody a call today and tell them that you love them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to bring attention. Yesterday, Mr. Mike Hill, who was killed at the Covenant school shooting a week and a half ago, was laid to rest. And I want us to keep in mind the sacrifice that he made to try to keep those kids safe. And let's not get distracted by what's going on outside of these walls. And remember that each of us has the power to make change and move forward, to do something that makes sure those 6 lives were not taken in vain. So I ask for a moment of silence for Mr. Mike Hill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless him and his soul and his family.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to welcome all of the folks, the buses that came from Knoxville. I certainly appreciate them attending today. And I would just like to ask that all of the people in the gallery, I love that you're here. I hope you stay quiet today so you can be witness to this entire process. We appreciate you. We thank you. We welcome you, and we are here for our constituents.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome my cousin, Marcy, who is in the gallery today watching. And then I would also like to remind everyone, as my colleague, Representative Dixie did, of why everybody is here today, why they ended up here. And that's because we lost 6 lives in Nashville to a senseless gun violence. And also this week, Catherine Kuntz, who was a headmaster at Covenant, was laid to rest. And her husband said some pretty remarkable words that I'd like to share a brief excerpt. Catherine would be embarrassed if our admiration of her distracted us from the other wounded households. She was a champion for others and among the first to recognize when someone is isolated and lacking support, burdened by shame. Therefore, honoring Catherine compels us to remember a seventh family, equally wounded in the loss of someone dear to them. We count on the Lord and our community to support them generously, extravagantly, and to offer them the hope that sustains. We are trusting in the strong and loving embrace of a strong and loving God to take each of the 7 that died and heal their wounds and their souls. I don't think I would have the courage to, and the forgiveness to honor the 7th person, but Catherine did. And it reminds us all that we need to be forgiving and not be distracted by everything that's going on around us, and remember that 7 people died last week. Thank you.
Representative Keisling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us today, members, as an honorary page is Beth Perry. Beth is a junior at Oneida High School there in Scott County. She's accompanied today by her mother, who is a teacher at Huntsville Middle School, Joy. If you would, please make them welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome District 86 and everyone in the gallery who's standing up for the end of gun violence and the need for the protection of our communities. Thank you for getting on the bus at 3 a.m. or 2:30 a.m. this morning to be a part of this process and to make sure your voices are heard and your presence is power, so that we can continue to elevate the issues in our community and those who we continue to lose, unfortunately, in Memphis and Shelby County. But to each of you, I love you and I thank you and I appreciate you.
Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last night we lost a pillar of our community in Wayne County. Mr. Herbert Brewer, who was a county commissioner for probably 40 years, Mr. Speaker, a dear friend of mine, a father, a grandfather, and just a good person. So, if we could please take a moment of silence for him and his family today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment and recognize some of my friends and as well as constituents from Memphis, Tennessee.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you would take a moment to honor one of our freshman legislators today that is celebrating his birthday, Mr. Jake McCowan. Let's give him a round of applause.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Ryan Williams and I want to welcome Rhonda Roberts to the Capitol. Her husband, Alan Roberts, passionately worked for TDOT, EMS, Fire and Rescue across Middle Tennessee. Alan gave us 23 years of his life to public service and did so with passion and integrity. It is a privilege for Representative Williams and I to stand here today to honor the memory of Alan and to honor his wife for their sacrifices.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise today. I have 3 young children, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade. They have had the benefit of learning from some of the best public school teachers in the state of Tennessee at Waverly Belmont Elementary and J.T. Moore Middle School. And I just want to welcome the teachers that are here today for doing everything that you do each and every day with courage, with honor, with integrity. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I see some friends of mine in the audience I'd like for you all to make welcome. I saw Lexi Carter is a friend of mine, long-standing friend of mine. I see Theron Bond, and I know there are some people here from Whitehaven High School, there's some students here, so make them feel welcome.
Thank you. Representative Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take just a moment to say thank you and to honor the state of Tennessee, our leadership, our county emergency people, TEMA, the Red Cross, volunteers. One of our communities that was hit last week with the tornadoes, Reedville in Cannon County. There's about 25 homes, 3 businesses, but we're blessed and thankful that no lives were lost. So thank you.
Anyone else? Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing in line of the desk be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bills 1,571 through 1,573 be introduced and passed on first consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate bills 213, 469, 477, 559, 561, 576, 698, 807, 838, 845, 858, 863, 927, 937, 993, and 1,391 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions, memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. First bill, next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given the events of the last couple of weeks, I would like to take up item number 14, House Bill 322, out of order, first on the calendar today.
Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, once again, that's item 14, House Bill 322, by Chairman White, Leader Lambert, and others relative to school safety.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 322 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the heel of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Leader Lambert, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the clerk is that amendment code 6917. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Speaker, I move passage of amendment number 2, or move adoption, sorry.
Leader Lambert moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Any discussion? Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests today, the bill we're about to embark upon is critical to the safety of our children and our schools in this state. This bill was announced first when the governor gave his state of the state from this very well. And while it may not be the full solution to the evil and violence that we see out in the world that endangers our children, it is absolutely a significant step forward. When the tragedy happened at Covenant School, the bill that you have before you dealt primarily with public schools. When that horrendous loss of life occurred, it immediately showed that we could not focus just on the safety of our public school students, but had to focus on all of our schools and all of our students. The amendment before you includes the following provisions. Private schools must develop safety plans that address emergency response and crisis management. Private schools may enlist local law enforcement assistance if they so choose, and we recommend it. Private schools must lock exterior doors as well as only permit the primary entrance to be unlocked at the start and end of school or when a staff member is present. Private schools must complete the same drills as public schools, armed intruder, incident command, bus safety, if they have buses. And security guards at private schools must complete the same training that security guards at public schools complete. This is a significant step forward, and it ensures that the bill before us includes both public and private school students and matches up with items that you will see in the budget in a few weeks to include money for hardened infrastructure and SROs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Leader Lambert moves adoption. Amendment number 2, discussion. Representative, no discussion? All right. Any objection to the question? All right, it's on the board. All those in favor vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays, 3 present, not voting.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know it's somewhat extraordinary to introduce an amendment at this time, but I think this is a very important amendment to add. In light of Covenant School in my community and the way we've been affected, it has impacted all of us, and we are trying to find every possible solution that we can to address this issue. Personally, one of the children that was murdered is actually in my son's Little League. That's how close to home this hits for me. And so while we might differ on some of the reforms, I think my amendment addresses one very important issue when it pertains to school safety. I was contacted by Jaden Turner. She's a freshman at Lincoln Memorial University, and she requested my assistance with the passing Alyssa's Law. Jaden's 14-year-old cousin, Alyssa Adlerhoff, was shot and killed inside of her high school, Marjorie Smoman Douglas, in Parkland, Florida, on February 14, 2018. Since then, Jaden has been dedicated to the mission of school safety and wants to ensure that every student and staff member who goes to school also comes home at the end of the day. Throughout high school, Jaden worked with her state senator and assemblyman to pass Alyssa's Law in the state of New York, which was signed into law this past summer. Alyssa's Law places mobile panic alarms in elementary and secondary schools to decrease the police emergency personnel response time in the case of a non-evacuation emergency. The legislation has been passed in New Jersey, New York, and Florida. And we know the political environment in Florida. In every state, Alyssa's Law has been a bipartisan effort to ensure the safety of children. The work of Alyssa's Law was started by Alyssa's mother, Lori Adelhoff, who founded Make Our Schools Safe, a nonprofit organization working on school safety nationwide. I want to be clear that Alyssa's Law is just one common sense law and a comprehensive set of reforms that must be enacted for meaningful school safety. And members, as you know, given the procedures of the House in this late juncture, I'm out of bill slots. I have looked for a vehicle to add this for a college student at one of our universities who asked for this, who has personally been affected by school shooting and a tragedy. I think adding this option in our schools and having the schools, and I want to bring your attention to my amendment. It says shall consider including the district-wide school safety plan, this option. If we have this in our schools and we can alert the police and the emergency personnel faster, that is going to save lives. I'm hopeful schools are able to take this even further and put this throughout their classrooms so that if any classroom sees an emergency, they can hit this button. Members, I'm asking you, this is a common sense, small addition, amendment to add to this overall plan. And I would request with that we move adoption.
Representative Powell moves adoption of amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for all of you on the floor and guests, throughout the year you've seen that we will table amendments that were untimely filed if they didn't come through the committee process. That is the normal procedure of this House. There is never a time when procedure or rules that can be suspended by this body, when gone through the proper channels, should get in the way of a good idea. We've always said that. I want to commend the sponsor of this amendment. He and I have served together for about a decade now. He came to me, came to the other sponsors of this legislation, contacted the governor's office who asked us to submit this bill, and he worked through the proper channels to say, look, we're late in the process, but this is a good idea. I thank you for bringing this, and I hope that we all stand in bipartisan support today of the safety of our children. I have no objection to this particular amendment and would encourage all to vote in favor of adding this amendment to the bill. It is a positive step forward. It's an idea that I wish we had had in the bill from day one. And so I thank you for bringing it even at this late date. And I would recommend that we not leave this chamber this year until we've addressed every single positive idea that can keep our children safe. Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting on amendment number 3. We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the heel of the amendments. Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I would like to take a few moments just to describe to you the gist of this bill. I'd first like to start out by thanking Governor Lee, the administration. They brought, as the leader said, he spoke of this in the state of the state. We've been working on this since January, trying to go through many versions. I congratulate Reps in Powell for bringing a great amendment, even at this time. So thank you very much. What the attempt is doing in this particular bill, and as the leader said, we may do more in the future, but here's the general gist. We're asking in this bill that every LEA, Local Education Administration, develop a district-wide safety plan that will include crisis intervention, emergency response, emergency management, and armed intruder drills. The above shall be reviewed annually. Private, and we've added, this is the part of the amendment that Leader Lambert just added, private and church-related schools must also do the same. By July 1 of 2023, the above schools, public and charter, must provide local law enforcement, DOE, and the Department of Safety a school-wide safety plan as well as their floor plans. Schools shall provide all law enforcement access to the school security systems. Annual drills. All schools, public, private, and charter must conduct at least one armed intruder drill a year, one incident command drill without the students present, one emergency safety bus drill without the students present. We're also requiring that exterior entrances be locked, public, private, and charter. The enforcement, of course, from the state only goes to the public and the charter, but we're asking all private schools to incorporate this, that we should ensure that all exterior doors are locked while students are present. All access should be at the primary entrance. Outside of the schoolhouse or the school day, any event that's held, such as a basketball game or anything in the evening, there must be a primary access, and it must be continuously monitored. Locked doors. State and local law enforcement may at any time come on school property and inspect all exterior doors. Make sure they are secured. Any doors, exterior doors that are found to be unlocked must be reported not only to the school director, but to the chair of the Board of Education, the head of the PTO, the principal, the Department of Safety, and the Department of Education, as well as each local law enforcement agency in the community. Schools must acknowledge correction and send written notification to local law enforcement. The letter must acknowledge that the school has an SRO officer. If a public or charter school has 2 or more infractions and they do not have an SRO on staff, they must hire an SRO or an armed SSO. This must be done within 30 days of the second violation. Now, congratulate Governor Lee. He put in the budget $140 million to allow all the schools to use this grant money to hire an SRO. The Commissioner of Education must be notified. In schools or LEAs that have a difficulty of hiring an SRO or an armed SSO, a letter must be submitted to the Department of Education Commissioner explaining why. State funds may be withheld from any school that has multiple violations. For a school with an armed SRO, funds shall be withheld after the second violation. Now, once violations are corrected and all agencies are satisfied, then the funds may be returned. Funds will be withheld until all corrections are made. And lastly, buildings constructed after July 1 of 2023, public and charter, must have all interior locking mechanisms on each classroom and a secure vestibule or at the primary entrance. If they are doing only remodeling, just those sections that are under construction. And training before providing security, a public charter private school should have an armed SSO, must complete active shooter training. Anyone that hires a security officer must have active shooter training. And Leader Lambert described what the amendment was on requiring private schools. We cannot withhold funds from private schools, of course, but we are asking them that they engage in the same activities.
All right. Chairman White renews his motion. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman White, does this bill require or facilitate placing more firearms in our public schools or private schools?
Chairman White.
This does not address that, sir. No.
Chairman Clemens.
Is there a limit on what type of firearms SROs in our state may have in our public schools?
Chairman White.
Oh.
Chairman Clemens.
This bill, which sounds like we're attempting to fortify our public schools and albeit make them safer, I believe this is part of, I believe you said, what the governor announced earlier this week as part of his plan. And in part of that plan, he announced that he was going to ensure that every school had an armed officer in that school. Is there another bill forthcoming that includes that?
Chairman White.
That's in the budget that he has proposed. It's not in this bill, but it's in the budget that will come for us in a couple weeks.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. And so I just want to simply make the point that ensuring the security of our schools is important. As I said earlier in this session, obviously I have children in public school. I know everyone here has children or grandchildren or have had probably go through a school system, private or public. But I just want to make the simple point that the need for this type of law is a result of the real problem. This is not a solution to the real problem. I want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. And I appreciate Mr. Leader, I appreciate Mr. Chairman, I appreciate y'all acknowledging that this is not the entire solution, because that's true. And I hope that we can work together to pass an array of solutions, because simply fortifying our schools and doing everything we can to increase security of those schools is not it's not the solution. It's a result of the real problem. And so I ask for y'all to work with us to pass more legislation this session to address the real problem, to ensure or do everything we can to ensure the safety of our children. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Speaker.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chairman, thank you. This is a significant step forward. And yes, fortifying our schools right now in this state is absolutely what we need to do. If there's one place on the planet that a child deserves to feel safe, it is in our schools. And I guarantee you, talk to any one of these children that have come down here, talk to any one of these parents, talk to everyone in your districts, they do not feel safe right now because they know that they are not. So whatever it takes to make sure they are safe at school and feel safe at school, yes, sir, we will fortify those schools. We will hire SRO officers. We will pay for them with state dollars so that no community throughout this state has any excuse not to have armed security that is well trained, better trained than any threat that may come at that school, to be able to neutralize that threat long before any evil person gets anywhere near our kids, as well as the safety plans, as well as the locked doors. Every child should be safe at school. There are children that come to school in this state that are not safe in their own homes. It's heartbreaking to think about, but school should be a safe place for them, for every child in this state. There are many other options that we are going to look at this year, and I hope in a bipartisan fashion we look at every single possible option to make the entire state safe in every community. But for this bill, at this time, today, I would ask you and all of our colleagues to vote in favor of a bill that I guarantee you will improve safety at our schools. We can at least do that today at this moment.
Chairman Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Slater and Mr. Speaker. I think we need to be cognizant as well that our children notice their surroundings, and I agree. Our schools need to be a safe, nurturing environment. Our students do not need to feel like they're imprisoned. They do not need to feel like they are learning in a fortress. So I understand we need to increase security, but I think we need to be aware of that and, again, continue to address the real problem.
All right. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader just stated that we would do whatever we have to make students feel safe. In the past week, we've seen thousands of students here at the state capitol asking us to do one thing, and that is to ban assault weapons. Nowhere in this bill do I hear the word, or do I see the word guns, AR-15s, assault weapons, the things that actually are traumatizing and terrorizing these young people. And so my question to the sponsor is that this bill seems to be a Band-Aid. It seems to be a white flag of surrender, when what we need to make our young people safe is a deep surgery of our system that places firearms above the lives of our children. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I want to read from Jeremiah 6:14 that says,
Representative Jones, that's outside the caption. You need to stay on the caption of the bill. I'm sorry, but you have to stay within the discussion on the bill. That is outside. So if you would like to address questions or talk about school safety, that is welcome. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They offer superficial treatments for my people's mortal wound. They give assurances of peace when there is no peace.
Once again, that is not on the topic of the bill. Even your colleagues are nodding yes. I'm asking you again, please stay on the topic of the bill. If you have questions or statements based on that topic of the bill, then please continue. You're recognized, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that this bill is not about school safety. It will not make our students safer. Representative Lambert told the media that we must fortify our schools, even if it means putting tanks outside our schools. That is disturbing. I don't think any of us want to live in a world like that, where we make our schools militarized zones simply because we refuse to address the real issue, which is easy access to military-grade weapons, which is easy access to weapons of war on our streets. And so, again, I'm deeply troubled that we are making this political statement today by trying to act like we're doing something that is not going to do anything to prevent what occurred. More police officers in schools. Yesterday they passed a bill to arm teachers. This is not going to make our students safe. And I think that we owe it to these young people, the thousands here who we tried to speak for when we were silenced, the thousands who are gathered outside demanding that we take real action to address the crisis of easy access to military-grade weapons in this state. And so with that, I must say that I cannot support this bill, because this bill is a Band-Aid. It is a white flag of surrender, and it is not action that will make our students safe. And no student, I talked to thousands of students, and not one of them said, this is what we want. And I think that we as elected officials have a moral responsibility to listen to these young people who are on the front lines, who are terrified, who are here crying and pleading for their lives. And so my question is to the sponsor, would you be willing to add some provision or to have a conversation about banning assault weapons to move our state forward? That's what these young people are asking. Would you be willing to do that, Chairman White?
Representative Jones, Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Jones, look at me. Look at the other 97. This is exactly what we're trying to do. I have been up here 14 years. You have been in this assembly for 2 months, 3 months. We as a legislative body are constantly looking for ideas. But when things break down where we cannot continue to create and discuss ideas, this is where we get to, and this is what has led to this day. I used to be a school principal. I would literally step in front of anything for the protection of those little ones in my school. You assume that because we do not have everything that you may want or anyone else may want in this bill, that this is a bad bill. We are trying to put things together to a starting place. So I answer your question with this. Yes, we've been trying to communicate with you and others on this floor since January. And here we are today. We have a good bill, and if you would work with us, we could have even a better bill in the future. That is my response to you.
Out of order. I got you, Leader Camper. Thank you. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, Chairman White.
Sorry, the 5 minutes are up. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, thank you to the gentleman in the well. And thank you for making an attempt at providing a safe environment for our children and our staff and the visitors to the schools. And I agree that this is only one step, but my concern is it addresses symptoms, that it doesn't address the problems. And as Chairman White said, we've got to do better bills in the future, especially in the case of mental health for our students, for staff, for teachers, because everything that we're dealing with now has traumatized all of the above. And that's not even mentioning what it's doing to the community itself. But I've got some technical questions, and I've spoken with Chairman Sapicki and Lambert, so Chairman White, they might be better suited on the issue of whether the bill speaks to the ability to arm teachers, the authority to arm teachers. Does it speak to it one way or the other?
Chairman White.
No, sir, it does not.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, and in terms of the filing of the plan on the state level with the Department of Safety, will that serve as a storehouse or a clearinghouse? Will it allow other schools to access that information in order to benefit from best practices?
Chairman White.
Yes, sir, we'll create best practices, and if my memory serves me correct, there's a part where it keeps on file for 5 years. But yes, for best practice, so all departments will know the situation.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And in terms of the parents, parental input, is a consultation with the parents in developing the plan itself?
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That will be up to each LEA as they put their plans together, working with the law enforcement.
Representative Hardaway.
All right. I would suggest that when we build a better bill, that we include parental involvement in developing and approving whatever that LEA plan is, public or private. And I see some head nods, so I'm looking forward to working with you. And just a final caution, and one of my colleagues spoke to it earlier. We don't want to get to the point to where we're creating a lockup for children and teachers as opposed to addressing the problems that we have in the community, whether we describe it as sensible gun regulation or as accessible, affordable, adequate mental health care. So I'm looking forward to building a better bill to address the needs of our children that includes those components. Thank you.
Chairman White, any response?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
All right, Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that one thing that we can all agree is that we do want our children to be safe in schools, but they also deserve to be safe at their homes, in their neighborhoods, in the grocery stores, movie theaters, parks. So these are some of the things that we need to also look at this holistically and make a comprehensive bill that helps out. Now, this bill, I don't think it does, and I've read it a couple of times, address the mental issues that may come along when another shooting will happen. Because the locking of doors, and we saw that almost 2 weeks ago, doesn't prevent this from happening. So we have to also include in a bill where monies or funds or resources are allocated for the mental health of these students and the social guidance, because at this point, it will happen again if we don't address the root cause. So I hope that we all can agree that the things when we were growing up, the drills that we only had to deal with were fire drills and tornado drills of sitting in halls. But the way the world has changed, we're doing active shooter drills. We have changed so much. So we have to also change the way we legislate and look at things differently and not go into our corners and say, this is not right, but we have to talk to each other. And this is an opportunity for us to do that. And I hope that we can take advantage of this time in history right now to make serious change that will help all Tennesseans in school, in their neighborhoods, in their parks, to make sure everyone is safe at all times. We all deserve the right to feel safe wherever we are. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman White.
Thank you for those comments. Very much appreciated. Just want to remind everyone, I think it was last year, year before, in the governor, we put $200 million in our mental health trust fund. We just added another $8 million in the budget this year to address that, so we are working towards that. And we're also working with the colleges and universities to provide more degrees in the program, such as you mentioned. So thank you for those constructive comments.
Leader Camper, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, last week we had a member to say that this bill was a first step, and a good first step. And you mentioned it in your comments that this would be a first good step. And you further mentioned that we have an enormous opportunity before us, that we can do something more comprehensive than just this bill. And so we are looking forward to do exactly that. So I'm assuming the lines of communication are still open, and I applaud you for that. Mr. Sponsor, I have a question about the funds that you talked about for charter schools, I guess in all of the schools, I imagine, for non-compliance. And so I'm concerned about charter schools who have limited funds, and not a lot of resources as like a network of charters, just these individual charter schools. And the fact that we said charter schools are public schools. So will the LEA be responsible for coordinating all the schools, whether charter or traditional, under this bill? Or do the charters have to do their own individual hiring an SRO, applying for the grant, and going through this process? And if they are not in compliance, they're going to be penalized. Can you talk to that?
Chairman White.
Yes, thank you. Very, very good questions. As you stated, a charter school is a public school, but it is authorized either under the local LEA or under our charter school commission. So that will be their authority of working together. So they can also apply for the grants for the SRO officers just like any other school or LEA. And they will do that through their school authorizing agent, which is either their local school LEA or the charter commission.
Leader Camper.
So the approving authority will be responsible for helping them apply for the funds or ensuring that they're in compliance, whether it's the charter authority, whether it's an ASD, whether it's a local LEA. My concern is that I think for the LEAs, it needs to be a comprehensive plan and that they're all working in concert with each other. And some of these charter schools are just individual schools that don't have a lot of resources. And I feel that they're going to be penalized because there's going to be a lot of competition to get these SROs. And some of the larger entities will be able to go into a contractual agreement and get a reduced rate to bring on SROs, whereas I'm an individual school and I'm just hiring one. It's not going to be competitive for me. So I think we need to find a way to help some of these smaller entities without penalizing them because they're not in compliance.
Chairman White.
Thank you. One thing that has been part of all this is the governor announced we now have in all 95 counties a Homeland Security agent, and they will also be there to help coordinate and work. If there's any weaknesses or any school is falling through the cracks, then that will be their obligation to help work on that. But I understand what you're saying, yeah, there's no limitation on the grants, and so we'll be able to work through that.
Leader Camper.
Lastly, Mr. Sponsor, I'm interested to know when you speak to withholding of funds for non-compliance, what particular funds are we talking about? You know, what of their revenue stream are you talking about withholding until they get in compliance? Because my concern is it's going to be, let's say, in 30 days, they're not in compliance, they have, you know, you're going to withhold funds. How much money are we talking about? Because they're going to need those resources to continue to put together a strategy of how they're going to be in compliance. They're going to need funds to keep running the school. So what funds are we talking about being withheld if the schools are not in compliance?
Chairman White.
Thank you. In the bill, it says after the second infraction is 2%, 4% on the second, then it goes up if you're still out of non-compliance. So there is withholding the funds are the funds that they get from the state, not the local, from the state, and these are the TISA funds. Now, going through committee, there was some objection to that, but we take the reason we put that in there, we take that this serious. Once a school, it's not withholding from the LEA, it's withholding from the school that's in violation. So we take it that serious. Now, once they correct the violation, there is a procedure for being restored whole. But we're taking it that serious that we will withhold funding from your total funding from the TISA funding if you're out of compliance.
Thank you. Yeah. Representative Miller.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Call for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Chairman White?
Yes, sir.
Representative Miller?
I participated in Finance, Ways, and Means Committee yesterday, and with the governor supplemental budget of $140 million, on top of the other dollars that's already been invested in school safety. My question is, in reference to the SROs, is it my understanding that each school would receive one SRO officer?
Chairman White? Oh, Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know we're wandered into a different bill or a different set of bills, which are the budget, but it does relate to this bill because this bill requires SROs in every school if they have certain, if they don't have locked doors and everything else. So this bill, to be very clear, does go with your question. So to directly that question, which we'll take up in the budget, it's roughly $140 million where the state of Tennessee, the taxpayers of this state, are providing enough money for every single school to have an SRO. Now, the way that would work is you're going to have an MOU between the Sheriff's Department and the schools, and it does include also armed security guards. There are some places that use SSOs instead of SROs. Those are normally, employees of the local education, the LEA. So, it is a combination of that, but in general, it is $140 million for an SRO at every school on a reimbursement rate through the Department of Safety from grants so that they are evaluating that to ensure it actually goes to SROs or SSOs.
Representative Miller.
Thank you. So am I to understand again, if you have a school, let's say with 1,000 students and personnel, that particular school would receive one SRO officer. What about a school with 500 students and personnel? Would they also receive one SRO officer?
Leader Lambert.
So again, we're going deeper into the budget, and those are questions for a certain chairman I'm trying not to look at right now, but who's a wonderful person, and we will talk about that in the budget soon. But I will say this to that point. The goal is to have an SRO in every single school. If a local school system, we choose to have 2 or 3 or 4, we're at least going to fund one of them, but we are not holding them back. So if you have a school system like ours in Sumner County that already has an SRO in virtually every school, some of them will go to 2 schools that are close by each other, they can keep that funding in place that the locals already provide and take these state funds and hire a second SRO for schools. I've already begun some of those conversations with local law enforcement and our local school system, and I would encourage all of you to do the same. We want to raise the bar, not just keep it at a par level.
Representative Miller.
Again, I think most members would agree that we're moving in the right directions, but we have to do better and do more. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess there's been a little of this discussed, but I understand the importance of having security in the schools. But as someone who was sitting in our classroom August 21st, 2008, preparing our classroom before kids came down for first period, looking out the window, seeing the door open from the cafeteria. I was in a portable down from the school, and seeing just hundreds of kids running, screaming, crying from the building, running down to my classroom, not even able to articulate what just happened at the school shooting in Central where we lost Ryan McDonald. And my concern here is there were police officers in that cafeteria when this happened. What I think that we need to focus on, that school was secure. None of this would have happened. We had officers, we had security. We need to keep the guns from coming to the schoolhouse door. We need to be taking action that prevent them from ever getting to that door. We don't want gun battles at our schoolhouse door. We want our kids to be safe and feel safe. We are the only country in the world who has this type of violence. Please, I'm asking you, let's do something that prevents that from coming to the schoolhouse door. Also, do we not already have in Tennessee Code 49-6-4302 addressing these school security assessments. Isn't that already on the books?
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments. No, we're pulling a lot of things together. Yeah, there's things throughout code that we passed in years past, but we're putting this collectively together to put teeth into it this time.
Representative Johnson.
Yes, but isn't it very similar?
Chairman White.
Ask your question one more time.
Representative Johnson.
Isn't it very similar to what already exists in code? I just want to make sure that we're actually doing something different that's a solution, because I don't feel that with this piece of legislation.
Chairman White.
I would go a step further and say there are a lot of things in code that sometimes don't have enforcement with them, and that's what we're doing with this. So you may or may not be correct in some of those things, but that doesn't negate what we're trying to do today.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Will the sponsor yield to a couple questions?
Chairman White.
Yes, sir.
Representative Pearson.
One of the main intents of this legislation is that every school will have an armed security resource officer.
Chairman White. Leader Lambert.
No, sir. The main intent of this bill is to improve school security at every school, both with hardened entrances requiring locked doors, having Homeland Security agents, one in each county, to evaluate that and work with local law enforcement. And then there is a budget that we will be considered in a few weeks that includes $140 million for SROs. Now, if some of these safety protocols fail and a school is not compliant with them, like having their doors locked, then one of the requirements of the bill is if you're not locking your doors and do not have a secure perimeter in that school, then you would be required to have an SRO. Now, what has been recently announced by the governor, and the proposal will be in the budget, is that those SROs will be paid for with state funds. In the original version of this, that would have been local funds. So we're going to pay for that at the state level, making it much easier for every school to have an SRO. I will say that the intent is that every school would have at least one SRO, but it is not the main crux of this bill. The main crux of this bill is a complete net over a school and a barrier surrounding that school so that the children inside are safe, and to have a Homeland Security officer that's working with public and private schools to evaluate that safety. There's a variety of things that can happen. For instance, there are some schools that have very large glass windows. There needs to be a plan in place on how to make sure if they look great in a school, but if they have a very, well, Mr. Speaker, I think he's motioning. He doesn't want me to continue answering, but I'll stop, and I don't want to take any of his time. Please go ahead, sir.
All right, Representative Pearson.
I just want to be able to ask a couple of follow-up questions here because of a couple of concerns, including the school-to-prison pipeline. Is a quick yes or no? I know it's loud. Do you know about the school-to-prison pipeline?
Leader Lambert.
Go ahead, sir, if you don't mind.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. In schools, when we turn them into prisons, when we institutionalize them, the consequences and the effects disproportionately harm children, particularly children of color. And I understand that after 14 years, the chairman is bringing forward this legislation that you believe will actually make schools safer in the wake of very tragic incidences. But I don't think that penalizing or advocating that our schools become more like prisons is the right solution. The idea that I think we really should think about is how do we prevent people with assault rifles from going into schools? And when you think about the SROs who would be at these schools, are you saying that children will go to school and these resource officers will have AR-15s on them, or will they have handguns, which compared to how many rounds an AR-15 could shoot and to kill people would be no match. This is a part of what I think is a symptomatic problem of really not addressing root causes. The root cause that each of us have to address is this gun violence epidemic due to the proliferation of guns. We don't need a solution that says if you don't lock a door, get someone with a gun. We need a solution that says people shouldn't be going to schools and to houses and to neighborhoods with weapons of war. I would argue, and I'm really curious, and I'll leave you with a few questions here toward the end, and I appreciate what one of the representatives said, that we don't want gun battles at schoolhouses. And what's deeply concerning is there's no clarification about what type of training people would get. What happens when one of these school resource officers accidentally kills an innocent kid? What happens when we have people who we have given the authority to actually harm our children, to actually harm our teachers, this type of power? It isn't having more contracts with gun owners, right, to be able to provide guns to school resource officers. It's to prevent people who shouldn't have guns through red flag laws, through storage protection, from ever getting access to our schools and communities.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those in the gallery, please don't drop stuff. While Representative Pearson was speaking, someone almost hit him with a sign. So please just, you're here, we want to hear from you, but please don't drop things on people. So I just noticed as he was speaking, it almost got him there. It's just a sign, but I don't want that to happen. To your speech, I will say this. This doesn't create a prison for schools. It creates a fortress. A prison is designed to keep people in. A fortress throughout all human history is designed to keep danger out and to keep those that are within safe. This does create safety for our schools. You may not like that that's necessary, but in this dangerous world that we live in, it is obvious that we have to make sure that at least somewhere in this state, there is a place that children can go and learn in peace and be safe. It absolutely does help create a fortress around our children, but I'm not sure if you understand the distinction between prison and fortress, but I hope that helps, because a prison keeps people in, a fortress keeps people out and keeps people safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor, I just want to say thank you for providing measures that do provide a deterrent to these evil, wicked, and godless people that would want to harm our children. I agree with what the leader said, that we must provide a deterrent and security for our children. And I would hope that all my colleagues here on the floor would join me in supporting this, and remember that those good men and women, those school resource officers that our sheriff's departments and our cities put in the schools today, they love those children. And they do not treat them like prisoners. They treat them like loved ones. And I think that's important to remember. So I commend you all for this work, and thank you so much.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if anybody else got questions, but I'll end on this. Isn't it nice to have civil debate? This is what constitutional government is all about, the give and take, the understanding as we move through a process. This is a process we're moving forward. And that's the whole point of why we are here. Let me just end on this. Mr. Speaker, if I'm out of line, you can call me. I had 11 students in my classroom, in my office the other day, and I asked them, I says, they were 11th and 12th graders, I says, tell me what we need to do. It's your generation. Expecting some of the same, you know what they told me? They said that we need to restore moral values in our country. We need to restore the sanctity of our homes. And we need to pray before it happens and not wait till after it happens. That came from the mouth of school children. And so that's what we're all here about, to do with the best thing for our young people. We all have a heart for young people. We just have to be able to get to a process where we're all working together. With that, Mr. Speaker, we have an excellent bill here moving forward, and I renew my motion.
Thank you. Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Representative Travis calls previous question. Any objection? We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 75, 23 nays.
Free question prevails. We are voting on the bill. All those in favor of House Bill 322 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Hardaway? Is that a yes? Yes. All right. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 95, 4 nays.
House Bill 322, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we have many guests with us today, and I would like them to see some of these bills that provide for real solutions. With that, I would make a motion that we take up item number 29, House Bill 1051, out of order.
Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1051 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to individuals authorized to complete certificates of need. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0672.
Chairman Vaughn moves to substitute and conform to the Senate Bill 672, properly second without objection, so ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 672 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 672 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, what this bill wants to do is restructure the way that certificate of need is issued for people who present in emergency rooms requiring psychiatric care. Whenever we have people who come to our regular hospitals and present, there is a system which has been damaged by the lack of trained professionals in the system and the bureaucracy that is there in place today. What we've done is we've worked with the Tennessee Psychiatric Association, the Tennessee Hospital Association, the TMA, to come up with a new way for people to, when they present, to be seen faster so that whether or not we can get them into a psychiatric facility and get them taken care of as quickly as possible. And with that, sir, I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order, but I did want to make note that our former colleague Mike Stewart is in the building, so if you make him feel welcome again, we appreciate him being here.
Anyone wishing to be recognized for discussion? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the bill earlier, you know, I had things to say about that, but this kind of like the leader said, we're rolling out, you know, these, I guess, pain medication for the cancer. You know, the first bill was about school security. You know, we got schools in our state. They also have schools in other countries. We've got mental health problems in our state. There's mental health problems in other countries around the world. But the other countries around the world don't seem to have what we have. Mass killings, mass shootings. So again, I applaud the previous sponsors for their work. It's taken a step forward. I applaud this sponsor for his work. It's taken a step forward, but we continue to give aspirin for the cancer. Let's cut the cancer out. We know what the problem is. We know it's weapons of mass killing, it's AR-15s, it's AK-47s going into our schools,
Representative Mitchell, this bill is about, Representative Mitchell, you're out of order. Hang on one second, Representative Mitchell, you are out of order. This bill is about mental health. You can continue talking. Would you like to talk about the bill on the subject? Yes or no, please? Okay, you are recognized to talk about the bill that's before us. Representative Mitchell, you are recognized.
Mr. Sponsor, I heard this bill in multiple committees, and I have problems with it, but this bill was presented by your leader before you walked up there as one of the solutions to the violence going on in our society. Was that true?
Chairman Vaughn.
Representative, to be honest with you, I was in transit coming to the podium, and I can't recall. There was hubbub around me. I cannot recall. I apologize to you, sir.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Well, I'm pretty sure maybe the speaker heard him introduce this as one of the solutions to the violence and the deaths in our schools and our society, because that's what I heard. So I think what I was saying was pretty germane to this issue. Either we're going to let people speak and address the issue. I take the leader at his word. He said this is the first step of many other things we're going forward to do. But I just want everybody to know we're giving aspirin to the cancer. We've got to address the cancer at some point. So he can cut off my mic over and over and over again. But I'm not going to shut up until we stop kids from being murdered in their schools.
Members, you all voted on the House rules. The House rules say when the bill is before us, we stay on the topic of the bill. That is what you do. The conversation surrounds the legislation. That's been history in this place for as long as we've been here. That is the rule. You know that's the rule. You know that's how we have done it. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose, please? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry. Staying on the bill sometimes requires placing comments in context, and that sometimes requires a little leeway from the speaker. That's been tradition. That's been the common practice. So I would suggest, sir, that we may want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Representative Hardaway, I think you could see on the previous conversations, leeway was granted for them to make their point on previous legislation. But this legislation is dealing with mental health. Leader Camper? No, he's Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess following along with that's my problem again. It says as when someone comes to the hospital, and we need to be addressing these mental health problems before somebody ends up at a hospital. We could have expanded Medicaid 10 years ago, and 300 to 400,000 Tennesseans would have had mental health care and perhaps gotten the care they need so they don't end up at the hospital. I appreciate what you're doing here, but I do believe that it is a Band-Aid. There is so much more we can do and we have not done. And again, it goes back to being preventative, to getting them care before they're at the hospital doors. There are things we can do like expanding Medicaid. that would give mental health care to more than 300,000 Tennesseans. I see what you're doing, and I appreciate that. I'll use my colleague's analogy. It's an aspirin for cancer. And thank you for, it's nice to get called on so much today. I'm glad the crowd is here.
Chairman Clemens, do you have a question parliamentary, or are you talking on the bill because we have a list?
I've got a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the permanent House rules of order, first of all, not all of us voted to adopt those permanent rules of order. But second of all, there is a rule expressly in this bill that speaks to 5 minutes of each member being able to speak on legislation. My colleague from Davidson County, Representative Bo Mitchell, did not get his full 5 minutes. So if we're going to comply and interpret the rules to benefit of one party, I would like them to benefit both parties. And I would ask the Speaker to recognize Bo Mitchell for his remaining 50 seconds. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens, we will recognize him for 50 seconds, but let me be clear, members, when you say you are finished talking, you're done, and we move on to the next one. That's how we've happened, whether you use all 5 minutes or not. If you say you are finished talking, that takes off your time. Representative Mitchell, my understanding was you said that. You said you didn't, so therefore you have 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take 15. All I've got to say is when the bill was presented, the leader made the assumption or made the statement that this was addressing one more measure, that you were addressing violence to solve the gun problem. That's what was said. You didn't gavel him and say he was out of order, off topic. So that's why I spoke in the manner in which I spoke. Thank you.
Representative, the leader actually spoke to bring the bill out of order. He was not on the bill, first of all. So that's a differencing opinion. Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the sponsor for this bill. What this bill does in my community, where mental health treatment and services are so limited, this body has spent several years allowing for mental health treatment to our citizens because the access to mental health treatment is so limited. What this bill would say is that when a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 50-year-old in our communities presents at an emergency room in our communities across the state, that we're expediting the process by which they can get the help that they need. That's what this bill does. If you're for prolonging the time in which people have to sit in an ER to get the mental health that they need, then vote against this bill. If you want to be in my district sometimes 4 to 6 days in a hallway or in a padded room trying to find the services that they need, vote against this bill. But if you're for your constituents and you really want what's better for your constituents so that they can get the help that the services that this state can provide to the best of its current ability, then you should vote for this bill. I appreciate the bill sponsor for this bill. It's extremely important to my community and I believe to the mental health care of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsors yield. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Representative, sponsor of the bill, many years ago, I remember when they were closing the mental health institutions in our communities. My grandmother happened to have worked at one, and what we predicted at that time is that we're going to see carnage on the street with people being incarcerated or killed because there was nowhere for them to go. That's happened 30 years ago, where our mental health institutions were closed down. Unconscionable, unforgivable, but it happened. Now, hate to say it's a case of, in our society today, of that coming back to haunt us and this community. Will this bill, when we find that there's a tremendous amount, we already know that there is a tremendous amount of hurt, mental hurt, people are anguished and need help. When we find the numbers are verified and they're very large, will this allow us to develop more institutions specifically for mental health care. That's what I'd like to know.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Shelby County. My friend, my representative from Hardeman County, we know firsthand about the reduction in size of mental health facilities as the Western Mental Health Institute was greatly reduced in scope and size. That was anchored in my hometown of Bolivar, Tennessee. This bill does not address, it has no funding mechanism with regards to how we build more facilities to treat these folks. What this bill does is it attempts to reduce the bureaucracy that keeps people waiting for the proper personnel to show up to be able to get them out of a regular hospital emergency room and into a mental facility that has capacity as soon as possible. Again, because of the way that the healthcare professional, and particularly mental health care professional shortages that we've seen around the state, what this does is this allows for a combination of different certifications of people who can see them and gives us more options for those folks when they present to a normal hospital to be able to get them that care that they're looking for sooner. So what, I know that this is a streamlining bill, sir, and it's one that a very important area, especially considering today.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you for that, Mr. Representative, and I appreciate that. However, we are hemorrhaging, and we need to look at developing a comprehensive package where we can address the mental illness in our state. The problems are only getting worse. I read some statistics just this week about the suicide rate of our young people increasing. In the black community, off the charts, never before. You're old enough to remember when we had those institutions, and there were lower amounts of these infractions that happened with citizen police officers because we had the real care. And if we're not developing a system of really caring for them mentally, okay, or our people and whomever and wherever it is, we're not doing enough. Obviously, I don't want to see a person in crisis having a prolonged, protracted type of time to be seen. But that's not all. That is not only what they need. They need more care. They need more care, and they need it prior to even that, what we're talking about. This may help, but we need to look at, and we have money in Tennessee now. We need to look at what it is that we need and what we've done to help our people that are suffering mentally. So I would encourage us to get together, let's talk about it again, and figure out what can we do, because the pop-up shop's not going to solve the problem. We need to have some institutions that deliver care to our citizens in a fashion that makes them whole again. If I was in crisis, I would want it. If you were in crisis, you would want it, and we know our people need it. So with that, that's what I'm going to encourage that we do. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, sir. You and I find ourselves in an agreement with this, but as so often that this institution that we serve in, we're allowed, while there may be an entire spectrum of need out there, that we have to take it one bit at a time. And what this is a positive step forward that I hope that everyone in the chamber could support. Thank you, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, and Chairman Vaughn, I think you probably know what we're going to talk about. You and I have spoken about this. 95% of this bill is really, really good. Chairman Williams talked about it, to streamline the process to where you have a mental illness in a hospital and you get a certificate of need, then you go to the mental facility, another certificate of need is issued. It's a trust and verified situation. The 5% that I do not like about this bill is that a certified psychiatrist by themselves can issue a certificate of need. One person can commit someone without verifying on the other end. I do not like that much power being on one person certifying someone without their consent. So I just wanted to put that on the record. It's just unfortunate. I'm not going to make perfect the enemy of good. So, but I wanted to put it on the record, Chairman, and you and I talked about it, and we share the same thing.
Chairman Vaughn.
To my colleague from Davidson County, you have been very consistent on this matter and this issue and have made points to be pondered and considered, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Chairman Spicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. Thank you for bringing this bill. In Murray County, we have a facility that sits less than a quarter mile from our hospital. And over the summer, I spent multiple visits in this mental health facility talking to the professionals in there about the importance and the things that are affecting our children. In education, Chairman Vaughn, COVID has escalated the mental health issues in our children. This facility has told me over and over, the quicker we can get the interventions for these children, the quicker we can get them returning back to normalcy. I applaud you on this bill. We are looking for solutions to the problems of how to make this whole issue with mental health work more efficiently. Members, this is something that we need to address across the state of Tennessee in every district that we have, that we need to make sure that the facilities are there and the process is there to make sure that the people who need this help can get it as quickly as possible. I'll be voting yes on this, and I'll urge everybody to vote yes to support this bill. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Vaughn. Nothing. Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 672, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Powers aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 672, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would make a motion that we take up item number 24, 1016, that deals with increased attention to school threats.
Further motion, get proper second. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1016, that's item 24. House Bill 1016 by Chairman Grills relative to school violence.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 1016 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Grills moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation accomplishes two things. First, this bill adds a definition to clarify what school property is in 3913-114. And second, this bill adds student to the communicating a school threat part of the code. Currently, it only has the employee listed as one that can be charged for such threat. We're simply giving law enforcement another tool in their toolbox to help prevent students and deter threats to help troubled kids get the help they need. I renew my motion.
Chairman Grills renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my colleagues here and the people in the gathering, the people watching across the nation realize what is happening. This is an optical spectacle decision to offer these false solutions right before an expulsion vote when we are saying we want you to do something. And so this is a very political, calculated decision, and I hope that the people watching at home and the people watching around the world...
You need to stay on the bill, sir. I apologize, but you have to stay on the bill. If you'd like to ask questions to the sponsor on the piece of legislation, please do. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few bills ago, a member made a personal attack. Representative White saying, you've been here 2 months and I've been here 14 years. He was not gavelled down. But I want to respond by saying that I've only been here 2 months, but I've seen that what this body is doing is not...
All right, Representative Jones, you're off the bill. If you would like to stay on the bill, we can go back. But we're not going to do those types of statements on the floor. If you would like to talk to the sponsor about the piece of legislation, that is perfect, if that's what you like to do. So please keep it with the bill that's before us. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Grills, when this bill dealing with school threats, does it address the issue of mass shootings in schools?
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses the threats towards schools.
Representative Jones.
Does it mention mass shootings, which is the number one threat that we're trying to address in this body right now? Does it address mass shootings that are targeting our schools and our students?
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It addresses all threats towards schools.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like we're just making bills to say we did something. So Representative Grills says it addresses all threats to schools. The threat that we need to be talking about are the mass shootings that have happened recently that have plagued our community. And so a bill that does not mention easy access to weapons of war, I don't think is addressing the threats to our schools. A bill that does not address the proliferation of guns in our communities is not addressing the threats to our schools. A bill that does not even mention these words is not really about the threats to our schools, but it's a PR move by the majority party. Thank you.
Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for the record to show that this bill was filed back in February. This is not reactive. This is something that we've been working on with some of the folks back in my district since late last year. This is not something that we're just trying to score political points with. And with that, I renew my motion.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you were wanting to be recognized earlier? Nope, you pass. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, House Bill 1016, was filed in the House January 30th, early February in the Senate. If you want to talk about playing to the cameras, that's what just occurred. This bill was filed in January.
Stick to the bill, please. Very good. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've definitely been at schools that have had threats. That's absolutely happened. My concern is typically when there is a mass shooter, there is no threat. Once again, this is a very small measure that typically won't have effect on any of the school slaughters that we have seen. So I recognize that this is a bill that talks about the threats, but I'm not aware of a school that's gotten a threat before a serious incident, and so I'm just not sure that this is going to cause any effect on what we're seeing happening.
Chairman Grills.
I renew my motion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1016 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays 3, present not voting.
House Bill 1016, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection to the most reconsidered table. Are we back? Mr. Clerk, call up the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body to item 1. Item 1 on the calendar, House Joint Resolution 120.
Representative Darby, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to roll House Bill 120 to the next available calendar.
Without objection, roll to the next available calendar. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 859 by Representative Jernigan, relative to measures to curtail substance abuse. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 799.
Representative Jernigan moves substitute form to Senate Bill 799, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Jernigan.
I move passage of Senate Bill 799 on third and final consideration.
Representative Jernigan moves passage of Senate Bill 799 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call first amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 859. It allows for the Department of Health to share de-identified data from EMS run reports for the purposes of overdoses and responses. The share of this information will help us combat overdoses in real time, getting resources to first responders to hot spots and spikes around the state. Been working with the Department of Health since October, and we believe this legislation will help in real time. I can go into further detail if you'd like, but I'd like to renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jernigan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, just want to say thank you for this bill. I think it's really important. One of the best ways that we can prevent overdose deaths is to be better aware of where those are occurring across the state. What your bill would do would give us more data, more information to be able to understand, and not just what's going on with those overdose deaths, but maybe where pathways as it relates to these illegal substances are passing through our state. So I really applaud you for this bill. I think it's really important and it keeps Tennesseans safe, but just want to say thank you.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, and you're absolutely correct. But what we is the resources. If there's a spike in Cookville in a suburban area,
Representative Jernigan, Chairman Clemens.
Thank you. Just really quick, Chairman Williams. This will allow for, say, a suburb in Cookville that you get EMS reports, and then your county government sees that, and they get Narcan to the first responders immediately, and then for the police officers, they can look to see, okay, there's some bad operators, let's go see where they're at, and they can do that at a census block level. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 799, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Alexander, aye. Has every member voted? Same member wish to change your vote. Dixie, aye. Grills, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 799, having received the Constitution majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reeks here is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 253 by Representative Parkinson relative to parentage fraud. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to support and conform to Senate Bill 0331.
Representative Parkinson moves substitute and form Senate Bill 331 without objection. So order, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0331 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage of Senate Bill 331 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gloria Johnson, a Nashville businesswoman, enjoyed watching ancestry shows such as Finding Your Roots and Who Do You Think You Are with her husband and stepchildren. As a family, they took home DNA tests hoping to learn more about their family history, but the test ultimately revealed that her husband's eldest child was not biologically related to him. The description was a dagger to the entire family unit, and as her husband, Scott, had been a loving provider to the child for 12 years. Their subsequent paternity fraud case resulted in complete relief from future child support, but it also meant the loss of a child. She was a sister, a niece, and a cousin. The emotional loss combined with the financial ramifications was extremely stressful, plus there was the constant knowledge that they had been deceived for over a decade. House Bill 253, or Senate Bill 0331, is a paternity fraud bill. Paternity fraud is a real issue. This issue affects parents and children alike. Paternity fraud is a violation of the child's right to know his or her own identity, the identity of his or her own father. The child has the right to have a relationship with their biological father and mother. Additionally, the proper identification of a child is important for genetic and medical reasons, as well as inheritance and medical insurance coverage. This bill creates a Class A misdemeanor for anyone who intentionally and knowingly seeks to establish someone as the biological parent of a child that they knew or reasonably knew that that person is not the biological parent of the child. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, what's the current option for parental fraud? What's the current option available to either parent?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me explain how I got here. While I was sitting in the barbershop, a young man came to me and he said, I've been looking for you. I've been really, really looking for you, trying to find you because I had a child, or I thought I had a child with a lady, and her mother, or the grandmother of the child, came to me and said that the lady had been seeing her ex-boyfriend the entire time that we've been living together and this child was born. And when he heard that news, he then went to get a DNA test to find out if the child was his. When he got the DNA test, the DNA results came back that the child was not his. He took the information to the mother of the child, who got upset because he got a DNA test, and they got into an argument and they broke up. The mother of the child then took the DNA evidence down to juvenile court. I'm sorry. The father, or the alleged father of the child, took the DNA evidence down to juvenile court because the mother, after the argument, went down to juvenile court and put the alleged father on child support. When he took the DNA evidence down to juvenile court, the magistrates at the court told him he had to continue to pay for this child for 18 years, even though the DNA evidence did not support that he was the father of that child. Subsequently, after that ruling, he did not comply with paying the child support, and they took his driver's license. After they took his driver's license, he was pulled over by a Memphis police officer and was taken to jail for driving without having a driver's license. When he was taken to jail for driving without having a driver's license, he then lost his job because he was in jail for about a week. After he lost his job, he came out of jail, and then he had to start his life basically over, all because of this situation with a child that was not his. The interesting thing is that, you know, we began to change these laws to make sure that these laws actually help fathers to actually be into the lives of their children. Here's what happens when the DNA or the wrong father is put on that birth certificate. That biological father loses the opportunity to actually be in the life of his biological child. And that's theft. That child loses the opportunity to be in the life of his or her biological father. and that's wrong. Additionally, in the event that this child grows up and has medical challenges, let's say if this child needs a lung, well, that stepfather or that father that was erroneously put as the biological father may not be a match, whereas his biological father may actually be a match and could actually save his life. Additionally, if that biological father is not the actual name, what if this biological father can actually leave an inheritance to their child? What about medical insurance? And I know that the member that's asking this question ran this legislation before, but he failed to be able to get it passed. But we are in a space now where we are getting meaningful legislation passed that will help these families to join together. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkins renews his motion. Representative Hardaway.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for recognition after this 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I'll add you back to the list. Representative Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I'd like to thank you for bringing this piece of legislation. A family friend of ours who's also an attorney who's helped me on other pieces of legislation, handles these types of cases and has brought this in the past to my awareness. And so I'd like to thank you for bringing this piece of legislation. I've signed on as a co-sponsor, and I would encourage other members to vote for your legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no questions. So I do have a couple of observations, a couple of comments about this bill which will criminalize motherhood. There are options right now, thanks to the civil courts, which would have these custody cases, be knowledgeable about all of the nuances that go along with child custody and paternity cases. When you talk about criminalizing motherhood, you're talking about getting into the mind and the understanding the emotions in a relationship where two people have created a child, whether intentional or not. That doesn't rise to criminal intent. There are too many different questions about what ifs and how do we accommodate the traumatic effect on the child of knowing that they were at the core of a debate that sent mommy to jail. If that doesn't traumatize a child, I don't know what does. At that point, the child has neither a father nor a mother for at least 1129, because that's the penalty that goes along with this. Proving it, the intent factor, I have no idea of how you do that. Maybe the sponsor does. I doubt it. But the ability to get this through criminal courts instead of leaving it in family courts or in a civil action, taking it away from that makes no sense whatsoever. Bringing a criminal element into a dispute about paternity. If you tell me that a child is better off with his mother incarcerated, I'll have to look at you like something's wrong. No child should have the trauma of figuring out if they were responsible for their mom going to jail. It's that simple. We have a system that works. We should stay with that system. It's in civil court. And I promise you this, if this bill should pass, you'll regret it, and we'll be back here trying to undo it. But it will not enable us to roll back the impact on children who have suffered because they've been traumatized, because they have been placed at the center of a dispute, whether they're 5 years old or 20 years old, that will send their mother to jail. It's not clear whether there's a statute of limitations on this. Can you send grandma to jail? Can it go that long? A grown child that has to wonder whether their grandchildren and their children had anything to do with sending grandma to jail. There's nothing in here that tells us how we navigate those circumstances. So I will tell you again, we've got a system that works. It's in the civil courts. That's where it needs to stay. I don't care how mad you are at someone who may have put you through this. That's where it needs to stay, in the civil courts with judges that understand all the nuances of the case. Thank
Representative Parkinson.
Mr. Speaker, that was grandstanding. No need to respond. Thank you.
Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Representative Parkinson. Just want to applaud you for bringing awareness to what I call the fatherless rate. It's an epidemic, and look at the correlation between crime, mental health, school shootings. Go study this issue. It's alarming. I think what you're getting at is tagging. I appreciate you having the courage and conviction. We may not get it right. We may be here next year again, but at least you're raising awareness of a serious subject matter. Thank you, sir.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the question.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 331, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 15 nay, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 331 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1081 by Representative Parkinson, relative to crime.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll that one space. I got the wrong folder.
Without objection, roll one space. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1291 by Representative Parkinson, relative to professions.
Representative Parkinson,
Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Thank you, sir. Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1247.
Representative Parkinson moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1247, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1247 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage of Senate Bill 1247 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That amendment is the same as the Senate's, so we're going to move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Senate bill authorized the Board of Cosmetology and Barbers Examiners to reinstate an expired cosmetologist, esthetician, manicurist, natural hair stylist, master barber instructor, or technician license that has expired for more than 3 years but less than 8 years. Secondly, it requires such persons applying to be in good standing with the board and to have been licensed to practice for more than 20 years. Lastly, the bill authorizes the board to waive reexamination or additional education requirements or to prescribe reasonable conditions for the applicant to meet, including an additional fee for reinstatement. The bill comes from constituents because of COVID. They missed the opportunity to renew their licenses. They had been barbers and cosmetologists for decades, and they didn't want to have to take the examination again or go through schools again because unlike other professions, there are no continuing education. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I just had a couple quick questions here. Seems to be a subject matter that's very important to you. This is, I think, 3 or 4 years where you have reduced the requirements to create individual sections or new licensing permits in the state as it relates for different entities in cosmetology. My question to you today is if it's so important that we do this in cosmetology as it relates to braiding or in this case eyelashes, why not separate barbers from cosmetologists who also have a lower standard or do not perform the same services that an esthetician might do or a cosmetologist? Is there a reason why that we wouldn't do that for barbers as it relates to this bill? I'm just wondering how we got to where we are, where we pick certain winners and losers in our communities. Could you help me with that?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. I would actually be all for that, but that's not this bill.
Representative Williams.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that was the question. It was a released bill. Why this bill and not the other bills? I guess the question is 300 hours you think is sufficient of this? How do you come up with 300 hours versus 1,100 or 1,500 hours? How does that number how is that number derived?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 300 hours came from us duplicating the Texas law, but that's not this bill.
Representative Williams.
I recognize this is a bill for Tennessee, and it's my understanding, how many hours does your bill require for this licensure?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is not the eyelash bill. This is a totally different bill, Chairman.
Representative Williams.
Mr. Speaker, no wonder he couldn't answer my question. It was on the wrong bill. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience with me, Representative Parkinson. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Representative Towns. Well, I mean, can't do it out loud. You got to use the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call the question.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1214, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Burkhart, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 85, 8 nays.
Senate Bill 1247, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the body's back to item 4, House Bill 1081, by Representative Parkinson, relative to crime.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1081 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage, following second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tyree Nichols was a father of a 4-year-old son and was known to his family as an avid skateboarder and nature photographer. He arrived in Memphis just before the pandemic and later started a job with Federal Express. Tyree Nichols had been with the company for about 9 months before he was pulled over on January 7th for what police said was reckless driving. Tyree Nichols was unarmed. He was aggressively beaten by police officers, and 3 days later, he died in the hospital. It pained us all to watch the video of Tyree Nichols' death at the hands of bad actors in law enforcement. And we as leaders of the state, we owe it to the parents of Tyree Nichols, Mr. and Mrs. Wells, their family and friends, but also to the citizens of the state of Tennessee. It is our job as leaders in this state to put forth policy that will deter such actions and protect them. This legislation was actually brought to me in conjunction with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Police and Sheriff's Association, the Department of Homeland Security, and in consultation with the DA's conference. This bill is their language specifically for bad actors in law enforcement without affecting the majority of great officers that are there to protect and serve. What this bill does is it allows for a judge to consider the same enhancements that they would consider for a civilian attacking a law enforcement officer, for a law enforcement officer that is charged with assaults, robberies, homicides, kidnapping, false imprisonment offenses, and sexual offenses while in the course of their duties. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1081 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 94, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 1081 and received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1000 by Chairman Rudd and others relative to expunction.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on HB 1000 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Rudd moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion of the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a very targeted expungement bill. As you know, we passed in the last few years 41 expungements of misdemeanors and felonies. We just in the last 2 years, we passed a bundle of 12. And I have told people in my elections and campaign finance committee that I believe that if you have committed a non-violent crime with no weapon and no monetary theft, that you should have a pathway to get your citizens' rights restored. And this is setting an example. This is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, expungement bills in this legislature's history. Of 15 years after you serve your sentence, you have not been convicted of a crime, you can get your rights restored, both voting rights and gun rights back, so you can participate as a normal citizen. And this is covering a very targeted, specific thing of voter registration fraud and vote fraud. Again, if you've gone 15 years with no convictions, you can get your rights back. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Rudd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1000 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Beck, aye. Martin or Carroll, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, 1 nay.
House Bill 1000 having a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most read serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 318 by Chairman Rudder and others relative to children. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Clemens, for what purpose, please?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the rules of procedure governing the House, in the case, I understand under Rule 4, referring to order in the gallery or the lobby, that does give the Speaker the ability to order the same to be cleared. However, it's come to my attention that attendance in the gallery has been limited on both sides outside. When people are leaving the gallery, they're not being allowed back up. And it does not appear to be a full gallery, and there are people out there who've communicated to me that they would like to sit in the gallery and observe these proceedings in person. So, Mr. Speaker, I just would like to receive an explanation for this body and the people why this gallery, why people are not being allowed in the gallery when they have complied with the rules of order of procedure thus far. Thank you.
We're not sure. We'll have staff go out and ask those who are doing capacity. I know that there's capacity in the balcony for just the number of seats that are allowed. We'll ask them on that. There's also Department of Safety issued numbers for people outside the chamber on what they felt like was a safe capacity to have. So we're honoring those requests, but we'll check with those going in and out of the balcony. Thank you. We were unaware of such. Chair Lady Rudder, you're recognized.
I appreciate you letting me.
Chair Lady Rudder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 270.
Chair Lady Rudder moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment. Oh, sorry. Chair Lady Rudder moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 270, properly second, without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Rudder.
I move passage of Senate Bill 270 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Rudder moves passage of Senate Bill 270 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Rudder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an administration bill to help streamline the adoption process so we can get babies into loving homes as soon as possible. This legislation seeks to make the process more user-friendly, efficient, and attractive as an alternative to abortion for unplanned pregnancies. With that, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Rudder renewed her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 270 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays.
Senate Bill 270 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Leader Camper and those in the balcony, the word was sent back that they're having a hard time determining the number of seats because people are standing, not saying you cannot stand. They're trying to determine how many seats are available because that is the capacity. So if you could help them, you can stand, but they also need to see how many empty seats there are so that they know in those rows how many seats are available. And so if we're trying to allow people to come in and out, then we have to know how many people are in the balcony so we don't overrun the capacity requirement. That was the issue that came back. Thank you all. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
House Bill 445 by Chairman Whitson and others, relative to the use of surveillance cameras on interstate highways and state rights-of-ways. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 439.
Chairman Whitson moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 439, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 439 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Whitson moves passage of Senate Bill 439 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's similar to Senate Amendment 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, we passed a law requiring TDOT to issue permits to local governments to post automatic license plate readers, known as LPRs, on state right-of-ways inside their municipalities. This bill simply clarifies that existing process to make sure that LPRs used to track fleeing suspects or search for missing persons versus amber or silver alerts are an option for governments to purchase and install these systems, often at a much lower cost. Cameras used under this act must comply with our current license plate reader law and therefore can only be automated license plate readers and not any other type of surveillance camera. It guarantees that any LPR used meets the National Defense Authorization Act, making sure no device may contain spyware or share Tennesseans' information with foreign governments. These LPRs meet the highest possible security standards for privacy and protection. Additionally, we also make sure that these cameras are not used for traffic enforcement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Whitson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway. Oh, I'm sorry, hang on. Representative Gillespie is first, then you, Representative. My fault.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Woodson, thank you so much. This will really help some of the situations that are going on in my community and give law enforcement better tools to be able to go after the people that are doing drive-by shootings on the interstate and fleeing other crimes across the community. So I just want to voice my support for this, and thank you so much.
Chairman Whitson.
Representative Gillespie, very helpful.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for the bill. How does it impact state agencies or federal agencies? Do they still have to, or do they now have to consult with TDOT?
Chairman Whitson.
Thank you for that question. My understanding, when the application is made by the municipality to install these on state highways inside the cities, they must meet federal and state standards that have been established already. This bill.
Hey, Chairman Whitson, they're having a hard time. Can you?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. There you go.
That's better.
Restate,
Thank you.
please.
Again, it's my understanding that when the states, or excuse me, the cities apply to install a LPR on a state highway inside the city limits of the municipality, they must meet strict state and federal standards.
Representative Hardaway.
All right. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the bill, sir.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Chairman Whitson.
Sponsor yields.
Representative Towns.
Thank you so much, sir. I, too, want to rise to thank you for the legislation as well. And let me make sure that we have an understanding that you're saying that it's not going to be intrusive where it goes into a citizen's privacy or something of that nature, but simply allows us to apprehend the person based upon the information that it will track.
Chairman Whitson.
Yes, exactly. There are safeguards in place that this information cannot be used for any other means other than to track criminals or help locate lost individuals via the Amber Alert. For instance, if a criminal commits an act and their license plate is identified, they can enter that license plate into the system, and if they should show up on the LPR, that will tell law enforcement where that individual's automobile is. It cannot be used for traffic enforcement.
Representative Towns.
Thank you here again. Now, the information, Mr. Representative, is maintained for a certain period of time and it goes away.
Chairman Whitson.
Normally from 30 up to 90 days.
Representative Towns.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Lafferty.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just curious. We had a bill last year that we had talked about covering our highways with cameras. I understand you to say that there will not be any sharing of this information, that it will be stored if it's not someone that we're looking for. My nature is to be distrustful of government, at all levels. What assurances do we have, and how would it be possible in this digital age for us to monitor that they properly dispose of this information, these license plates that are recorded and kept? How do we follow up with that? How do we enforce that?
Chairman Whitson.
That goes beyond the scope of this piece of legislation, this bill. This bill merely allows cities to apply to TDOT to install a camera system that's different by what TDOT is requiring now if that camera meets the standards. All this does is to allow the cities to save money from being restricted to one type camera system. The standards that you're asking about was covered in previous legislation, and we have not changed that.
Representative Lafferty.
So thousands of people drive by this camera daily, and they're only looking for whatever license plate number might be on the radar for them that day. Is that accurate?
Chairman Whitson.
That is correct.
Representative Lafferty.
And the rest of the plates would be stored for 90 days?
Chairman Whitson.
That's my understanding. It depends on the agency. I've been told from 30 to 90 days.
Representative Lafferty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for this bill. This bill came through transportation. This bill does not in any way change the existing law. There are safeguards in place already about the use of this data. What this bill does, as I understand it, Mr. Sponsor, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is open up competition. Currently, the law only allows TDOT to approve one type of camera. And I will say it's very, very expensive. This bill allows TDOT to open up competition to other types of cameras who do the same thing, but it's much, much cheaper. So it saves taxpayers money. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Chairman Woodson.
Chairman Howe, you are exactly correct. That's what this bill does, and it does not expand the scope of what these readers can and cannot do. Thank you for those comments.
Chairman Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, just for clarification, a couple questions. Does this bill, with the competition aspect, does this bill allow local municipalities to petition or work with TDOT to place these cameras on federal interstates?
Chairman Whitson.
This bill deals with state highways inside the municipalities that TDOT approves.
Chairman Spickey.
Okay, maybe I'll ask a better question then. If a local municipality places these cameras through TDOT's approval, does it allow them, in Section 1C of the bill, surveillance cameras to enforce and monitor traffic violations within work zones designated by the Department of Transportation? Does this bill authorize the municipalities to monitor these cameras to write tickets to the people of Tennessee?
Chairman Whitson.
Yes, on under paragraph 1, section C, surveillance cameras used for enforcement and monitoring traffic violations within work zones designated, they're already there and designated by the Department of Transportation, where employees of the department or construction workers are present, provided that cameras are operated only by the state entity. Again, this bill only opens up competition for the local municipalities to purchase additional type camera systems.
Chairman Sapicki.
So was the answer yes to the question?
Chairman Whitson. Chairman Whitson.
Again, just want to be clear, this is allow cities to purchase different type systems through the TDOT system when they make applications to buy a less expensive traffic camera, LPR, not a surveillance system, but an LPR to track criminals and lost individuals by the amber or the silver alert.
Chairman Sabiki. All right. Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the sponsor for bringing this bill. Apologies for not getting you sooner, but my city manager just called me while we were going over the bill. But I had one quick question, because our municipality in one of my districts, City of Forest Hills, has done a significant purchase of a lot of LPRs over the last few years. And from discussion I had with the city manager, they did not use the TDOT's purchasing process. They used an additional vendor, but we're concerned a little bit about the language in there that the department could revoke some of the LPR or removal of the surveillance cameras upon a determination. So I was just trying to find a little clarity about that process. If a city like mine had already purchased and installed these LPRs on these state highways, how TDOT would make that decision if they were to take those away. Thank you.
Chairman Woodson.
Okay. Again, I cannot go into, it's part of the application process and the memorandum of understanding between the city and TDOT. But just want to be clear, cities can already purchase these type LPRs and put them on non-state highways within the municipality. That is already allowed. This only deals with the purchase and installation on state highways within the municipality.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it. It's a good bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Powell.
Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 439 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hardaway, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 20 nays, 5 present, non voting.
Senate Bill 439 now received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 667 by Representative Hicks of Washington, relative to prescription drug donation repository program. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 675.
Representative Hicks moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 675, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 675 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 675 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Health Committee Amendment number 2, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the Tennessee Prescription Drug Donation Repository Program. It will be known as the Kevin Clausen Drug Donation Act. In 2016, the General Assembly passed legislation which established a volunteer prescription drug donation repository program which allowed any person to donate prescription drugs and supplies for the use by qualifying individuals. This bill seeks to expand Tennessee's existing program in order to align with national standards for such programs in order to meet the demands and needs of this state. This bill seeks to broaden the definition of donors, redefine the income qualifiers and definition of indigent, redefine eligible recipients, and expand the list of acceptable medications. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 675 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Vital, aye. Hardaway, aye. Dixie, aye. Love, aye. Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 675, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1482 by Chairman Halsey and others relative to the education of professional bondsmen.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 1482 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Halsey moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment tasks the clerks of the court with handling criminal background checks for the Tennessee Association of Professional Bail Agents. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Gillespie moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does two things dealing with professional bail agents. They are required to go through yearly training, and for several years, the cap on that was $240. This raises the cap to $450. And then this bill also says that bail agents have to go for a yearly criminal history check. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Halsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1482 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays, 1 present on voting.
House Bill 1482, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1310 by Chairman Kumar relative to genetic information.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1310 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. We're going to move to adopt and then defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1310 is the Genetic Information Privacy Act. We have all seen the television ads from direct-to-consumer companies who will take a sample of the saliva and give us a genetic map that will predict our future health and illness. This information is critical. This bill assures that information is not revealed without consent and assures privacy of that information. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1310 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
House Bill 1310, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1312 by Chairman Kumar relative to health care. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1451.
Chairman Kumar moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1451 on properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1451 allows qualified and trained candidates who have practiced medicine outside the United States to apply for a license in the state of Tennessee, a temporary license in the state of Tennessee if they provide the following information. Number one, they can prove their competency with postgraduate training certificates. Number two, they have secured employment with a recognized institution that offers post-residency training within the state of Tennessee. And number three, they will qualify for taking the licensing exam after 2 years of satisfactory performance in that institution. Considering the shortage of physicians within the state of Tennessee, Mr. Speaker, this provides a smooth way and an easier way for physicians who have practiced outside the United States to be able to obtain a Tennessee license. I renew my motion. I move for passage on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves the passage of Senate Bill 1451 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Kumar, in the section that speaks to them working at an accredited institution, postgraduate training, is the bill specifically say they must be in that program, in that training program, or merely employed by the institution?
Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Representative Hardaway, they are required to be in the training program.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Your bill is welcome because we haven't found another way to speed up the production of health professionals. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1451, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Cheryl, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, one nay.
Senate Bill 1451 and received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for consideration table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1319 by Chairman Kumar relative to the display of flags.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1319 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 does rewrite the bill. We'll defer to Chairman Kumar for further explanation. We move to adopt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Merck.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the act to honor our flags. House Bill 1319 acknowledges that flags of the United States and the state of Tennessee are great symbols of our nation and our state. They must fly in freedom, liberty, and majesty. This requires that these two flags shall be the only flags flown continuously on buildings and campuses that are a property of the state of Tennessee and its divisions, including educational institutions. Flags of clubs, societies, and other organizations enjoy protections under the First Amendment, but are to be displayed and flown only during functions of those organizations. Only the flags of the United States and the state of Tennessee shall be flown continuously on these places. Flags of individual organizations and colleges are exempt, as are flags that are protected by Tennessee Heritage Protection Act, as well as POW and MIA flags. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very alarmed by this bill and the implications for the First Amendment, and so I just want to walk through it step by step with Representative Kumar. So it says it exempts flags that are protected under the Heritage Protection Act, so that would be Confederate flags. But if we wanted to put a pride flag on a building, if we wanted to put a Black Lives Matter flag, that would be prohibited under this law. Is that correct?
Chairman Kumar.
These are flags flown on buildings owned by the state of Tennessee and its divisions and educational institutions. This does not affect the private buildings.
Representative Jones.
So a college campus, if the students wanted to fly the pride flag, they will be prohibited from doing that. Is that correct, Representative Kumar?
Chairman Kumar.
Kindly specify the flag.
Representative Jones.
The pride flag, the flag that is to support the LGBTQ plus community that we've seen students flying because of the harmful policies of this legislature.
Chairman Kumar.
Under the First Amendment, they are permitted and they have a right to fly that flag during the time that they're holding their function or meeting.
Representative Jones.
And so what about the government-owned buildings that have Confederate flags? Will they be allowed to keep those flags up? Or since you mentioned the Heritage Protection Act, would it require them to remove the Confederate flag from those government-owned buildings?
Chairman Kumar.
I think you're confusing about the ability and the permission to fly a flag with which flags will be flown continuously. This bill, if you read it, clearly defines what continuously means.
Representative Jones.
So is that a yes or a no?
Chairman Kumar.
I've clarified to you what it means to be able to fly the flag as well as fly it continuously. The flag of the United States of America and the state of Tennessee, along with the exemptions listed in here, are the only flags that can be flown continuously.
Representative Jones.
So I'm struggling to figure out what is the purpose of this bill. Did this happen in your county? Did a group bring this to you? Can you explain what is the background of this bill?
Chairman Kumar.
This is my way of paying homage to the flag of the United States and the flag of the state of Tennessee, that they shall fly continuously and uninterrupted over buildings owned by the state of Tennessee and its divisions.
Representative Jones.
Again, so has this not occurred in your county? Can you tell me what is the purpose of bringing this? Have they not been allowed to fly continuously in your district? What is going on with this bill?
Chairman Kumar.
This bill has a larger purpose. I'm not trying to address one particular situation.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like this bill enters into some dangerous territory when we come to the First Amendment. And I feel like it is targeting college campuses. I feel like it is also a form of idolatry. You're talking about the sacredness of a symbol, which we support as lawmakers, but it just feels a little weird, and so I can't support this bill, and I wish that, I think that there are going to be some First Amendment objections to this from groups outside of this chamber, because it seems to be a violation of the First Amendment right. And the Supreme Court case of Tinker v. Des Moines says that constitutional rights do not stop at the schoolhouse gate, and so I believe that this is going to adversely impact our students. It's going to restrict the right of students to exercise their First Amendment right. And I think it also is a solution in search of a problem. And so with that, I can't support your bill. And thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, could you define continuously?
Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, continuously means without interruption during normal operating hours of a public building or an educational institution in which the section applies only, provided that the public entity exercising control over such a building or campus may expand their normal operating hours for purpose of flying a flag.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in terms of the owner, I guess I wouldn't consider a college student who's in a dormitory an owner. So if that college student had a Tennessee Titans flag flying outside of his window, would he have to bring it in every night and he or she have to bring it in every night and repost it in the morning, or can they fly that Tennessee Titan flag continuously?
Chairman Kumar.
Flags of these organizations are exempt from this restriction.
Sorry, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, so how about we change that to the Sons of the Confederacy? If they're having, if they're, you know, having their flag flown, if a student's flying that, would he or she be able to have to bring it in at night, or is that flag on the list as well?
Chairman Kumar.
Kindly tell me again, which flag are we talking about now?
Representative McKenzie.
The Sons of the Confederacy.
Chairman Kumar.
Since that is a society and a club, they can display their flag only during the time they are having their meeting.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. And so if someone flies it beyond that period of time, and let's stick with the college example, is the student penalized? Is the RA penalized? The dorm director, dean of student housing, or the president of the university, or the board?
Chairman Kumar.
Penalties are not defined in this bill.
Representative McKenzie.
Okay, so if it happens, and so is this just a bill to make people aware of the limitations? I don't understand why we would pass a law without a law enforcement around that. So what's your point and purpose of bringing this bill before us today?
Chairman Kumar.
The fact that it does not specify penalties does not mean that there are no administrative restrictions, and it's up to the administration to enforce the law, and between the Department of Education and administration, they will be able to enforce the law, but this is not a punitive effort.
Representative McKenzie.
Okay, so if a college or university is I don't know who would charge them, but some mysterious person charges or alleges that a student is flying a pride flag, it goes to the administration. Does the administration have the right then to ignore the complaint?
Chairman Kumar.
That would be not expected of a proper administration. Then it's not an administration.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and sponsor. I have a public university in my district, Tennessee State University. And from the looks of this particular bill, if Tennessee State wanted to fly their university flag, the two-time Grammy-winning university, they would not be allowed to do that continuously, correct?
Chairman Kumar.
If you read the bill, flags of certain entities and organizations, including the universities themselves, those are exempt. And I have worked with the educational institutions within our state to make sure that their flags, organizational flags, flags of certain entities within the government, as well as our own legislative flag, can be flown.
Representative Love.
I'm reading the legislation, and that's what gives me some concern, because it says that the club, society, or organization may only be flown on public building that is owned by the state or political subdivision or on the campus of an educational institution during the period of time for which the entity is meeting or performing an authorized function on the property. My question is, if the university wants to fly the flag continuously, whether the band is performing or not, it looks like that's prohibited.
Chairman Kumar.
Also, if you read down the lines, it does say that the flags belong, official flags of the institution, state of Tennessee, its divisions and entities are exempt from this restriction.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't see that in there, and maybe you can point that out for me, what section that's in.
Chairman Kumar.
That will be section D, as in David.
Representative Love.
Section D says, as used in this section continuously means without interruption during the normal operation hours of the public school to which this section applies, provided that the public entity exercising control of such public school may expand their normal operating hours for the purpose of flying one or more flags in accordance with this section. Nothing in there says official flags of the university or the entity.
Chairman Kumar.
Section 2, subdivision 2, section 2, C, 2, subdivision C1 does not prohibit a political subdivision, a department or agency or entity of the state or a post-secondary institution of higher education from flying one or more official flags.
Representative Love.
Show me that section again. I'm sorry, I was looking at section D where you showed me first time. So what section is it in now?
Chairman Kumar.
Section 2, C, lowercase c, and then 2 again, and then D. It is on the second page, top paragraph.
Representative Love.
Thank you.
All right. Chairman Kumar. Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that if it's difficult to find, the honorable gentleman from Davidson County could just trust what I'm saying.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Chairman Kumar.
Yes, Mr. Representative.
I have heard the term being used continuously throughout this conversation. Help me. I thought the United States flag and the Tennessee flag already had law to move to be flown continuously. You mean we're limited to how often we can fly our federal and state flag right now? Are we?
Chairman Kumar.
Mr. Representative, this does not change the current law as to flying of the U.S. flag and the Tennessee flag. All it says is that those are the only two flags, along with the exemption listed in, that shall be flown continuously over state-owned buildings and educational institutions. It does not allow the same privilege to club and society flags. But yes, certainly the flag of the United States and the flag of the state of Tennessee will be continuously flown.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you for clearing it up. I thought that's what you were saying. So then your aim then is to limit all other flags from being flown continuously. That's basically what you're getting at. Would that be fair?
Chairman Kumar.
Yes, sir, it is, but with certain exemptions like the university flags and so on.
Representative Shaw.
They can be flown, but only during the time they're having a celebration. So if some group is having a 2-week celebration, their flag can be flown for those 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever. But other than that, they have to take them down. That's basically what this legislation is doing. Is that what you're saying to us?
Chairman Kumar.
I don't know of a 2-week celebration, but if that is the time a meeting is being held for that long, yes, that would be allowable.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for helping me to understand that.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sponsor, thank you so much for honoring those two flags that unite us in this great state of Tennessee and these great United States. Thank you.
Representative Sparks, did I see your hand up? No, sir. All right. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1319 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 73, nays 23.
House Bill 1319 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the body has already disposed of item 14. We are on item 15, House Bill 1388 by Chairman Reagan, relative to radiologic imaging and radiation therapy.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1388 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill terminates the Board of Radiological Imaging and Radiation Therapy and leaves the X-ray Operator Board under the State Board of Medical Examiners. Over the last 6 years, from the time this board was created, it has been unable to finalize permanent rules and establish licensing process. Getting rid of this redundant board prevents rules from being put in place that would negatively impact hospital radiology staffing. Tennessee currently has 69 different license requirements, is tied at 9th for the most in the nation. This will eliminate one of those requirements that was potentially going to be on the book. With that explanation and the statement that this board has done nothing except use $50,000 out of our treasury, I renew my motion and stand ready for questions.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to pull up my email, the multiple emails I received when I was a member of Government Operations Committee from radiologists in this state opposing this. In fact, we had many of them come meet with us in our offices and come testify in government operations that this is a bill that is going to put in danger public health and the safety of patients receiving radiological training. One of them was Dr. Thompson, who came to testify before our committee and warned us against the adverse impacts of this bill. This bill was formed slightly prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, which is why they were not able to accomplish all that they needed to do. So abolishing the board will harm patient health, is what she told us. And so I wasn't able to find that email because my Wi-Fi is not working, but I just want to let my colleagues in here know that we did have multiple radiologists come before Government Operations Committee and warn us that this bill is dangerous to patient safety, dangerous to the standards of public health, and begged us to not vote for this bill that Reagan brought without consulting with the radiologists of the state.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of courtesy, sir, I would appreciate you using my title. You may refer to me as Chairman, Representative, or
Chairman
Colonel.
Reagan. Stay on the bill, sir. All right, Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information that was put forward is not entirely correct. Those people were not radiologists. The group that sets the rules for this explanation that was given here is with the Board of Medical Examiners, which has radiologists on it. So the radiologists are still involved in setting the rules that they were before 2016. They have been since 2016 because this board enacted no rules, and they are continuing to be involved. This bill changes none of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jones.
1 second, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The Wi-Fi in here is not working, but again, I just want to share that we received dozens of emails from radiologists in this state warning us about the dangers to patient safety in this legislation. And so I would urge my colleagues to vote against this. Multiple radiologists came to my office as a member of Government Operations Committee saying that we please speak up for them, that this was a bill that's being pushed by the Tennessee Hospital Association. That's the only lobbyist group that came in support of the bill before Government Operations Committee, but the actual people impacted, the radiologists, all came before our committee and testified against this bill. And I hope that we listen to the professionals and not a lobbying association that is not related to this specific field. Thank you.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The professionals on this board have done nothing for 6 years. There can be no danger in existence because they did nothing. The rules that are in effect right now came from the Board of Medical Examiners. They were the rules that were in effect prior to 2016, have been in effect since 2016, and will continue in effect. The shibboleth that was put forward is false. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative. Okay. All right. Just making sure. Representative Boyd. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1388 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 73, 18 days, 4 present, not voting.
House Bill 1388, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Let the journal reflect. Representative Haston is excused. Up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is ready to hear House Bill 982 by Chairman Terry relative to cannabis. Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 859.
Chairman Terry moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 859, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 859 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage of Senate Bill 859 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to give the members a bit of background on this, earlier this year, the American Society of Regional Anesthesia put forth guidelines on screening patients for their use of cannabis prior to surgery because of the higher amounts of THC that's in marijuana. And it does not help us as providers if we ask those questions, if the patients are not willing to answer those questions. And so what this bill basically says is that a patient's statement, and only their statement regarding the use of marijuana to a doctor, a pharmacist, or other healthcare providers during the scope of their medical care for the purpose of obtaining medical advice about interactions of marijuana with other medications or medical treatment will not be used against them in a criminal proceeding. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Terry renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Kumar, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, what we are saying is because chronic use of marijuana may affect the anesthesia need of those medications, you are encouraging these patients to be truthful.
Chairman Terry.
That is correct. We would like, in order for us to take care of patients, we would like to obviously have that information from them.
Chairman Kumar.
I think it's also a great opportunity to inform patients that marijuana affects their health in such a way, so it's probably not a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Terry. All right. Any further questions? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 859 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays 3, present not voting.
Senate Bill 859 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1162 by Chairman Todd, relative to arbitration.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1162 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Todd moves passage following second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The revised Uniform Arbitration Act replaces the current arbitration law that was drafted in the late 1950s and has been in place in Tennessee since the early 1980s. It replaces the law with a revised uniform version that has been updated to meet modern needs and addresses procedural issues not included in the original Arbitration Act. Some form of this bill is now passed in 22 other states. The bill updates and changes arbitration procedures to meet modern needs, addressing numerous procedural issues not included in the original act, and is supported and has input from the Tennessee Bar Association, Tennessee Automotive Association, NFIB, and the Tennessee Chamber. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for bringing this legislation. I just asked you in civil full, I just want to make sure that this particular legislation doesn't compel anyone to arbitrate anything. This is by an agreement and just updating the existing laws from arbitration, but it doesn't compel anyone to participate in arbitration.
Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is absolutely correct.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1162 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, 2 nays.
House Bill 1162 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. We'll call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 127 by Chairman Zachary, a resolution to express support for allowing military exemptions, recognizing individual concerns about New Shots Act of 2023.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 127.
Chairman Zachary moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 127, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution simply encourages the United States Senate to pass the Americans Act, which is in front of them now, that would restore military members who were involuntarily removed from their service because they would not take the COVID vaccine. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, is this bill saying my body, my choice?
Chairman Zachary.
This is a resolution.
Representative Jones.
Is this resolution saying my body, my choice? Is that what we're saying?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can read the resolution and determine it for yourself.
Representative Jones.
I just think it's interesting that when it comes to anti-vaccination, we want people to make their own health decisions, but when it comes to reproductive justice, many members of our state don't have that same freedom, and it's very unfortunate.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 127, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Alexander, aye. Gant, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 21 nays.
Senate Joint Resolution 127 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The most reconsider is tabled. We'll call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1261 by Chair Lady Moody, relative to individualized education account program.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1261 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Moody moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Moody, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And members, what this does, we were seeing that there was some vague language in the existing law that of who would be required to notify the parents of their child's potential eligibility to participate in the program. So what this bill will do, it will instruct the Department of Education to to come up with a program of how to notify, and they will also notify the Education Committee of the Senate and the Education Administration Committee of the House of Representatives on that process that they develop. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Moody renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1261 has been to vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, any member has changed their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, 2 nays.
House Bill 1261 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 843 by Representative Lynn.
Representative Lynn, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that this bill be moved to the next available space on the next available calendar.
Without objection, roll to the next available calendar on the next available space. So ordered. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 841 by Representative Lynn.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill be moved to the next available space on the next available calendar.
Without objection, roll. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 641 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to children. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0656.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 656 by second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0656 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 656 on third and final consideration by second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires the Department of Children's Services to conduct a home visit to determine whether a child will receive proper care and supervision in the home prior to notifying the court of its intention to place the child at home on a trial home visit. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 656 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, any member wish to change their vote? Leatherwood aye, Baum aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
Senate Bill 656, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 551 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to children. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0528.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 528, properly second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0528 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 528 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Bill, Mr. Speaker, House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill, defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We call this the omnibus bill of adoption. It has several sections to it that will make it easier and cheaper and more efficient for people to adopt babies. With that, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 528 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Alexander, aye. Ritchie, aye. Kumar, aye. Reagan, aye. Clemens, bid, no. Garrett's aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 81, 10 nays.
Senate Bill 528, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the body has already considered item 24. We're on item 25, House Bill 1012 by Chairman Grills, relative to sheriffs and constables.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the passage of HB 1012 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Grills moves passage following second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local Government Committee Number 1 makes the bill. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation does two things. It increases the fees that constables are paid to serve process and other court documents, and it also provides a process that counties can, by resolution, supplement their pay. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Grills renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1012 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Love, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 1012, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 306 by Representative Bolso, relative to private schools.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 306 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bolso moves passage following second. Mr. Clerk, call it for First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Bolso. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of amendment number 2 to House Bill 306.
Representative Bolso moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in the Education Administration Committee. What does this amendment do? I don't remember seeing this. This is the floor amendment.
Chairman Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this bill deals with extending the play as you were born, exclusion to private schools. We passed public ones. So that's all that this bill did when we last vetted it and thoroughly vetted it in committee. What does Amendment 2 do?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 2 amends 47-50-803. Currently, that provision provides that private schools may adopt a firearms policy if they are a K through 12 school. This amendment, if adopted, would allow pre-K through 12 private schools to adopt a firearms policy.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's totally different than the bill that was thoroughly vetted and had everything to do with TSSAA. We talked about the entanglement between the TSSAA and, and the state. It was solely about athletics. This bill, this amendment is totally different than that. So how can that be added on at the floor and it not be vetted through our committee system?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It can be because it actually addresses the very same part of the same chapter of the same title that HB 306 addressed. And I can further respond to my good friend from Knox County that this bill was necessitated by the tragic events that occurred on May 27, because after those events, we had a small private Christian school in Williamson County that's on the border of my district and Chairman Whitson's district that advised us that they had requested permission from the Department of Education to adopt a firearms policy. They were refused because, according to the department, a pre-K through 12 private school is not covered currently by 47-50-803. So we drafted this amendment to provide protection for that school and all other pre-K schools as quickly as we could.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I fully understand the need, but the speed of this, we're not there yet. We can still take this, we can refer this back to committee. That way we can get it right. This may or may not hit all the points to it. So I really think we have time before the end of session. It's not going to go into effect into July. So would you be amenable to referring this back to committee and bringing it back this year, this session?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, we would not. In our view, we need to act swiftly and promptly to protect our children.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. That is a totally false narrative. That is wrong to just totally bypass a system that we've had in place for hundreds of years. You're talking about acting in favor of our children. July 1st will be the day. I'm not saying don't pass this. So please don't misunderstand me. This is not expediting anything. It's taking one bill that dealt with transgender folks wanting to play in private school. That's all this bill does. That's all this bill does. And then to put a firearms thing on top of it without any consideration to what the public wants to hear or wants us to hear is not the way to legislate. That's just not. We have a committee structure here, and it works. We have time to take this through the committee structure.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment was brought timely. It was filed in accordance with the permanent rules that this body adopted in January. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will renew my motion.
Leader Lambert, for what purpose? And Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the amendment, later in the session, and I agree with everything that's been said as far as adding amendments on, we have had other bills that have minor changes. I understand we're talking about firearms here, and that is always a passionate topic, but the member has an issue in his district. He has a bill that opens that caption up, and from my understanding, and correct me if this is wrong, it literally allows, right now, K through 12 can hire armed security for their schools. But if you are pre-K through 12, you're precluded from doing so. It is a pretty minor change in the law, in my humble opinion. Yes, we can send this back to committee and everything else. I, for one, will be voting for the amendment today because I would like private schools to at least have that ability to be able to do this, whether they have a pre-K or they're K through 12. However, vote your conscience. I mean, if for some reason on the amendment goes down, I hope there's still a bill out there somewhere that would be able to contain this. It seems like a reasonable request, but it is something that obviously I would prefer we not do very often, but it does deal with the member's district, and it does fit within the caption, and it was timely filed. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and Leader, you all have been pretty strict about added amendments on this floor and had this tremendous respect for the committee process. And we've had to abide by that. Even when we had something was just as urgent, our bills were sent back. And I think we need to be fair about that. This bill doesn't go into effect until July. Education Committee is still open. We're only asking for 1 week so that it can be vetted. And I think that's okay. We have time. And it goes again to the point where members are feeling like they're not being heard, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think it's too much to ask a member to be open to sending the bill back to committee so that the people on that committee could discuss the bill, maybe take testimony, and maybe somebody that's willing to come and put their name on a list and ask to speak on the bill. But if we don't send it back, we won't get that opportunity. I think it's unfair because we have been strict about it in this body, but now we want to change it because we're at the end of session. Well, we're not at the end of session. According to the leader, we're at the end when we finish. So the committee is open, and I hope, Mr. Sponsor, you be open, at least to allow us to vet this in the Education Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Representative Sapicki's next on the list. Representative Love, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make the motion that we send this back to Education Administration Committee.
It's a proper motion, properly seconded. All right. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. There's discussion on the amendment. Who would like to be recognized? Anybody? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On last Thursday, Representative Hakeem had his bill sent back to committee to strike one word. It was sent back to committee to strike one word. Please, please consider sending this back to committee. And he will get his bill back before the well, I'm sure, expeditiously. One word. This is a major introduction. I'm not saying it's a bad or good introduction, but it's major. Please consider sending this back to committee. Thank you.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our view, we need to act promptly and swiftly to protect children. That was the genesis of this amendment, the events that happened on March 27, which were horrific. There is no need for this body to delay further. The amendment is properly filed. It's timely filed. It is very simple. It simply takes 47-50-803 and expands it from K through 12 to pre-K through 12.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor, I understand your urgency. Here's my issue. We talk a lot about respect and decorum and rules. I've been on the Education Committee for 11 years now, and no one discussed the amendment with me. No one brought it to me and said, are you okay with this amendment? No one said, are you okay with us bringing it to the floor today? And so for me, as my colleague said, no one's trying to stop this bill. We're just saying, bring it back to Education Committee. Let us discuss it. As we talk about decorum and respect, even though it's an unwritten rule, we generally have consultation with members of committee, particularly ones who have been on there that long. And so for me, I'm saying to you, that's what we're trying to get you to understand, is that the process was skipped over. Thank you.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, I have tremendous respect for my colleague from Davidson County. And but for the fact that this amendment deals with the safety of children who are not as protected today as they will be once it's passed, we believe that the proper procedure is to amend the bill on the floor, allow it to pass here today, we hope, and then have the Senate adopt the House version. So with all due respect, given the reason for this amendment, given the necessity of protecting our children, our view is that it should go forward on the floor today, especially given how simple it is. It simply takes K through 12 and expands it to pre-K through 12. It does nothing else.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will appeal to my chairman of the Education Committee. Many times when we have bills come to the Education Committee, we're all asked one question. Do you promise that if the amendment substantially changes the bill, will you bring it back to Education Committee? Now, we haven't done that in a while, but I remember many years, Mr. Chairman, when we've asked myself and other members of the committee, if the amendment substantially changed. I was asked this year in a committee, Education Committee, said, if you see your bill on the floor get substantially changed, will you agree to bring it back to Education Committee? And I agreed, and I understand, but this is a substantial change from the original bill that you filed.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But for the fact that the subject matter of this amendment arises out of one of the worst days in our community's history, in our state's history, I would agree. But in our view, we need to move today to act to protect children in private schools pre-K through 12. Right now, the statute as written does not provide the protection that we could provide by passing this bill today.
Representative Love.
Mr. Speaker, to the sponsor, when will the bill take effect according to the legislation?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. July 1, 2023.
Representative Love.
Barring some emergency, we will be out of here before May or June. I promise you, you will have enough time for this to go into effect, even if we go back to Education Administration Committee next week.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here today. The bill is simple. The amendment itself is simple. Respectfully, we see no need to delay this.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Can we vote on the motion?
No, we're discussing it unless someone calls the question.
Okay, I'll call the question.
Well, you can't do it after you spoke, unfortunately. So you'd have to be back on the list. Representative Pearson.
You can put me back on the list.
Yes, sir.
And I think anything that's dealing with guns in our school or adding more security resource officers to school, whether you're expanding that K through 12 or pre-K through 12, that not only deserves to go through the committee process, it really needs to have public input as well. And sliding things in, treating different members who have legislation to remove two words differently than representatives who are here adding completely new amendments that I looked and tried to read, but I haven't seen it yet either, is unfair, and it's not that difficult of an ask.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do wish to correct one of my responses to my friend from Davidson County. This bill, HB 306, takes effect upon becoming law. It does not take until July 1, 2023 to provide this additional protection for children in private schools in pre-K through 12. That fact weighs in favor of having it attached to the bill today and voted on today on its substance.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you today. I was going to ask the representative, I did not sit on the committee of subject matter regarding this bill today, but because of the subject matter associated with this bill, I wondered if you had an opportunity to further clarify the physical fitness, the physical participation form for doctors to provide students with a physical before they could participate in these athletics. You seen that form?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Williams, if you could ask me that question one more time, please.
Representative Williams.
Yes, sir. I was trying to slow talk there for a minute. Every student that participates in TSSAA sports has to provide their athletic department or their school a physical fitness evaluation form, which is filled out and signed by their doctor or their family doctor, pediatrician. Have you seen this form?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have not.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. The reason for this is because the question is because I don't sit in this committee of subject matter, but I did receive a call from a concerned parent in my district regarding the support of your bill or this subject matter. But I did notice the TSSAA form, even though your bill clarifies that a male, biological male plays in a male sporting event, and a female plays in a biological female sporting event. This form on TSSAA's website asks, how do you identify your gender? And it gives you three choices: female, male, or other. I guess the question for me is that it may behoove us to want to deal with this issue as it relates to this application form as well, so that there's a consistency between your bill and that application form as it relates to how students participate in sports. That being said, was there any discussion in the committee about these forms for TSSAA?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, there was no discussion of that form. I did discuss the bill with representatives of the TSSAA and understood that they were comfortable with the bill. In fact, it was their suggestion that led to subsection B of the bill. And I'll point out that the bill actually operates on private schools. It does not operate on TSSAA. It simply has a requirement that a student at a private school who participates in an interscholastic athletic activity that requires membership in TSSAA have students participate in accordance with the student's biological sex.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sponsor members, please forgive me. I had to step out and came in late. So if this point was already made, we literally have talked about making children and safety a priority this morning. And if I'm not mistaken, we literally just put an amendment on a bill earlier that was Chairman White's that did not come through the committee process. It was a bill that prioritized the safety and protection of children, so we made an exception. I actually had a conversation with my colleagues about voting against it because it didn't come through the committee process, and the point was made, this is about children, protecting children. So I voted for and appreciate the amendment. This is the exact same thing. We can't do for one and not do for the other. This is about protecting children. I usually never vote for these, but I will vote for this because it is about children. Thank you for bringing it.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of questions. You said the amendment, it just expands from kindergarten to pre-K, correct?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Dixie.
You said this was pertaining to your district. How many standalone pre-K schools do you have in your district?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, unfortunately, I do not know the answer to that question.
Representative Dixie.
So I guess my point is making that most pre-Ks are attached to a kindergarten. And if you don't know how many schools this is going to impact, I think that we should go back to research that so we make sure that we understand how many schools this would impact, if this is even needed, because if there aren't any pre-K standalone schools and they're attached to kindergarten schools or K through 4th grade or 5th grade, then I feel like there's no need for this amendment because we're already covered.
Representative Balso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill, if passed, obviously would protect students across the state, not just in any particular county. So how many pre-Ks there are across the state does not, to me, appear to be a material issue. The fact of the matter is that the bill very clearly will extend protections to pre-K that are currently in law for kindergarten through 12. Whether that amendment benefits 50 schools, 100, or 1,000 is not, in my view, respectfully, a material point.
Representative Dixie.
Okay, I may have been mistaken, but I thought that I heard that you brought this because you said there was an issue in your district. If I misheard, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Balso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you did not mishear anything. That was the immediate reason that the bill was brought when it was, because the concern was raised by a school, a pre-K through 12 school that was in our district.
Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor, thank you for such a great bill. But as Chair of Education, I would like to ask that let's just bring it back. We've gone through this before. Let's bring it back. We'll fix it, put it right back, throw it back on the floor in a few days. So I would like to ask that you do that for the body.
Representative Balso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the request of the chairman of the Education Administration Committee, for whom I have tremendous respect, I would request that we have the bill sent to the Education Administration Committee, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Any objection to send back to Education Administration full? Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 36 by Representative Hardaway and others relative to charter schools.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 36 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hardaway moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hardaway, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Last session, we passed legislation to ensure that schools and districts were held harmless from student data that was generated during the COVID pandemic. This bill clarifies that hold harmless and ensures that charter schools aren't forced to close because of priority lists that were run as students are still recovering from the incredible negative impact of the COVID pandemic learning loss. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker and members, I want to show you that I would never let a personal issue mess with a good bill that would be good for people. I would never do that. And you are absolutely lucky that this bill affects a school in my district, because I would roast you right here. But I'm not going to be petty and do what petty people do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway, you anything except maybe renew that motion?
I thank the representative for his comments. I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway renews his motion. Any discussion further on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 36 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Moon eye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 83, 7 nays, 2 present, on voting.
House Bill 36, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reads here is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 750 by Representative Powell relative to reserve studies. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0863.
Representative Powell moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 863, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 863 on third and final consideration.
Representative Powell moves passage of Senate Bill 863 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's contained in Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 2. Mr. Speaker, it's also contained in Senate Amendment 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Let's just repeat that withdrawal, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the Tennessee Condo Act to require the Board of Directors for condo associations to conduct a reserve study every 5 years. A reserve study is a financial planning tool. It informs condo owners of the condition and life expectancy of common elements so they can reserve maintenance and replacement costs and avoid special assessments for repair costs. Special assessments unfairly burden condo owners living in the community at the time of the assessment because it requires them to pay for costs beyond their period of ownership. The bill includes several key provisions. They're all included in the House bill. Any association that has already conducted a reserve study since January 1st, 2020 will get credit for it and will count 5 years from any study after that date. The information of the reserve study must be made available to all condo owners. Any board overseeing common elements less than $10,000 in aggregate value is exempt. Single condos are exempt. Any condo whose board is appointed by the board and controlled by the developer is excluded. The board must review reserves annually for adequacy. It's an important protection for condo owners so they have information to protect their investments and avoid unexpected repairs and assessments. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Powell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 863, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, 1 nay, 2 present, on voting.
Senate Bill 863, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. We're doing the bill. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a couple of procedural issues here under unfinished business. There were some bills that did not make Government Operations Committee that should have this week, and in discussion with the Democratic leader, there's no objection. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bills 1,380, 942, 1,317, 348, and 566 be heard in the Government Operations Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This next one is self-explanatory, and it is in agreement with the Democratic leader. Mr. Speaker, I move to return Senate Joint Resolution 234 to the Senate for further consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With consultation of both leaders, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of HJR 514.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
House Joint Resolution 514 by Representative Mitchell, resolution to commemorate Copperhead Road by Steve Earle on the designation as a state song of Tennessee.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Mitchell.
I move adoption of HJR 514.
Representative Mitchell moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 514. Probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 514 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. I hereby declare it adopted. Without objection, the motion reconsiders table. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have some messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House SJR 234 for further consideration.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, members, I made a mistake on where to send Senate Joint Resolution 234. Without objection, we will undo our actions on Senate Joint Resolution 234. Leader Lambert, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few moments ago, a member agreed to have his bill sent back to education. And with that, I move that House Bill 306 be heard in the Education Administration Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Are there objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move to return Senate Joint Resolution 234 to the Senate for further consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 1306, substitute for Senate bill on same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 644, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 988, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 1342, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Representative Dixie, for what purpose?
I know I'm out of order, but I would just like to thank Representative Caleb Hemmer for buying some pizza for while we were waiting here, because I know we're here a little bit longer than we normally are. So thank you, Representative Hemmer.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules to allow Representative Justin Jones, Representative Gloria Johnson, and Representative Justin Pearson 20 minutes in such members' opening remarks on the resolution that contains their name in the caption, and that if requested, their attorneys be allowed to make remarks during that same 20 minutes, and that the members named be allowed 5 minutes in closing remarks.
That's a proper motion, proper seconded. Any objection? No objection, so ordered. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to suspend the rules for this purpose. Members, those that can hear my voice, today in the People's House, we had 29 bills on the calendar. 29 bills that were debated. Everyone had an opportunity to speak, but most importantly, we had 29 bills, some that were in that well that were Democrats, some in this well that were Republicans. Today, our republic worked. Today, the gallery was able to watch and stand, watch us do our work. It worked today. That's what's supposed to happen on this House floor when we debate legislation. We hear each other, We don't hear the hate. We don't hear the vitriol. It worked today. It can work for the future. 1 week ago, Mr. Speaker, it didn't work. 1 week ago, we had members take it upon themselves to rush the well and stop the people's business. People will say that when they speak or when they can't speak under the permanent house of order here in the people's house, that somehow that suppresses their word. It didn't happen today. And what happened 1 week ago is that members that shut the order of this institution down silenced 7 million people. Today, I have a motion to suspend the rules to allow the video depicting the events occurring on March 30th, 2023 to be played in the chamber at this time. I so move.
That's a proper motion, proper seconded. Any objection? All right, there's objection. That means we are voting. Members, just so you know, the vote to overcome the objection is 66 votes, just so you know. It's not a simple majority. Representative Parkinson.
Mr. Speaker, with this motion he's making, is we talking about the entire video? What portion of the video? What are we talking about?
That would be a question for Representative Garrett. Representative Garrett.
This is a 7-minute video of the public's video of all the action that took place on the floor.
Well, there's objection. Representative Johnson from Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what we're talking about here in the resolution against me is about what happened on this House floor. So I would assume we would keep that video to the House floor.
Was that a point of order, or is that a question, or just a statement? You started by saying point of order.
It's what I want to say.
Okay. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, first of all, we had no prior notice of this motion to suspend the rules. Second of all, we are looking at a piece of evidence here is what has been proposed to play in this body. It has, from what I understand, it is a selective portion of a bigger picture. It does not encapsulate what happened to those poor children. It does not encapsulate what happened outside this building. It did not encapsulate or contain what the footage is from outside this chamber. We want to choose 7 minutes of what? I don't know what events that transpired is he referring to, is the sponsor referring to. So my question is, what 7 minutes? Why only 7 minutes, or why not 3 minutes? I think we need more explanation on this matter.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the video will speak for itself.
Chairman Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, this is completely out of order. This is completely unorthodox. The people who are the subject of this resolution have been refused the video, access to the video. We do not know if it's selectively edited. We do not know what 7 minutes we're talking about here. I mean, if we're going to have due process or something resembling due process, I think it's only fair for not only the people who are subject to expulsion, but also the leaders at the very least to be given a heads up as to what this video is, shown the video in advance, and let us prepare for this. We have at least one member who is represented by counsel. Counsel has not seen this video in preparation for this defense. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to maintain some semblance of fairness here, then by all means, I would ask that we vote against this motion to suspend the rules, because I don't know what they have chosen. I don't know what the video is. I don't even know if the video contains any depiction of the people subject to the resolution. How do we even know if it's relevant? If we start off in this manner, this is going to go downhill really quickly. I do not want to set this precedent, and I think in all fairness, I understand some of you may already have your mind made up, but you would expect fairness if you were in this position. Every one of us expects fairness. There are property interests at stake here. There are seats. There are 200,000 individuals who are seeking asylum, and to be blindsided by a selective video that I've never seen, I've never heard about, the defendants of this matter have never even heard about, it's highly unorthodox. It's highly inappropriate. It's highly prejudicial, and we don't even know if it's relevant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It was a proper motion, proper second. There was discussion. There is objection. Oh, that's right. So we're on discussion on whether or not to suspend the rules to allow the viewing of the video. That's where we're at. And so right now, that's where we are. It's a proper motion, proper second. It's before us. There's objection. We're discussing it. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we deserve, at the very least, I maintain my objection, but we at least need a description of what the video entails before people vote so they actually have an idea of what they're voting on. We don't know. So I would ask the sponsor of this motion, again, to describe what is in the video that we're seeing, whether it's edited, whether it's selectively edited, whether it contains the subjects of the resolutions or does not. Please, we need some information here before we vote so that we can vote in an informed manner. And I know Representative Mitchell, Representative Towns, and others have questions as well.
Appreciate you calling their names. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to get back to the motion at hand directly. The motion says, I move to suspend the rules to allow video depicted events occurring on March 30th, 2023 to be played in the chamber at this time. While there may be one member that has a video ready, the motion itself is to suspend the rules to allow video. If others have video that is ready, then that is a road we can obviously go down, but the motion is to allow video depicted events occurring. So I understand the objections, but I, for one, would like to see whatever video. So before I vote on any motion for expulsion, that I can see video of exactly what occurred on this House floor. I was here that day. Most of us were here that day. But if there is video of exactly what occurred here, I may want to see it during our debate as to definitely what to do. And I, for one, have not made my mind up yet. So I would like to look at the video, listen to the debate, and make a determination at that time.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, folks, this is more or less a trial. So what we're doing right here is we're presenting evidence to the jury before we know whether it's prejudicial or not, which is totally unfair to the defense. From my understanding, the three individuals have not been allowed the video from the leadership. Now, how is that fair when you will not let the people that you're trying to expel have a fair defense, when you won't even let them have the video, but you're willing to show a video that you haven't even allowed the defense to see? You're going to show it to the jury, and the defendants are going to see it at the same time for the first time that the jury sees it. How is that fair? You know, not just the folks in this room are watching, not just the folks in this state are watching, but the entire nation is watching us today. So if you want to go down this road and show the entire nation just how things work here, just go right ahead. Or let's pretend to be fair one time and do the right thing. Thank you.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm also troubled by what I'm hearing on this House floor today. I've been there a very long time, and I've seen a lot of activity, good and bad, especially during the time the income tax invasion against the state income tax during the state. There was quite a bit going on, and quite a bit was done and was said. But what we're doing today is seemingly we're selecting a video to be shown that's going to obviously show the harshest side where the emotions were inflamed and high. Now, what that's going to do, members, is this. We're 1 week removed from that. What you're getting ready to experience is you're getting ready to re-sensitize yourself to how you felt that day. The purpose of leaving and coming back is where we should have cooled off, better judgment, cooler heads prevail. But if you're showing a video where we were in the thrust and the heat of what was happening that day, you're going to go right back to how you felt that day. Now, that does not give these men and women a chance, an even chance, because you have those same feelings that you had then. It's a done deal. It's a stacked deal. It's a done deal. That's not fair. That is not fair. And then they have counsel, and they didn't know anything about it. That's called an ambush. Sneaking behind the bushes, hitting somebody in the head with a brick. That's not fair. We shouldn't do our members like that, because these members have been sent here by people of the state of Tennessee. Fair is fair, and fair when it ain't fair is wrong. We attempted to sensitize members to make them feel just how they felt last Thursday. That's not right, and you all know it's not right. Why? You have the numbers, you have the vote. Why do that? Why would we do that? Go down that road. Give them a fair chance. Give everybody a fair chance. Treat them like members, whether you like them or not. Giving them an opportunity to defend themselves fairly, but not with their hands tied behind their back, not with duct tape on their mouths. They can't fight for themselves. Nobody likes a stacked deck. Nobody likes to be treated unfairly. If you whip them fair and square, if you whip a man fair and square, he'll shake your hand. But you build resentment when you don't do it fairly. You build resentment. You have the numbers. Treat them right in a fair process. And that's not too much to ask. That's demanding fair treatment, as I would for you and anybody on this house floor. You treat people right, not because you have the bigger gun, the bigger muscles, or the most money. You treat people right. And they're not being treated right now because it's ambushing them. They don't know how to fight and develop their strategy to retort what's going to be said on this house floor. And I know many of you are very close and personally, and I know that you're good people and you know how to do things the right way. Don't stack the deck. This comes back to haunt us. This comes back to hunt every member on this house floor. Untie their hands. Allow them to fight for themselves. Do what's right, members. We don't need to see that video. That video, we don't need to see today, because you're going to make everybody upset again. And that's the goal of it, the only goal it could be. Some members probably cooled off and want to do something different. But when you see that damn thing, you're going to have a problem. That's not right. Treat my members fairly. Treat everybody fairly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garrett, okay. Chairman Clemens was next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to get to the authentication of this video. We need to know who made it, who edited it, why was it not provided to leadership. The authenticity of this recording is certainly in question, and is certainly at the very least necessary before we introduce it into evidence, so to say, in this hearing, to the extent we're going to have any due process on this floor at all today. So my questions to the sponsor would again be, as a fellow attorney, would you please authenticate this video, speak to who recorded it, who edited it, and why was it not provided to leadership?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And understand all your comments, questions. All of us were eyewitnesses of what happened to the people's well. Every single one of us. This video is going to depict the events that took place that day and the members' response to same. There's nothing nefarious. There's nothing that's been edited in a way other than what happened and depicted that day. So with that, ask for your support so this body can see what it took to overcome this well.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the sponsor of this motion just said, everybody witnessed what happened that day. So I'm, again, if everybody in here are the ones who get to vote on this, then why do we need the video? Everybody in here already saw it. Everybody lived through it. Everybody experienced it. So again, I've yet to hear a basis for admitting this into evidence with no authenticity provided whatsoever to support its admissibility on this floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. All right. Representative Pearson.
I'm going to call the question.
Question's been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. We are voting on the objection. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 72, 23 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Previous question prevails. We are voting on the motion made by Representative Garrett. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 72, 24 nays, 2 present, not voting.
The motion prevails. Mr. Clerk, play the video.
And to each of you who've decided to make the fight for a better Tennessee possible, for you who've taken off from school and from work because you believe that our state can be better, because you believe that Cameron and his pawns here that are supported by the NRA don't have the final say for the future that we have, for you who believe in justice and advocacy and who believe in democracy, thank you. Because our fight is not over. I can tell you today we're going to win, but we're going to win. I can tell you the bill that we're going to pass that flows waters like righteousness and justice like everyone, but it's going to come. And it's going to be because you choose to stand up. These folks are old, no offense. These folks are not going to last into the future that we create and craft together. But if we remain steadfast and unmovable, if we follow the leader the media, there comes a time when we have to do something out of the ordinary. That's why we're standing in the well today, occupying the well, because our colleagues refuse to listen to the people of Tennessee. You left us with no other choice. We asked you, what will we do? You ignored the calls of the people today. We don't want to be up here, but we have no choice but to find a way to get in the way and disrupt business as normal, because business as normal is our children dying. That's right. Business as normal is the proliferation of military weapons in our communities. That's right. And so will we do something today, colleagues? The choice is yours. The choice is yours. The people are asking us. That's right. That's right. I heard a great chant out there. Power to the people. 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 Not to the NRA. Not to our beliefs that allow us to be silent in the face of injustice. Power to the people. The people who march. The people who speak up. The people who advocate. Power to you. And so we're not going anywhere. And they can take as long as they need. We'll be here. No justice, no peace. No action, 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 no peace. Whose house? Our house. 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 Gun control now. 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 We can't wait. We can't wait. We can do a gun control now. That's right. That's right. Again, thank you. 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 We can never quit. And truly, if we never quit, we can never lose. They bank on us quitting, getting tired, getting so weary in our well-doing that we don't act for justice anymore. We don't protest for justice anymore. We don't say anything against the status quo. That's what they're banking on. But each and every one of you are proof that we will not be silent. We will not be quiet. We will not be stopped in our pursuit. And so thank you for being here. Thank all of your colleagues for being here. You are being heard and listened to, and we will not quit.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
I think it's important that you note we have accountability and responsibility, and personally I have accountability and responsibility for what we did on Thursday. It broke House decorum. It did not follow the House's rules.
I know, and my colleagues, I believe, I don't want to speak for them, knew I was breaking a House rule.
Holsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. 65.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of H.R. 65, properly seconded. Chairman, all right. Point of order by who?
Question.
We're on the resolution.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but I would like the clerk, if you could read what part of that video appeared to be recorded on the House floor. So could you read the rule in the permanent rules of order with regard to recording on the House floor by members?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, is the representative asking about the rule about members recording and live streaming the proceedings of the House?
Chairman Clemens.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 2, no member or staff member of the House of Representatives shall record or live stream the proceedings of the House, a House committee, joint convention, or joint committee. The preceding sentence shall not apply during floor presentations under welcoming and honoring, or to any official recording or live stream produced, archived, and authorized for distribution by the General Assembly or House of Representatives.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you. So would a member who made that recording that was shown in that video have violated that rule?
Chairman Clemens. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe at the time during those events, the House was in recess.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were not in recess, in fact, until much later. And if we were in recess, it would have been reflected on the video. I would argue that whoever made that recording was in direct violation of the permanent rules of order adopted by the House of Representatives. And so I think that point needs to be in the record, that we not only have failed to authenticate a video that was shown on this floor, we have failed to identify who recorded it. It obviously wasn't provided by anybody in the House Democratic Caucus because we don't know where it came from. So somebody across the aisle who sponsored this resolution or a party of this resolution broke House rules. So are we going to punish them as well today?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, if a member was recording the proceedings of this body while the House was in session, yes, they violated the House rules. Recordings made while the House was in recess would not be while the House was having proceedings. If a member felt that another member was recording during session in violation of the rules, they could have raised a point of order at the time of the violation.
Chairman Clemens. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at this time, then, I would like to know the recorder of that video and if they would be willing to speak if they recorded that video during the recess. I think that's only appropriate for the record.
That's a question. I don't know who you're directing that to, but we were doing point of orders. Chairman Clemens.
Okay, well, then the point, if there's going to be a potential argument made that that recording was made by a member during recess, then wasn't also the behavior of my colleagues that was on the recording in recess, and how is that a violation of the rules?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's the subject of these resolutions that is up for debate by the body, as to what infractions to the rules occurred and when.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Clerk. Well, that just goes to the matter of why we try to authenticate video before you admit it into evidence. You want to know the facts, who made it, when it was made, at what point it was made, who edited it, whatever happened. Also, the motion was inappropriate, and the motion didn't cover activities that took place off the floor of representatives. So half that video was shown against the rules of this House because it wasn't even encapsulated in, or covered by the motion that was made to watch the video.
We'll check that to make sure. Hang on. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the motion was to have video of that day's events played in the chamber at this time.
Chairman Clemens.
I don't believe that was, if that was in fact the same motion, the press conference clips that were shown were not even made that same day. That was the next day. So here we have another violation of the rules, and we're not playing by the same rules in an even manner that's creating a fair process. Also, I'd like to raise a point of order that the ethics rules governing this House say that anyone who knowingly knows of someone who broke the House rules and doesn't report them has also violated a rule. So at this time, I'd like to know if anyone knows who violated that rule. Obviously, multiple people in this room saw this video before it came to the floor today, so you all know that someone knowingly broke the rules in the order of this House. So you have all violated the rules at this point, everyone who knows that that video exists at least. So again, the point of order is, are we going to expel everyone in this House that knows that video was made and by whom?
Yeah, I mean, Chairman Clemens, you would have to prove that that video was taken prior to the recess. There's people who believe that video was taken after the recess. So therefore, that would not be an ethics violation or against the House rules. If you would like to prove that that's otherwise, we can do that another time, but right now we're currently are where we are. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. At this time, then, I think we should take a look at the House tape, the formal recording of this body, and see when that took place and as to whether or not that video did evidence a violation of the rules. I think that before we proceed today, I think that's 100% appropriate. Otherwise, also, if it does turn out that that entire thing took place during recess, then how did they break the rules if we were in recess? So we can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens, I believe the first of the videos showed that they did break rules by going to the well and showing that they were at the well, they were speaking, they pulled out a bullhorn and ruled out an order before there was a recess. That's what the first part of that video was that I saw. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we also saw in that video that that recording was made by somebody on the House floor that is also questionably a violation of the House rules and ethics rules. And so anyone who knowingly knew about that or took that recording violated the House ethics rules. Therefore, at this time, I move to refer House Resolution 63, 64, and 65 to the House Select Committee on Rules.
That's proper motion, proper second. We are voting. All those in favor of moving House Resolutions 63, 64, and 65 to the House Select Committees on Rules, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 25, 73 nays.
Motion fails. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about where we're going here because it seems like we're delving in or devolving into an abyss, a dark abyss here. And I've been here for 13 years now, and I've never seen this happen. And I've watched at least one member be expelled from this body, but I don't remember this body presenting any audio or any video or any text messages when they were expelling Jeremy Durham. But now we're presenting videos that appear to be extremely inconclusive or indicting on other members to bias the members or stoke emotion out of the membership. And I don't remember this happening before. And so I'm trying to figure out, why are we in this space? Why are we're creating a circus? And the eyes of the entire world right now are on this chamber. But we're off the top. From the very beginning, we are creating a circus. And it's embarrassing. This is embarrassing. The world is watching us. And they know that what just happened was unfair. They know that this didn't happen when Jeremy Durham was being expelled. He was given a shot to defend himself. But we are biasing all of the members in here with the way we're handling this and the way we are conducting ourselves. Let's be the leaders of our state. Let's lead, and let's lead with fairness. We as members here, all of the members, none of us deserve to be embarrassed worldwide. We are being embarrassed. So let's do this the right way. Let's lead like we should lead, and let's do this the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clark, he asked a question about a previous expulsion. Can you share with him what evidence was submitted?
Mr. Speaker, there was, at the time, the Speaker appointed an ad hoc committee to file a report, to investigate and submit a report to the House. And that report was submitted to the House, and it was posted on the legislative website and distributed to all members. So there was an actual report submitted to the body.
President Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. Did we get that information with this video sent to all of the members, just like that ad hoc committee did for Mr. Durham?
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, I don't know who the video was sent to.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to your point, thank you for your point. I don't remember getting anything from an ad hoc committee. I don't remember getting any video from an ad hoc committee that gave us a chance to preface what was going to be said and stated on this House floor this morning. I feel ambushed. And so do many other members. We feel ambushed. And that's not right. Let's do this thing the right way so that we are not the circus that everyone is watching and talking about globally. That's all I'm asking.
All right, if it's a point of order, that's where we're at. Otherwise, we're taking up the resolution because that's where we are. So if you have a point of order, raise your hand. Representative Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to figure out, was it ever told to us who did the video, who made the video?
That's not a point of order. That's a question. That's not a point of order. Point of order is about the rules and the proceedings, not about the question of who did the video. Representative Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. But if no one knows, I just got texted a picture of the person videoing. So if they would like to, well, they're not in their seat right now, but if they would like to just speak up and tell everyone they're the one who made the video, and they can tell us whether we were in recess or not. But I got pictures of it. If they don't want to, identify themselves on this floor.
I appreciate your point. I also appreciate the body saying how long it took us to get to recess, because I did hear that we went immediately to recess before they ever reached the well. So I do appreciate you at least admitting that they were in the well before I declared recess. Representative Mitchell.
I think you just said you called recess before they were ever in the well. Did you say that?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is you all have talked about, as a body, as members of the delegation about your members were in the well after recess. The video shows, and I appreciate you indicating now that they were in the well before the recess, because you're admitting that that video showed them in the well before recess. So I do appreciate that. Representative Mitchell.
Like you said, if you're talking about in the well, it also showed Mr. Lafferty videotaping them on this House floor.
All right, very good. Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. 65.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of H.R. 65, properly second. Chairman Holsey. Chairman Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 65 by Chairman Holsey, a resolution to expel Justin Jones from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 52nd Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceeding, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the other powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with the permanent rules of order of the Tennessee House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor session, 19th legislative day on March 30th, 2023, Justin Jones of Davidson County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox County and Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Jones and his colleagues, having gathered at Representative Johnson's desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Jones and his colleagues proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Jones and his colleagues shouted, pounded the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Jones and Representative Pearson used the bullhorn to amplify their protestations, and whereas these actions were done in open session in the presence of and in witness by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, whereas it appears to be satisfaction of this body that Representative Jones's conduct on March 30th, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on the part of Representative Jones reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, places a cloud upon the actions of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and where it is deemed that the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Jones to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives. And whereas Representative Jones has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Justin Jones from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 52nd Representative District for disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 52nd Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Justin Jones, the legislative body of Davidson County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the State of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Jones, you have 20 minutes for your opening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world is watching Tennessee. The world is watching Tennessee. Because what is happening here today is a farce of democracy. What is happening here today is a situation in which the jury has already publicly announced the verdict. Just yesterday, the House Speaker took to national news to condemn us and call for expulsion before any evidence was presented, before any trial happened. And so what we see today is just a spectacle. What we see today is a lynch mob assembled to not lynch me, but our democratic process. But it will not stand, because no lie can live forever. Colleagues, the video you showed a few moments ago, I want to say thank you, because it showed for the world the ridiculousness of the claims that what we were doing merit the ultimate punishment of expulsion. Mr. Speaker, I represent 78,000 people. And when I came to the well that day, I was not standing for myself, but I was standing for my constituents. And the thousands of Tennesseans gathered in this Capitol demanding that this body act. But most particularly, I was standing for those young people. Those young people, many of whom come from my district, many of whom can't even vote yet, many of whom are disenfranchised, but all of whom are terrified by the continued trend of mass shootings plaguing our state and plaguing this nation. And so that is why I walked up to the well. I walked up to the well because you were pushing my people back. We brought a megaphone because you cut our people off and you cut their representatives off from the microphone time after time after time after time after time again. And there comes a time where people get sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so my colleagues, I say that what we did was act in our responsibility as legislators to serve and give voice to the grievances of people who have been silenced. Article 2, Section 27 says that any member of the House, any member of the Senate has a right to dissent from and protest against legislation that they know to be injurious to the people. The inaction of this body when it comes to the crisis of mass shootings is injurious to the people. The obedience of this body to special interest groups like the NRA is injurious to the people. The proliferation of guns that you promote in this state is injurious to the people. And so we had no other choice but to get our dissent marked for the journals. The next day, I was shocked to get messages, shocked to get copies of articles that House Speaker Cameron Sexton went on national television to lie to the world and say that what happened in this well was an insurrection. What happened out in those halls was an insurrection. I was shocked to have the Speaker of the House condemn mothers and children and grandmothers and parents and concerned citizens, clergy, lie on them and say that they were violent insurrectionists. And I think that he owes the people of Tennessee an apology. Because at no point was there violence. At no point did we encourage violence. In fact, what we were doing was calling for the end of gun violence that is terrorizing our children day after day after day, and all we offer are moments of silence. It is in that spirit of speaking for my constituents, of being a representative of the people, that I approached this well on last Thursday, breaking a House rule, but exercising moral obedience to my constitutional responsibility to be a voice for my people, to be a voice for the Tennesseans who you choose not to listen to because of those NRA checks that are so hefty in your campaign funds. There comes a time where people get sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so I came as a representative to this well. And so today, we are brought to here, where members are responding in the most extreme measure, not because of what we did, but because by breaking the quorum, we broke the glass of your false power for the world to see. We broke the glass of this chamber that someone called sacred. One of the members on the other side of the aisle was in tears and said, "I've never seen such a breach of this sacred chamber." And I thought to myself, that representative has obviously never read history. Because is it in this chamber, if you walk around this Capitol, you'll see bullet holes when representatives got into conflict. You'll see duels take place on this House floor, debating whether people like me should be treated like equal citizens under law. This is not a temple. This is a place where we're supposed to wrestle for our democracy and wrestle ideas and give voice to 78,000 constituents each of us represents. But for so long, this body, drunk with power, has modeled for the world what we know as nothing less than authoritarianism. And today is the climax of that behavior. That a week after a mass shooting plagued our community, the most direct action this legislative body takes, or should I say my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are taking, is to expel us for speaking about the issues of weapons of war on our streets. We called for you all to ban assault weapons, and you respond with an assault on democracy. That is why the nation is watching you today. And I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that no matter what you vote, you have the votes, but you will not be victorious because there are generations of young people who see what is going on. There are young people that as you try and beat us down, they are rising up to take back this state from the extreme forces that have sought to take away the democratic process, the deliberative process. On last Thursday, when thousands gathered here and tried to silence members from talking about the issue of gun violence because they were afraid that a conversation would remind people that there is complicity of this body in what happened at Covenant Elementary School. The truth be told, colleagues, Covenant Elementary School was not the first mass shooting in Nashville. I represent a part of Nashville. And one of my constituents, who I don't know is in this chamber, Ms. Brooks, lost her son, Akila, in that mass shooting that occurred at the Waffle House in Antioch. And after that massacre, we demanded that this body act, but once again, you turned a blind eye and closed your ears and put your head in the sand and refused to listen to the voice of the people. Refused to listen to the voice of the people. And so once again, it was in that spirit of a representative for people who have time after time after time been silenced that I approached this well. And now this body who showed the video of what occurred, no violence, no death threats, but simply saying that until we have action, there will be no peace or safety in our communities. And how do my colleagues respond? They respond with the most extreme measure of expulsion, which has only taken place 3 times in this House. Only 3 times in over 200 years have there been members of the House of Representatives expelled. The first case was in 1866. 6 members were expelled for refusing to confer citizenship on formerly enslaved persons. Then in 1980, 1 member was expelled for taking a $1,000 bribe to kill a bill on committee. In 2016, 1 member who many of you served with was expelled for 22 counts of sexual harassment. And now what you're doing with this prejudged expulsion resolution is saying that our actions were on par and equivalent with those egregious Some would say criminal activities that occurred. But the truth be told, that when we approached this well, we broke no laws. We committed no felonies. We did not abuse the power of our office. We were simply trying to gain a voice for our constituents. And so this is not about expelling us as individuals. This is your attempt. This is your attempt. This is your attempt to expel the voice of the people from the people's house. And it will not be successful. It will not, look around, it will not be successful. Because your overreaction, your flexing of false power has awakened a generation of people who will let you know that your time is up. Let's talk about expulsion. For years, one of your colleagues who was an admitted child molester sat in this chamber. No expulsion. One member sits in this chamber who was found guilty of domestic violence. No expulsion. We had a former speaker sit in this chamber who is now under federal investigation. No expulsion. We have a member still under federal investigation. No expulsion. We had a member pee in another member's chair in this chamber. No expulsion. In fact, they're in leadership. In the governor's administration. And so once again, what you're saying to us, since you're trying to put us on trial, I'll say what you're really putting on trial is the state of Tennessee. What you're really showing for the world is holding up a mirror to a state that is going back to some dark, dark roots. A state in which the Ku Klux Klan was founded is now attempting another power grab by silencing the two youngest black representatives and one of the only women, Democratic women in this body. That's what this is about. Let us be real today. Let us be real today. Colleagues, there's another part of this. This extreme measure is a violation twofold. Because it also is an attempt to silence and undo the will of over 200,000 Tennesseans whom the three of us represent. Your extreme measure is an attempt to subvert the will of voters who democratically elected us as representatives to speak and to passionately fight for them. When I entered into this chamber, many members said, "What will you do with this supermajority?" I said, "We will fight for you. We will not bow down simply because they have numbers, because we know that we are on the right side of history and that this body is not the ultimate say. That this is not a palace or a frat house or the Belmead Country Club, but that this is the people's house. And so when we came into this well to say, I see you, I'm with you, the people of the state, we are standing with you. We were saying, this is the people's house. And we will not bow down. Somebody said they were shouting on the floor. They were shouting on the floor. And it reminded me of a scripture from Genesis that said, the blood cried out. The blood cried out. That's what we were saying. There's scripture that says, if we are silent, the stones will shout out. That's why we were shouting. No action, no peace. No action, no peace. No action, no peace. Let's talk about the power grab. This is unprecedented, not just for our state, but it's the reason why states across this nation are sending letters condemning this body. The White House is talking about what's happening in this body because what Tennessee is doing is a power grab of ousting 3 lawmakers, your colleagues, simply because you have the numbers to do it. If I didn't know this was happening to us, and I read the news, 3 opposition legislators expelled from the legislature, I would think that this was another nation. But no, it is Tennessee showing to the world that democracy is no more. That simply because of gerrymandered districts and voter suppression, you have stolen the people's house and think that you are ultimate authority. Whereas, during the House floor session on March 30th, 2023, Justin Jones of Davidson County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox and Justin Pearson of Shelby County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. Mr. Speaker, how can you bring dishonor to an already dishonorable House? How can you bring disorder to a House that is out of order, where the Speaker refuses to let representatives elected to speak for their people even be heard? How do you bring dishonor and disorder to a chamber that does not follow decorum, due process, constitutional rights, or the rules that they enact themselves? There is no equal application of law or rules as we see in this chamber, as we saw today. But it depends on who you know. It depends on if you have a certain letter by your name. It depends on if you have the supermajority. That does not sound like democracy to me. Many members counseled and said, perhaps you should come here and plead mercy. Perhaps you should come here and say, we throw ourselves at your mercy. That we should be ashamed of what we did and hold our heads down low. But what we did was the only logical thing to do after a session defined by extreme silencing of representatives of this body. A session defined by multiple moments in which the attempt to even bring up gun violence was immediately out of order.
That was your 20 minutes. Representative Garrett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments, Representative Jones. I've got several questions. And first, I'd like to know that the questions I'm going to ask today, will you be able to answer them specifically?
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Garrett.
Isn't it true that approximately at 10:49 last Thursday, Representative Johnson, Representative Pearson, and you gathered at Representative Johnson's desk at approximately 10:49 last Thursday?
Representative Jones.
Yes, as we frequently gather at her desk because it's in the corner of the room.
Representative Garrett.
You, Representative Johnson, and Representative Pearson then moved in unison to the well of the House, correct?
Representative Jones.
Are you saying at that time, or are you saying it in general?
Representative Garrett.
At that time, you moved in unison with Representative Johnson and Representative Pearson to the well, isn't that correct?
Representative Jones.
I'm not sure of the certain time, but we did walk together.
Representative Garrett.
At approximately 10:49 a.m. that day, on Thursday, you walked from Gloria Johnson's desk, Representative Johnson's desk, with Representative Pearson to the well, correct?
Representative Jones.
Thank you. This question has been asked and answered, but I'll answer it again. I'm not sure of the particular time. I want to be factual. Unlike this resolution, I want to make sure I have the facts correct. And so I cannot say the exact time, but I can say maybe around that time we walked over together.
Representative Garrett.
You, Representative Johnson, Representative Pearson, then began from the well shouting without recognition. Is that correct?
Representative Jones.
We began shouting after repeatedly being denied recognition.
Representative Garrett.
At that time that you approached the well, did you have recognition from the Speaker of the House to speak at the well?
Representative Jones.
And I also want to say that I just want to speak for myself. I don't want to speak for my other colleagues, and so I'll speak for myself that after repeatedly being denied, I did shout with the people in the chambers and offer solidarity to the people calling for an end to mass shootings and the proliferation of firearms in our community.
Representative Garrett.
So you and other members, the two members referenced before, gathered in the well, and the Speaker gavelled you out of order. Isn't that correct?
Representative Jones.
And I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I'll say that I entered this well and shouted with the young people, pleading for their lives, calling for us to act on gun violence. After repeatedly being denied recognition by Speaker Cameron Sexton.
Representative Garrett.
Then do you deny that you were in the well and Speaker Sexton gavelled you out of order?
Representative Jones.
From my recollection, the Speaker gavelled out of order, recess almost instantaneously when we approached this well. And as you said in that video, much of what occurred on that video that Justin Lafferty took was not while we were in session, but it was after the Speaker, within about 10 seconds, gavelled a recess. And so what we did in this well, the majority of the time we were in this well, was during a recess.
Representative Garrett.
But at the time you entered the well, we were in session. So my question specifically, which you said you would answer my question specifically, you approached the well, began to shout in the well, and the Speaker gavelled you out of order. Do you deny that the Speaker gavelled you out of order?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Representative Garrett. I can't recall the number of times the Speaker has gavelled me out of order for simply doing my job as a representative, but on that day, the Speaker, in his normal fashion, chose to silence members as he had done throughout that day.
Representative Garrett.
And do you understand to speak from the well as you are speaking today, you were able to speak because Speaker Sexton recognized you in the well to be able to speak?
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I'm able to speak because the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. Speaker Sexton is not my constituent. Speaker Sexton is not a king. Speaker Sexton is not God, though he may want to be. He is my colleague. And so the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. And it's them who I ask for permission if I can speak and represent them.
Representative Garrett. We're out. Very good. Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, We're here today because voices have been silenced. We're here today because we have a system that says we value a process. Yet in that process, particularly in our committees, voices are continuously silenced. Then we get to the floor, and the same is true. We don't get to fully vet bills. People can't represent their constituents' voices, and it has happened time and time again. This is not democracy. Democracy says your voice will be heard. I served 21 years in the military, and I do it again to protect democracy. I've traveled to other countries in the name of democracy. Yet, on this floor, for what appeared to be 15 seconds of a rule violation, we're not protecting democracy. Representative Jones represents thousands of people in this state whose voice have been silenced time and time and time again. And we had just had this mass shooting and only wanted to elevate the voices of those people. That's what he wanted to do. And for a simple rule violation, we have elevated this to the highest level of admonishment. That's not democracy. And even more, the gentleman has already been stripped of his committees, has already been restricted access to this building to represent those voices. And so now we're going to double punish. We're going to punish you, and then we're going to punish you. That's not democracy. As a member of this body, I'm here to make sure that we do uphold our democracy and that we value the voices of the people that are sent here, all of us. It's honorable to be sent here to represent those voices. And history is going to reflect what we do this day. History will reflect if it was worth these 15 minutes, 15 seconds of elevating the voices of the people rises to this level of admonishment. We have an opportunity in this body today to say it doesn't rise to that level. We have an opportunity to recognize someone just want to elevate the voices of their people. And maybe in the heat of passion, we feel like we have to admonish at the highest level, but I beg of you not to do that today. History will reflect it, and I am hoping that you decide to be on the right side of history at this moment in time. This would be a dangerous precedence to set. And one day, it will be you. One day, if we don't have the courage right now to say, we may not agree with how they decided to elevate the voices. We don't have to agree. But to expel someone, punish them, then expel them, that's out of order. I beg of you to allow them to continue to serve, allow them to represent their voices, have a full conversation in this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. I just had a few questions before I get started about a couple of them. Prior to 1049, when you and your colleagues met over at the representative from Knoxville's desk, I believe there was a parliamentary inquiry regarding a button that you were wearing. Could you tell me a little bit about your parliamentary inquiry and the purpose of it?
Representative Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There actually were multiple parliamentary inquiries levied. The first parliamentary inquiry was when the Speaker shut off my voting machine when I walked out to stand with those protesting. And I came back, and it said I could not vote on that machine. I'd never seen that happen in this body, a member who stepped outside coming back in and their voting machine being shut off. The second parliamentary inquiry is when the House clerk said that the Speaker had filed a complaint against a pin that I was wearing that stated, that had a picture of an AR-15 and said, "We must stop the assault." I raised the parliamentary inquiry because a few days prior, Senator Joey Hensley entered to this well with a Confederate flag tie on and was allowed to stand here. But I was threatened with a complaint for wearing a pin that expressed the demands of my district and of my constituents that we take action to end the proliferation of assault weapons in our community.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer to the question. The reason for the parliamentary inquiry was because after the rules say that we can't have props or buttons or things of that nature, and the fact that we do have, even today, we welcome our senators into the well, of which we have 4 in here today. The interesting part about it is the button was on your lapel. You were asked about the parliamentary inquiry. You were told by the clerk that no, it was not proper. It was against the rules in order to do so. And as soon as that was happening, I sat here at my desk, I looked over there, and then immediately you put the button back on your lapel and said, "The rules don't apply to me." And so I recognized that when I saw it, and that button was on your lapel when you overtook the well. I guess the question for me too is when you took the bullhorn where you stand today, how did that bullhorn get into this chamber? Did you sneak it in the dark overcoat that you had when you went in and out of the house that day, or did you put it in your desk drawer? Tell me how you came to acquire that bullhorn.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was multiple questions there, and so let's take them one by one. Representative Williams, with all due respect, I answered, and you tried to tell me what my answer should have been, but which it was not. And so just because you want it to be an answer does not mean that it is the answer. When I raised my parliamentary inquiry, the Speaker once again shut off my microphone as I was addressing the issue. Can we roll the tapes? Yeah. The Speaker once again shut off my microphone because he has a button up there that he loves to use to silence members. And so I was not able to complete my parliamentary inquiry. And if you notice in the video, the megaphone, which was in my jacket, the miniature megaphone, was not brought out until the Speaker said, "Recess." And after he said recess, that's when I pulled it from my jacket. So every complaint you have with the megaphone was for actions that happened during recess. And the only reason that I had to use a megaphone is because House Speaker Cameron Sexton cut my voice and the voice of the 78,000 people I represent from the microphone. That's the only reason I had to bring a megaphone, is because the Speaker cut off the microphone.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the representative's honesty about being the one who brought the bullhorn into the well, because I did not know where it had come from. And out of limited time, obviously, there's one question that, as I thought about this over the weekend and we wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to defend your actions, one of the questions that keeps coming back to my mind that I hope maybe you can answer is when you say no action, no peace. What do you mean? What does Representative Jones mean by no peace? Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I would invite my colleague from Putnam County to join any protest where that is a very familiar chant that usually goes, no justice, no peace. And I believe the roots of it lie in something that Martin Luther King stated, that true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but it is the presence of justice. That's what I was saying, is that until we act, there will be no peace in our communities. In addition, I would like to read some context about that chant that comes from Jeremiah 6:14. I'll read the New Living Translation. It says, they offer superficial treatments for my people's mortal wound. They give assurances of peace where there is no peace. I'll go to the New International Version. They dress the wound of my people as though it was not serious. Peace, 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 they say, where there is no peace. That's what the chant means, is that we have no peace. And that until we act, there will be no peace for the thousands of children who came here demanding that we act, who are afraid that if they're in school, they will be gunned down because you have passed laws to make it easier to get a gun than it is to get health care in this state. You've passed laws that make it easier to get a gun than it is to vote in this state. And so that there will be no peace in Tennessee until we act on this proliferation of weapons of war in our community. That is the peace I was talking about. That is what I was saying. Representative Williams, thank you for your question.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise today to implore you not to do this. We have votes on this floor all the time that I disagree with, but this one sets a very dangerous precedent. There are 78,000 people that Representative Jones represents. He was elected in a competitive primary. This is who that district wants to represent them. March 27th, 6 people were killed in Nashville, 3 children. We had a couple of presentations. I was fortunate enough to say some words. My colleague, who also represents Davidson County, wanted to say some words and didn't get the opportunity. The passion that he has for his constituents overflowed, and he couldn't take it anymore and felt like his voice and the voice of the 78,000 people that he represents needed to be heard. You know, I understand that my colleague, Representative Jones, challenges you. He's an intelligent, powerful advocate for some causes and issues that you don't want to deal with, that are uncomfortable for you, that challenge your norms, that challenge your beliefs. He speaks to all these people up here. They want him to be here. And I think that scares people in this room. I think it scares people in this room that he can speak to the people and speaks for the people in a way that many of us in this room can't. I urge you to not vote to expel. We need his voice. You may not agree with him. I don't agree with all of you all the time. Surprise. But we need his voice. He represents a constituency in our state, which we are the Tennessee State House of Representatives, and we cannot silence those people. I'm sorry to the 78,000 people that duly elected Representative Justin Jones if his voice is stripped from you. And I urge all of you to vote against expulsion.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've only got a few questions in the time that I have, and I appreciate your candor and I appreciate your responses. And again, I would ask that hopefully you can respond specifically to my question. You knew that Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution vested the House with the power to set its own rules, correct?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot cite the specific provision in the state constitution, but I know that rules were passed in this chamber that the majority of colleagues on my side of the aisle did not agree to.
Representative Garrett.
And I understand that some folks voted against the rules that we passed here. That's your obligation to vote against them. But if you vote against them, does that mean that you don't have to follow them?
Representative Jones.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Representative Garrett, but I believe that this is the first time in Tennessee history that a rule violation is resulting in an expulsion hearing. This is the first time that a minor infraction of rules brings a member before this body to be expelled, because as I listed, every other measure of expulsion beginning in 1866 to 2016 were for acts that were criminal, unethical, not a rule violation.
Representative Garrett.
Today, I mentioned before that we've had several pieces of legislation that has traveled through the system. Everyone was able to speak on it. Everyone's district's voice that wanted to speak was heard today. A week ago, that stopped. This is just not about one specific instance or one specific rule that may be broken. The rules here are for order. We owe that to the constituents that we represent across this state. And when it says to us, and I'll leave you with this, a couple more questions. With that, knowing that the House could not do business when you entered the well and you were gavelled out of order, and you continue to stay in the well, you placed a bullhorn out of your own jacket, as you said earlier. Those actions, the Speaker had no choice but to recess, because then the emotion in this place exploded. So with all of that conduct by you, by overtaking the well against the rules of this House that we are bound to do under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution. That's the site that says we must have rules for this House so we can achieve what we achieved today by passed legislation today in an orderly fashion. I ask you this simple question. Were your actions last week as you define them, were they disorderly and disruptive to this House chamber?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to take notes because I believe there's about 10 questions in Representative Garrett's comments. I want to begin with the first one, the first statement made. Today, every member was allowed to speak. Today, he had to make that clear that today every member was allowed to speak because the news is here today. But let's talk about yesterday. Let's talk about last week. He said that stopped last week. No, it stopped when Speaker Cameron Sexton was sworn in as House Speaker, that every voice was allowed to be heard. This happened when Cassida was here. And so for many years in this body, every member has been stopped from speaking by a supermajority that is drunk with power. He stated you overtook the well trying to use language that harkens violence. No, we walked into the well. We walked together. Children, don't you get weary. We walked to the well. We didn't overtake anything. We did not use violence. We did not act in ways that were unlawful. We walked together peacefully and orderly to the well that many of us had been not afforded the opportunity to speak from. You said, was your actions disorderly and disruptive? I think the honest answer is that I believe that my presence here as one of the youngest black lawmakers who speaks for my district is disruptive to the status quo. I believe that's what is disruptive, that when I'm in committee and you seek to pass agendas that harm my community, I say objection, point of order, I don't agree, my constituents deserve a voice. That is disruptive and to the status quo, because you would have us bow down. But Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego said, we shall not bow. And that is what I say to you, Representative Garrett, that we shall not bow. That is what I say to the House Speaker, that we shall not bow. Because what is disorderly is a body that has used voter suppression and rigged maps to take control of our state. What is disorderly is a body that silenced the voices of Nashville at the congressional level, at the city council level, now trying to remove us at the legislative level. That is disorderly to democracy. That is disruptive to what we have an obligation to uphold. And so that is my response.
Yeah, Representative Love yep, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a few years ago, we made the Bible the state book. And there is this common thread in there about grace. Grace. It's not easy to bestow grace. Martin Luther preached in 1522, said, God's grace received must be bestowed. So I'm asking you, just consider. I know it's difficult. I know it's hard. I know there are a lot of hurt feelings. But I'm asking you to consider the grand scheme of things, the future of our body, and not take this particular vote. And consider what my colleagues have said about representation and about those members who will not be able to have their voices heard in this chamber. Thank you for hearing me and considering what I've suggested. Thank you.
Representative Also.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the representative, but before I ask it, I want to say a couple of things. First, the representative's address was a compelling, eloquent statement of why he needs to be expelled. In fact, when you listen to it carefully and closely, it's clear that he wants to be expelled. That's why he refers to all of you as a dishonorable house. We all saw the video of what he did. He and two other representatives effectively conducted a mutiny on March the 30th of 2023 in this very chamber. Recall that in his opening statement, he called his actions honorable. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that the gentleman shows no remorse. He does not even recognize that what he did was wrong. So not to expel him would simply invite him and his colleagues to continue to engage in mutiny on the House floor, a mutiny which to this body and to this state has been unknown in its 227-year history since we adopted our Constitution in 1796. In passing for the moment the fact that he does not even consider what he did on March 30 wrong, look at the disrespect with which he has conducted himself today. He called our speaker a liar. He pointed derisively at our speaker. He insulted each and every one of you, effectively convicting you of being beholden to interest groups rather than voting your conscience. And then the one that I really do not understand is he said that if you vote to expel him, which is actually what he wants, you will be undoing the will of 200,000 Tennesseans. But we know that's not true, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? We know it because we can read our Constitution. This resolution opens with a recitation of the provisions of Section 12 of Article 2 of our Constitution. It's just one sentence, but it says three things. It says each house, the House and the Senate, has the power to determine its own rules. And then second, it provides that each chamber, the House and the Senate, has the power to punish for disorderly behavior. And then third, it says with the concurrence of 2/3 of the body can expel the member for disorderly behavior. It says those three things. So what we've got, ladies and gentlemen, is a case that clearly falls within the confines of Section 12 of Article 2. Was the representative's conduct on March the 30th, quote, disorderly behavior, close quote? You bet it was. It's as severe a violation of our Constitution and our rules that a member can be guilty of on the House floor. There is a basis, a strong factual basis, to vote for expulsion. But what does expulsion mean? Does it mean a death penalty, as we've heard? No, not at all, because Section 12 goes on and says that a representative cannot be expelled a second time for the same offense. So this is not a death penalty. If, in fact, this body votes to expel the representative, which is what he wants, apparently, he cannot be expelled a second time. In other words, whether or not he comes back is going to be determined locally by the authorities in Davidson County and the voters in Davidson County. This is not a death penalty. Section 12 explicitly recognizes that he might come back. It says you can't be expelled a second time for the same offense. So effectively what we're doing today, ladies and gentlemen, is we are upholding our Constitution. We are protecting the integrity of this body. Let's vote to expel him. That will send the case back to the voters in Davidson County. And if after looking at his conduct, they find he should come back, we will welcome him as a representative.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question, but while my colleague's statement was eloquent, what he was essentially saying was that Justin is an uppity Negro. How dare he point at the speaker and call a lie a lie? How dare he act like he's your equal? How dare he come before this body and not bow down? That's what Representative Bulso was saying, and that's what he told me on the elevator 2 days ago when he tried to incite violence against me and got in my face and said, "You are a damn disgrace." And I said, "Representative Bulso, hold on, let me pull up my phone. Can you say that again?" And he cowered and chose not to repeat it because he did not want the world to see what a disgrace he is for Williamson County voters. What we are doing today is not respecting the Constitution, but I'm not surprised because time after time again, this body chooses to burn the Constitution. In fact, we've passed more lawsuits than legitimate laws. When I hear Representative Bulso's statement, it reminds me that there are people in this chamber whose real offense is not what we did, but that in breaking the quorum, we asserted our humanity, we asserted the voices and humanity of our district, we asserted our dignity as equal members of this body who you would rather have silenced, who you would rather have not hear, who you would rather have back somewhere else instead of up here as your equal. And that, sir, is disheartening. Because I know that not every member of the other side of the aisle feels like you do, Representative Bulso. But throughout this session, I have seen the passion with which you have to attack marginalized communities, and it has disheartened me to see that someone like that sits in this chamber. Someone who has made it his mission to target the vulnerable. It hurts to see that. And so I did say that what the speaker did was lie when he went on national television and told the national news that the kids outside, the children who were pleading for their lives, calling for an end to mass shootings, he said they were insurrectionists. He said that they tried to rush the chamber. He said that what we did was violent, and that was a lie, as the video showed you. Thank you for the evidence. Play that on Fox News next time, and not the edited video that the speaker chose to retweet and tag Donald Trump and tag all these conservative pundits. That is what the speaker did a few days ago, and that is dishonorable. It is beneath the dignity of the office of House Speaker to have the speaker targeting and trying to incite violence against members of this body. But his words have consequences. As one of our community members had his house shot, his words have consequences. As youth who participated in the protests asked me, is it safe to come to the next protest after the speaker called us insurrectionists? Mothers saying, is it going to be safe for my children, or was the speaker giving a dog whistle to the Proud Boys and other groups to show up? That is dishonorable. And like I said before, I pray for an apology, because Representative Bulso, I will apologize when the speaker and you all apologize to the families at Covenant, when you apologize to the families from the Waffle House, when you apologize to those many countless victims to gun violence because of your reckless gun laws, because of your reckless laws that proliferate weapons of war in our communities. When you apologize, then I will apologize. To Representative Bulso's point, I broke a rule. I did acknowledge that. But what I did not break was my oath that said that I would dissent from and protest against any legislation that is injurious to the people. What I did not break was my promise to the people of District 2 that I would fight for them no matter the consequences. What I did not break was my oath to future generations that says that when I see something that is wrong, that is unjust, that is unfair, I will find a way to get in the way and to get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So thank you for your question.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what I see today is really a spirit of anger on this House floor. People are angry. Either justified or unjustified. There's a spirit of anger walking among the members, the brotherhood, the fraternity, the sorority in this Tennessee chamber. There should not be a spirit of anger. There's an old saying that goes that to whom the gods will destroy, they must first make angry. When they're about us, we lose our heads. We're fighting in a war, or we're fighting for something. When we lose our heads and become angry, we do dangerous things to each other. And the body of politics, the body of the Tennessee Chamber, we're doing dangerous things, attempting to do dangerous things, dastardly things, unwilling things, bad things to each other. The brotherhood, the sisterhood, that is not good. Each of you know, you live long enough to know that democracy is messy sometimes. Democracy is messy. Go all the way back to the founder of the country. Deal with the women's movement, the right to vote. Deal with the civil rights movement. Democracy is messy, and it always will be messy to get something out of it. You're trying to get to the pearls of wisdom, the pearls, the gold, the diamonds. But it's a messy process. It's not pretty all the time. It's never been pretty all the time. Any of you all that understand and know history, it's always a little messy. But we perfected some things in this country that allow us to make change and evolve and do good. Right now, we're not doing good because under these circumstances that happen to our fellow members, we're trying to crucify them when there were other measures that could be taken. There are other measures that could be taken that could have driven the point home as it relates to what we want to see, decorum and order. Other things could have been taken. But we opted out because we're angry to seek the nuclear option. When you drop a nuclear bomb, you destroy everything. You never use a sledgehammer to kill a gnat with. We are dropping the nuclear option on one of our fellow members. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that dog bites twice. Comes back to bite you in your butt too. We should not go to the extreme of expelling our members for fighting for what many of the citizens want to happen, whether you agree with it or not. Is there the right way to do things? Of course there is. Many of y'all probably secretly admire the courage of our young members and Gloria. You probably admire the courage. How many of y'all can remember how you acted when you were 20 years old, 25 years old? If there's a video camera around, I bet you don't want to see that. Our conduct. Some of us are older and we did not have everything that we did on tape today. So you make allowances for our young people to grow and to become, because regardless, at some point, they're going to have to run this country. I'm encouraging some compassion. Don't vote for this expulsion of any of our members. I didn't vote for the Jeremy Dermer expulsion. I thought it was wrong. It was wrong then, and it's wrong today. They should not be expelled for fighting for something that many of the citizens of the state of Tennessee want. Let's think deeply, let's think caringly, and let's show we have the ability to lead with a good heart. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Representative Farmer. Pass. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I've thought long and hard what I needed to say to y'all. It's simple. We all need more black Jesus. That guy with the woolly hair and the bronze feet. Now that truth is what we base our lives on. So I'm not surprised that we're here. I'm disappointed and to a great extent, just disgusted. I was here when Kent Williams became Speaker. The chaos, the confusion, threats against his life, it all happened right here on this floor. And you know who led that? My Republican colleagues. Neither I nor any of my Democratic colleagues jumped up and demanded their resignations or demanded that they be hauled before the Ethics Committee, much less demand that they be expelled. And after he was elected Speaker, listen to me, he had to have the Tennessee Highway Patrol to escort him from his desk to the Speaker's podium. Speaker, you were here. If you weren't here, you need to listen to this because it's scary. It is scary. I watched how men and women went from gentlemen and gentle ladies into monsters. It was the worst possible scene that I have ever seen and that you could ever imagine on the floor of the House. But let's talk about why we're here. We're here because 3 9-year-olds and 3 adults were murdered at school, which should be one of the safest places that you could be in your life. I can't imagine the trauma that these young folks will have to live with for the rest of their lives. I can't imagine the trauma that their parents will have to experience every time they leave the house going to where? School. And it's something that we could have acted on last session, session before that, the session before that, and we chose not to. These young folks came in, refused to be a prisoner of procrastination, and demanded justice. That's why we're here. They demanded justice for those children and justice for those hundreds of children who have died across Tennessee over the years. I'm happy that we've started to move on legislation that will help to mitigate the problem so that our classrooms and our playgrounds don't become killing fields in Tennessee. I'm grateful for the work that we've done. But I tell you, young, gifted, intelligent, and black, I'm proud of him. He broke rules. He did not break the law. This is, in spite of what my colleague said, this is the death penalty, because if he's expelled, he will no longer be a part of this process. So I urge you, do the right thing. Vote like you were voting for your seatmate.
Representative, thank you. Representative Gant, you got your pass. All right. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're setting a precedent today that a lot of you in here, including myself, you better think long and hard about it. You know, there's been many of us in here, and you know who you are, there's rules that are broken. I mean, there's been many a time we've had debate on this floor. I've gotten hot. Another member's gotten hot. I know of 2 instances of 2 people in pretty high-level positions on the other side have come back here to my desk and threatened bodily harm. Do I say we ought to jump up and throw them out of here for that? No, in the moment, they lost their temper. They lost their composure because they believed what they believed. They were willing to fight for what they believed in. You got to admire that. So I'm sorry if you're sitting in here and you're not willing to fight for what you believe in, I understand you've got to be composed, but every now and then you're going to lose it. Even the best of us are going to lose it. But today, you set this precedent that you're going to throw him out of here for breaking a rule. I've said it before and I've said it again. I've had some people sit beside me on this House floor. I've had to look up the aisle at a former speaker that there's not a jail cell that he doesn't deserve to be in, and have to sit here and look at that. And I didn't hear a peep out of anybody saying we ought to toss him out of here. And everybody knew it wasn't a rule he broke. There wasn't a felony he didn't see, he didn't want to break. But not a soul said a thing about it. We all just, oh, well, we'll let the process work itself out. You know, I had somebody sit beside me, multiple teenage girls say things that should make us all cringe about that member. No one wanted to do anything about that. But we're going to throw a young man out today who had the audacity to fight for what he believes in. I hope you have the audacity to fight for what you believe in. If not, there's the door. You shouldn't be here. If you're not willing to do what it takes to make change, to make this state better, to make your community better, you're probably in the wrong place. But do people lose their composure sometimes? Yes, they do. Guilty as charged right here. I'll be the last one to throw that rock. But if you're going to set this precedent, you better think long and hard about it. And you better hold up to that standard. You better not look at beside the name and see if it's a D or an R beside the name. You better look and say, they broke a rule. You know, somebody may have been videotaping on the House floor. You can hear the speaker say recess in the video, you know. So, I mean, if you're going to set that precedent, you know, you may want to go watch that video. So, don't look if a D or an R is beside their name. You're going to set the precedent. Let's live by it. Just think about that, folks. Have a little grace. And look in yourself and say, will I fight for what I believe in? Thank you.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I feel very disappointed. I've been excited about democracy. I've been excited since I got elected to this House, and this is terrible. And really, it's just disappointment is what comes to mind. Representative Jones, you had a difficult time. You look at everything through the lens of race. Those are your experiences, and that's perfectly understandable. But sincerely, after becoming elected, you should be celebrating. You really should be. You should join the House, become one of us, make the transformation from being a person who, yes, we've known you demonstrating a lot, mobilizing the community, but make the transformation to be a representative who represents. You claim that you have 78,000 people to represent. You claim that you have 78,000 people to represent. But, sir, you have not done that. You have mainly interrupted the proceedings. You have attacked fellow representatives. You have attacked the chairman almost in all committees. That is not representing your people. That is not going to bring credit to the people that you claim to represent. I'm an immigrant, everybody knows. I have been in this country for 53 years. And when it was 50 years, you recognized me for that. It was a celebration in my mind and for my family. In those 53 years in America, I have never encountered a racial slur. I'm really not aware that any of that applies to me. I live a good life. Yet, you on tape call me a brown face. Yes, sir, it's on tape. It's on tape, okay? You can't deny that. Wow, I said it's on tape, okay? You called me that. After the committee meeting on that same day, you walked up to me. You had no business coming up to me. You were sitting a row or two ahead of me. You shoved your finger in my face and said, Kumar, they will never accept you. You said it twice, and you were so intimidating that the sergeant at arms, without my invitation, came and intervened between us. Sir, that is very disappointing. You did that. I was there.
Hang on, Chairman Clemens, you have a question?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. He's talking about things that aren't the subject of the resolution.
Well,
I don't know that he's even telling the truth, but he's definitely not talking about anything that's subject of the resolution.
Well,
the events that took place on this floor.
Chairman Clemens, I'd be careful about the language that you use because that would impugn his reputation, which we had conversations about a few weeks ago. So I would be careful. You didn't go there, so I appreciate that. We have given latitude to the representative in the well who's made many accusations against me and other members of this House. I'll ask Chairman Kumar to stay on the topic of today, but I would advise you then that everybody in this chamber, including as the representative in the well, to stay on the topic and germane to the conversation. Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wrap it up by saying that it is disappointing that you have insulted this body. You have insulted your colleagues. You have insulted the House of Representatives in the state of Tennessee. You have insulted our Speaker. You have personally insulted me. And part of that is on tape, sir. I implore you that let us take it from here, whether you are expelled or not, but please, come on, you are a talented young man. You have a lot to offer, but offer it in a way that people are accepting of your ideas. Join the society where you celebrate your achievements. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And there's a lot to unpack there, Representative Kumar. I don't even know where to start, to be honest. I mean, it's sad what you just stated to me, and that's what this is really about. He said, you see everything under the lens of race. When you join this body, you should just become one of us. Just assimilate. That's very disappointing to hear, my friend. And what I told you was what you just exhibited. As the only member of their caucus who is not of the Caucasian persuasion, I said that you put a brown face on white supremacy. That's what I stated.
All right, Representative Jones, Chairman Clemens, you know that that's out of line if you're moving down Chairman Kumar. We've asked people to stay on germane. I asked to stay on germane. He made his he made a statement right there. I got it. We're not going down there. You got your response. You have it. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he has an opportunity and the right to defend himself from allegations that were asserted on the floor. I think if the record needs to be corrected, he has every right in this hearing to correct the record and state the facts.
So I just want, for the record, you're okay with going off of the resolution and not saying germane? Because I ruled him out of order and made him go to a different direction based on your point of order. Chairman Clemens?
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, he continued to speak. And once the toothpaste comes out of the tube on an allegation like that, I think it's right to correct the record, if only briefly. And I know my colleague will stay on the resolution from here on. But I think those types of allegations deserve a response. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And continuing in response to Representative Kumar's egregious statements, he stated that he has never heard a racial slur. I heard one in this body not too long ago when Representative Sherrill recommended that we should bring back lynching in this body. And so I'll move on. The statement and recommendation of Representative Kumar was that I would not be up for expulsion if I just assimilated, if I just conformed, if I just confined myself, as he has done, to be accepted by this body. He said that you attack chairman. Let's unpack that. Me asserting the voice of my district is what he is referring to. Me ensuring that the rules are followed in committee and raising points of order and points of parliamentary inquiry when the chairman acts against the rules is what he is talking about. Me asserting the voice of the 78,000 people of District 52 to him is an attack. To me is upholding my responsibility as a legislator. And so no, I did not come in this body expecting to be accepted by this side of the aisle. I came here to serve the people of District 52 and to do good work and to force conversations that we have to have in this body. Because so many times I sit in these committees, and the bill he's talking about, we try to censor conversations. He was talking about a bill where we were censoring conversations on race, censoring what kids can learn in school because it makes people uncomfortable to talk about Black history. And he expected me to be censored as a equally elected representative to not talk about the history of racism in America when he made those egregious statements in Government Operations Committee. He expected me to sit there and conform and accept things because that is the only reason that he's been accepted by these members here. But I don't want acceptance from you. I want acceptance from the people of my district. I don't want approval from you. I want approval from the people of my district. Because I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to make a change for my community.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, Representative Jones represents the 52nd district, and I represent the 53rd district. So our districts touch. We represent a lot of the same communities. We represent a lot of the same polling locations. And the voters of his district knew and know the type of person that Justin Jones is. Representative, you never hid the fact from the voters of your district that you're an activist, that you have been arrested. You never hid that. They knew that. Is that correct?
Representative Jones.
That's correct. In fact, Chairman Faison recently said, wasn't your slogan from the jailhouse to the State House when he introduced me to a member of Congress who was visiting a couple weeks ago? I never hid who I was and talked about the history and necessity for good trouble in this body.
Representative Powell.
Members, I was with Representative Jones the day he was elected. I was at the polling location with him. I helped him pick up signs, his signs, after the polls closed. I was there when the vote tally sheet was put up on the wall that showed that he had won his election. The people of Tennessee, each one of us, we represent different districts and different communities. We bring our experiences up here. That is what's wonderful about a representative democracy. And the people of District 52 knew and they know who Representative Jones is. And I have all the confidence in the world that they believe his message and everything that he's done to fight for his community. Members, I said this, and I'll say it again. I was in a third grade class the day of the shooting, reading down the street from this school to my son's class, full of third graders. When that shooting occurred, I was concerned that that might be my child's school. I didn't know. I have spent every day, and I said, this is a very difficult time. But members, I don't know why we are here today debating Justin Jones breaking the House rules. And yes, he voted against the House rules. I voted against the House rules. I had concerns about limiting debate and cutting off debate would cause issues, and it has caused issues amongst this body. But we are spending now unprecedented amount of times on this floor dealing with this issue. I had to leave here Monday night after this resolution was introduced and go to my son's Little League field and see red ribbons surrounding the outfield in memory of William Kinney, who was murdered. And I'm outraged, and we should all be outraged. We need to do something, and expelling Justin Jones is not the answer. It's a threat to democracy. It jeopardizes future generations that are outside watching us now. The people know who Justin Jones is. I'm proud of the type of person that Justin Jones is. We represent similar communities, and we're angry, and we have different ways of expressing ourselves. And I know we were shown a video, and it wasn't the official House video. I wonder where the official House video is. I'd like to see it, because it's germane to this debate. But expelling Justin Jones is not the answer, colleagues, and I urge you to please vote against expulsion.
Thank you. Representative Jones, anything? Nope. Representative Keisling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for the previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We are on the board. Previous question's been called. We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 73, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting on House Resolution. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Representative Jones, I'm sorry, you get 5 minutes to close. You have 5 minutes. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about nothing less than 75 people overruling the wishes of 78,000 people. And you're going to cut off debate? Give me a break. Is this a circus? You are talking about kicking somebody out of this body. Grow up. If you can't sit through a conversation or a debate on something no less than expelling a colleague, grow up. Get out of here. You don't belong here. You want to call the question? I am humiliated. I'm embarrassed. Look at the rules of procedure, the ethic rules. The purpose of this is to hold the respect and confidence of the people. Representatives should avoid conduct that even appears to violate the trust the people have placed in them. What are we doing? Call the question. Ladies and gentlemen, point of order is, if you don't want to sit here and have this discussion, withdraw the resolution. Let's move on to the people's business and actually address the issue that created what made you uncomfortable. The loss of life, not just those 6 losses of lives. People in every community across this state that continue to be killed by gun violence.
Hey, Chairman Clemens, it's a point of order. I understand you're upset by the call of the question. If somebody have a point of order where we are, not a speech on the floor, but we're at a point of order if that's where you're wanting to go. The question's been called. It was put on the board as objection. The rule prevailed to take the vote. If there's a question about point of order, we'll be happy to take it. Anybody? Leader Camper? No? Representative Hakeem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a number of us who had their names on the list to speak. And I think it would be totally disrespectful not to allow us an opportunity to make necessary comments. One of the problems that we have is that the cutting off of debate. I mean, that's what we're here for. We talk about it being messy. We're talking about getting things done. We're talking about coming to a consensus. How can we do that if we don't hear the voices of more than ourselves, so to speak?
All right. Yeah, is that a question for Mr. Clerk about calling the question? Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you read the rule, please?
Mr. Speaker, previous questions shall only be admitted when demanded by 2/3 of the members present.
Previous question's been called. Anybody can call it at any time, and we all know that that's a possibility. Leader Camper.
Thank you,
Point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we reconsider our actions on that. Is that appropriate? Or we ask that members reconsider their actions and withdraw your motion, allow us to continue the debate.
Hang on one second. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this is from the rule. If the question prevails on the main motion, its effect shall be to preclude all future amendments and terminate all debate. So if previous question prevails, we're voting on the legislation.
The previous question has prevailed, so therefore we move to vote. That cuts off all motions according. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Yeah, Representative Jones still has his 5 minutes. Point of order, Representative Hardaway? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And would a reconsideration be proper at this time?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no, it would not, as previous questions prevailed by 2/3 of the members present.
Representative Hardaway. Mr. Clerk.
The only right that does not cut off is the right of the opponent to close. And as the motion that was made earlier in the rule suspension, the representative in the well will have 5 minutes to close, even though previous question prevailed.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. It's just in my mind, and I don't know whether the clerk is quoting our rules or Robert's rules, but we have a motion that can't be reconsidered.
Mr. Clerk.
An action, rather, that can't be reconsidered.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the only opportunity to even be recognized once previous question has prevailed is as you have for a point of order or a parliamentary inquiry. So there's no opportunity to present a motion to reconsider.
Representative Hardaway.
Speaker, I disagree. However, we're going to move on.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it possible, or is there a rule that we have to vote on each member one at a time versus waiting to the end of these hearings and vote one for all three after that time, or is that a rule, or is that at the Speaker's discretion?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, these are being taken up one at a time. The only resolution before the body right now is House Resolution 65, so that's the only one of the three resolutions that the body will now be voting on.
Any further point of orders? All right, we are voting. Oh, 5 minutes. I keep forgetting. My bad. My bad. I got it. My apologies. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I want to say that you have the power, you have the votes to do what you're going to do today. But I want to let you know that when I came to this well, I was fighting for your children and grandchildren too. But to those who here will cast a vote for expulsion, I was fighting for your children too, to live free from the terror of school shootings and mass shootings. When I walked up to this well on last Thursday, I was thinking about the thousands of students who were outside demanding that we do something. In fact, many of their signs said, do something, do something, do something. That was their only ask of us, is to respond to their grief, to respond to a traumatized community. But in response to that, the first action of this body is to expel members for calling for common sense gun legislation. We were calling for a ban of assault weapons, and the response of this body is to assault democracy. This is a historic day for Tennessee, but it may mark a very dark day for Tennessee, because it will signal to the nation that there is no democracy in this state. It will signal to the nation that if it can happen here in Tennessee, it's coming to your state next. And that is why the nation is watching us, what we do here. My prayer to you is that even if you expel me, that you still act to address the crisis of mass shootings. Because if I'm expelled from here, I'll be back out there with the people every week demanding that you act. If you expel me, I'll continue to show up because this issue is too important. I talked to too many students and mothers in tears this week who said, thank you for doing something. And so if you expel me, I recognize that it's not just about expelling me, but it's about expelling the people. But your action will do the exact opposite. It will galvanize them to see what is happening in this state requires sustained action. And so I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, regardless of what you decide to do to me, because this is not about me, but this is about those young people who are asking us to use our position and to uphold our oath, to protest and dissent from any action or legislation that is injurious to the people. I pray that we uphold our oath on this floor because, colleagues, the world is watching.
All right, we are voting on House Resolution 65. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
Having received the concurrence of 2/3 of the members to which the House is entitled under Constitution of the State of Tennessee, House Resolution 65 is hereby adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin Jones of the 57th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 113th Assembly of the State of Tennessee. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adjourn the House of Representatives.
That's a proper motion, proper and second. Would you like to us adjourn for 2 years, or would you like to have a date at some point in the future to come back? Chairman Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn this body until Monday, 5 p.m.
It's proper motion, proper second. It's non-debatable. We are voting on the motion to adjourn until Monday at 5 p.m. We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
Motion is denied. Members in the gallery, that is disruptive behavior. If it continues, we will have to clear the balcony except for the press. That's the one warning. Representative Bolso, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. number 64.
Representative Bolso moves adoption of House Resolution 64, properly seconded. Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 64 by Representative Bolso, a resolution to expel Gloria Johnson from her seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 90th Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with permanent rules of order of Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor session, 19th Legislative Day on March 30th, 2023, Gloria Johnson of Knox County, along with Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County and Justin Jones of Davidson County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Johnson and her colleagues, having gathered at her desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Johnson and her colleagues proceeded to disrupt proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Johnson and her colleagues shouted, pounded the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and Representative Jones used the bullhorn to amplify their protestations, and whereas these actions were done in open session in the presence of and witnessed by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, and whereas it appears to be satisfaction of this body that Representative Johnson's conduct on March 30th, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on the part of Representative Johnson reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee places a cloud upon the action of this honorable body and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and whereas it is deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Johnson to relinquish her seat as a member of the House of Representatives, and whereas Representative Johnson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Gloria Johnson from her seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, elected by the 90th Representative District for disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 90th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Gloria Johnson, the legislative body of Knox County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the state of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Johnson, you are recognized in the well with your attorneys. All three of you have 20 minutes for comments. Whoever wishes to go first, you're recognized. Mr. Wendell.
Mr. Speaker and members, as a believer, I must recognize that today is Maundy Thursday, the day of betrayal. Let's go straight to the charging instrument. I'd like to direct each of your attention to the next to last paragraph on the first page of House Resolution 64. At approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Johnson and her colleagues, having gathered at her desk, moved in unison and began shouting without recognition. I challenge the author of this document to come to this well and to tell Tennessee and America that that's a true statement. It is an absolute falsehood that has been perpetrated on this body. This woman did not shout, and that's the first particular that they charged her with. So if the author of this document can come up here, I'll yield the well. Please explain to this woman and to America why you committed a falsehood.
Representative Wendell, you can't ask people that, but who else would like to talk? You have 20 minutes. Is that the end of the opening? Mr. Wendell.
Let's move on to the second part of the bill of particulars. Top paragraph of page 2. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson and her colleagues shouted. Again, a false statement for the second time, the second allegation, and both are false. Please come up and face the people and explain why you perpetrated a fraud on this woman in the state of Tennessee. Where is the sponsor of this document? It's unconscionable. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson pounded the podium. Show me where she pounded the podium. Another outright lie. Somebody contradict me in this body. Please, somebody come up and set me straight that the first 3 comments about this woman are true, because it's an absolute falsehood. You just watched it on the video. Democracy is too precious for a supermajority to abuse it. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. This is in the conjunctive Again, an outright lie. She did not display a sign. Isn't it fitting these allegations are made during Holy Week? The author of this document should apologize not to her, but to the state of Tennessee. This is an outright fraud and an abomination in the United States of America. And not this is Tennessee's watching, America's watching. And I'll yield the podium anytime any member of this chamber wants to come up and defend this heinous action. This document is not only inaccurate, it's an outright distortion of her conduct. Any sessions court in the state of Tennessee in all 95 counties would dismiss this on a simple motion, but this body is going to take it seriously and try to oust somebody and subvert the will of the voters of Knoxville, Tennessee. I mean, do you know who Gloria Johnson is? Does anybody know her? I mean, who is Gloria Johnson? Is she the boogeyman? I mean, Gloria Johnson's a school teacher, a public school teacher, a special education school teacher. She's a sister, she's a daughter, she's an American, she's a Tennessean, she's a Farragut graduate, she's a graduate of the University of Tennessee, and a Girl Scout. Let me tell you what this lady is not. She's not a felon. She's not a misdemeanor. She's not a sex offender. She's not a target of a federal grand jury investigation. She's never had a single ethics violation, not one time in her service to Tennessee. She's simply put, she's never broken the public trust. Never, not one time. Many of you in this room, including me, do not agree with her political stances. Many of you don't. Some of you do, many don't. However, she doesn't work for you. She works for the people who live on Broadway, Nadine, Washington Avenue, and West Hills. Those are the people that sent her here, and the author of this document wants to take falsehoods and subvert the will of 70,000 voters. I'm sure most of you are going to be surprised that you vote with this woman 80% of the time. 80% of the time, the members of this body vote exactly the way she votes. America was born to protest. Thank the good Lord it was. 1688, the Germantown Quaker protest. 1773, the Tea Party. 1791, the Whiskey Rebellion. 1863, the New York City draft riots. 1913, right here, women's suffrage. 1963, March on D.C. 1969, protest against the Vietnam War. 1970, Kent State. 1973, the March for Life. 2009, the Tea Party protest. And 2011, Occupy Wall Street. I submit to this body that this document is absolute fraud. And whoever votes for it is going to perpetrate a fraud on America. This is democracy at stake. Please be aware. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the proposal before you represents a dangerous turn entirely without precedent in the history of our great state. You just heard the charging document against Representative Johnson contains statements that are just not true. I would respectfully urge you to step back from this brink. President Reagan called democracy the most deeply honorable government ever devised by man. Each of you is here because you convinced your people, voter by voter, that you are best suited to be the guardians of their hopes and dreams. The same is true for the people who elected Representative Johnson and the other representatives for whom expulsion motions have been filed. You each know personally how hard it is to get elected, how seriously our best citizens take that process, how important it is that the people's will expressed in lawful elections be carried out. If anything, you know that our Tennessee Constitution protects the people's will, enforces democracy even more than its national counterpart. What has been proposed today is nothing less than the cancellation of the studied decisions of thousands of Tennessee voters. The charge today, the only charge, is that Representative Johnson and the other members violated the House rules. I, like you, have lived by those rules. Now, today I've heard what happened called a mutiny. Give me a break. Any of you that have served in this body more than a handful of months knows that when tempers are high, rules are bent, rules are broken. I have personally been in this chamber when on multiple occasions members came to blows, when members took videos improperly in violation of the rules. I have been here when members were locked in the chamber, when the speaker had to gavel down members who were directly against the rules, engaging in personal insults. I have been in this chamber when a member was so fearful he had to be guarded by a group of state troopers. In none of these situations did anyone ever even suggest that because the rules had been violated, there should be a significant sanction for a member. No, they just returned the chamber to calm and the chamber got back onto its business. Certainly no one ever suggested the ultimate sanction that you are proposing today. Often, these sorts of things I describe happen, as here, when the body is confronting highly charged, critical issues. For Tennesseans, the Covenant School shooting is not just a national tragedy, it's a personal issue. For us in Nashville, we know these people, we know the victims or their teachers or their friends. Representative Johnson's a teacher. As many of you know, she spends an enormous amount of time counseling and working with teachers here in Nashville and elsewhere. For her, the events at the school were a crushing personal tragedy, a huge burden. We saw tape today as represents the complete lack of due process in this particular proceeding. We've never gotten a straight answer about who took that tape that we were provided. But what did it show? It showed some members came to a well almost immediately. I hear after 5 seconds a recess was called. The members came to the well. Representative Johnson stood here, did not shout, as is stated, did not pound at the table, and after a short period of time engaged in a discussion with leadership and then peaceably left the chamber. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was threatened. This is the sort of situation that has often occurred on the floor of this House, and no one has ever suggested these grave sanctions. Expulsion under these circumstances, as all of you know, would have no precedent in Tennessee or elsewhere. In Tennessee, the sanction of expulsion has been reserved always for the worst of the worst sort of behavior, for taking a bribe, for being involved in multiple incidents of sexual misconduct. In Tennessee, expulsion has always involved a lengthy process of investigation where witnesses were interviewed, where committees were formed to evaluate the charges. What's happening here, both procedurally and given the accusations, has no precedent whatsoever in the history of this state. And members, our historic treatment of expulsion reflects the treatment throughout the United States. I heard some members suggest that what we're doing is lawful, what you're doing is lawful, what you're doing is consistent with the law, with precedent. Completely not true. In 2020, the Idaho House expelled a member. What for? For conspiring to defraud the U.S. government after conviction. In 2018, an Arizona representative was expelled for engaging in a pattern of sexual harassment over many years. In New York, assemblymen have been expelled when they were convicted of felonies like wire fraud, mail fraud. In Massachusetts, a representative in 2014 was expelled after being convicted of assaulting a woman who declined to have sexual relations with him. These are the sorts of grave and criminal activities that have resulted in this sort of extraordinary sanction. I haven't heard anybody on this floor cite a single example of somebody being expelled from a legislative body based on these sort of flimsy charges. This is not just unprecedented in the state of Tennessee, it has no precedent in the United States of America. You can read the proposed resolution. The behavior at issue is that Representative Johnson was standing in the well trying to process with the citizens of this state a horrific attack on a school just down the road. That's what she's accused of doing. Step back for a moment. Can anybody seriously suggest that expulsion from this body is an appropriate sanction for that activity? Members, I'd urge you to pause. This proposal has come very precipitously. In contrast to past expulsions, organized by speakers of both parties, there's been no organized investigation. No committee has been formed. No testimony has been taken. Apparently, nobody even bothered to proofread the charging document to see whether it applied to each particular individual. The press accounts that have been the basis for most persons' understanding of what happened have at times painted an accurate and incomplete picture. They should not be the basis for action by this body. Decisions of this extraordinary gravity should be made, if at all, after a thoughtful investigation and evaluation. Proceeding now without such an investigation is totally unnecessary and completely out of odds with the normal functioning of this body. Tennesseans from Cordell Hull to Fred Thompson to Diane Nash have so often led the fight to protect the rule of law and enforce and protect our freedoms. Make no mistake, expulsion under these circumstances for each individual proposed to be expelled is a grave departure from this tradition. It will damage this body. It will damage the reputation of the Tennessee legislature. Many of you are fully aware that citizens of both parties are shocked at what is occurring today. These accused members have committed no crime, no act of moral turpitude. Their actions bear no relationship to the sort of actions for which expulsion has traditionally been used. You all took a pledge this morning. You pledged to uphold our form of government. You have pledged when you joined this body to uphold the law. That means exercising the power granted to you by the people in a manner that makes sense, that's informed by the facts before you, and that doesn't just entirely depart from the law as it has always been applied. Voting to cancel 3 lawful elections, doing so without any meaningful investigation, is the opposite of upholding the law. This is the ultimate dangerous precedent, and it puts every member's seat at risk. A vote for expulsion under the present circumstances is a vote against due process. It's a vote against the longstanding traditions of this body, against the rule of law, against freedom of expression, and most importantly, entirely against the will of the people. These votes will make our state the opposite of a city on the hill. Step back, reconsider. Don't add your support for this lawless, arbitrary, completely unprecedented action. I, Representative Wendell, and Representative Johnson will be available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Wendell, the rule to suspend was only Representative Johnson would be able to take questions. Your role was limited to just comments under when we suspended the rules. Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, your attorneys have challenged the accuracy of the factual allegations in the resolution. So I'm going to spend my 5 minutes just walking through those allegations with you.
Representative Wendell, but Representative Wendell, the rule, hang on, hey, stop the, Mr. Clerk, please stop the clock. Mr. Wendell, please, that is not appropriate. The suspension of the rules request, Mr. Clerk, can we just go back over what that was? Hang on, it's, 1 second. Mr. Clerk, read what the motion was.
Mr. Speaker, this was the motion that was made and carried without objection by the body. Motion to suspend the rules to allow Representative Justin Jones, Representative Gloria Johnson, Representative Justin Pearson 20 minutes in such members' opening remarks on the resolution that contains their name in the caption, and that if requested, their attorneys be allowed to make remarks during that same 20 minutes, and that the members named be allowed 5 minutes in closing remarks.
Mr. Clerk, can you explain when we voted on that? Can you tell us what the vote was?
Mr. Speaker, that motion was carried without objection from the body.
All right, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a point of order here. In regards to whatever some of the line of questions are, is it possible under the rules that the attorney can answer some of these questions? Because some of these questions are being pointed at the attorney's presentation, not the representative's presentation.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the motion that was carried and just made, the only thing that was suspended for the attorneys was for them to make remarks during the opening 20 minutes. That is not to say that the attorneys could not be in the well with Representative Johnson to advise her along the way.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but for clarity purposes, can the attorneys answer questions from the members?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, absent a further suspension of the rules, no, they cannot.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is that how do you have attorneys in the well or in the court, as it's become today, that cannot respond for their client? Now, to me, that makes no sense anywhere you go. They're legal technicians, tacticians, and that's what she needs, and what any member who brought or felt the need to have an attorney need to have happen, is for that legal counsel to be able to articulate to whatever that particular issue is of the day. Now, had that been explained earlier, no one would vote for you to have an attorney here and your attorney not be able to say something in your behalf. That's insanity. That further looks like my hands are tied behind my back. I have legal counsel, but my legal counsel can't talk for me. That means I'm a man walking the gallows, and I know, because I cannot deal with the legal jargon and the legal interpretation. So there should be something that we can do at this point, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns. Yes, sir.
My question to you, Mr. Speaker, what is it that we can do at this point where this member, her legal counsel, can respond to questions? What is our parliamentary procedure? I know.
Representative Towns.
Yes,
so
sir.
I will let Mr. Clerk answer the procedure. What I can tell you is there was a motion made by Leader Lambert to suspend the rules. In that, he stated such of what the motion was very clearly. We put it before the body. We asked if there was any objections. There were no objections by anyone on the House floor. Therefore, it was approved by unanimous consent. That's where we're at. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this was done via a suspension of the rules because, as you know, those who are not members are not allowed to talk on the floor during those proceedings. It was for that limited purpose that the attorneys be able to speak during the 20 minutes of opening statements. It would take a subsequent suspension of the rules to allow the attorneys to speak in any other form.
Representative Towns.
So I'm hearing that it would take a subsequent suspension in order to allow the attorneys to speak on their behalf.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Representative Towns.
Like to make that motion then.
That would be a motion to suspend the rules to allow the attorneys to answer questions for Representative Johnson. That's a proper motion. It was properly seconded. Mr. Clerk.
Let me get it right.
And for the record, that motion has been reduced to writing and presented to the clerk's desk, stating, I move to suspend the rules to allow counsel to answer questions from the body.
Representative Towns.
As need be. Okay, we got it in right. That's fine, sir. That's the motion from me, sir.
All right. Leader Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, on this suspension of the rules, if I could ask the clerk to remind the body as to what would be required for this motion to be successful. Majority or 2/3? I believe it's 2/3, but just wanted to double check.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it's 2/3 of those entitled, which is 66 votes.
All right. Representative Bolso. On the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the motion on two bases, one procedural, one substantive. First, procedurally, this motion is untimely. We began this process of dealing with these three resolutions with a motion to suspend the rules that was to apply to all three. Now we are in the middle of the process attempting to change the procedural rules that apply to our deliberations. That is inappropriate. Second, as a matter of substance, the party to the resolution is the representative from Knox County. It is appropriate for members to address questions to the party the way you would to a party in a civil proceeding, to a defendant. Lawyers are not allowed to testify on behalf of parties or on behalf of witnesses. What we are about to do is to ask the representative from Knox County questions. It would be highly inappropriate as a substantive matter to allow attorneys to respond to questions that the representative is obligated to respond to under our rules of procedure. For both of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this motion.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. To my new representative on the House floor, this is not to be run like a courtroom. This is not a shop that adheres to the rules of the court. This is our body, and we can do those things. They've never been where we cannot make a motion in the middle of a situation or a scenario like this. If it were you there, I would do the same thing, because if she needs her legal counsel to share something as it relates to the law or something that's going to help her defense, should be allowed to do it. It's not taking the skin off anybody's back, but it's just giving her fair process and making the body admit or adhere to the integrity that it has had. So I still like for that motion to carry, sir. I really would.
Representative Akeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in this process, a film was shown, a clip, and had not been shared with our colleagues who were essentially on trial. And I mean, if we're going to have equity, if we're going to have fairness, I really question, I'm asking, were rules and guidelines shared with both parties before this process started? And it appears not, when that film was an example of that. So I would ask some leeway, Mr. Speaker, for the attorneys to address those questions that may be appropriate. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the motion was that the council can respond if asked a question or referred to by the body, not to answer for Representative Johnson. I know that Representative Johnson, under the rules, can seek counsel to answer a question and then respond herself. But the motion is, just to be clear, that if a question is posed to the council, they may respond. I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
Chairman Clemens, I understand. You ready to vote? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there was the statement by the freshman representative was off point on that matter. Thank you.
We'll take that under advisement. Any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of the motion, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 21, 67 nays.
Motion fails. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, the resolution states that at approximately 10:49 a.m., you and your colleagues gathered at your desk. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I'm not certain on the time, but that's probably right. They're very close.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues moved in unison to the well. That also is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Yes, we did walk to the well together.
Representative Bolso.
You. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues began shouting without recognition. That is true, correct?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir, that is not true. This resolution is my understanding. It's about me. I went to the well and I did not speak. And as a matter of fact, I will say that when my colleagues spoke, they were not yelling because this microphone was on. And as long as this microphone was on, and I don't even remember which colleague it was, I stood with them. But as long as this microphone was on, they spoke to the microphone and did not yell. When the microphone was cut and the speaker called recess, I think that's when the megaphone came out. But I absolutely never yelled. This is about me as I understand it with this resolution.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's just walk through it slowly. You will agree that your two colleagues, one from Shelby County, one from Davidson County, used a bullhorn to address the gallery, correct?
Representative Johnson.
It is correct that a small megaphone was used, and yes, I stood with my colleagues, but the video showed what I was doing.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the video shows that you were chanting with your colleagues, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I believe that the charges were that I was yelling and I was not yelling.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But my question, Representative, was this. Do you agree that you were in the well chanting?
Representative Johnson.
I agree that I was in the well, but I can tell you that my voice was no louder than the members having conversations all around this room during the recess.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's put volume to one side. We saw on the videotape, did we not, that you were chanting, quote, "Enough is enough," close quote.
Representative Johnson.
That's probably true, yes, but it was not yelling, and my voice was no louder than the conversations going on in this room, even occasionally some yelling a little bit across the floor to each other. That was also going on. I stood with my colleagues. I stand with my colleagues. And we may have broken a House rule coming to the well, but much of this document is false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will agree that you also were chanting from the well, quote, "Power to the people," close quote, and, quote, "No action, no peace," close quote. You chanted both of those slogans from the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What I'm going to say to you is I did not speak in a voice louder than any other member on this floor. You may make of it what you will.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, we can certainly agree on this. You were speaking from the well without having been recognized by the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
During the recess, yes, we did that.
Representative Bolso.
You also agree that you approached the well without recognition from the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As I said, I may have broken a rule in approaching the well, but much...
Hang on, she gets to continue. Representative Johnson.
Much of what is in this document is false.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a sad day that I rise, but I'm going to start out really trying to focus on the positive. I'm from Knox County, as is Representative Johnson. I may call her Gloria because we're friends. But for those of you all that don't know, and I like the fact that Representative from Williamson County brought it up, you know, her campaign tag is standing tall. And that's what she does. That's kind of who she is. She's not loud, she's not long, but she stands. And so, you know, she stood through keeping her hands up for 45 minutes and not getting recognized prior to me coming on. She stood through not having an office, having an office literally in a closet, to having the smallest office known to man for a lady that is of significant height. She stood through that, and she continued to serve because that's where her heart is. Her heart is about, you know, service, and that's what she does. We've had a lot go on here. And, you know, folks are holding this meeting today, or the actual calendar, up as this is the way we should do business. And you're right. This ain't what we've been doing all year. I want the folks listening, if you saw today's regular session, this is not how we're treated. Our biggest problem that we've had is just shutting our voice off. We've been begging you all, don't shut our voice off. You know, when you take clothes and you put them in a washing machine, hot or cold water, it's not the water that cleans the clothes. And that's what we've been saying. We've been sitting in water. It's the agitation that gets the results. I don't condone what happened, but it is not worth expelling a member that represents 70,000 people. It's not worth that. Gloria and I are unique compared to the other three and from our county. Plans are being made already by our mayor, W.W.E. Kane, to usurp the process and bring a Republican down. That's not fair. Gloria won her district double digit. President Biden won he won that district double digit. But that's what's going to happen. Is that fair? Why am I saying that? Actions have consequences. Hopefully unintended consequences. But I'm letting you know that's a consequence. She's not from Knoxville. My freshman year, we had another colleague from Knox County come and just, I don't have words for it, came with an asinine Hillsdale College explanation of how the Monroe document was actually a good thing for African Americans. And the next day, I'm on national news radio, on television, and you know what I did? I showed the man grace. I could have thrown him directly under the bus, but I didn't. And he actually thanked me for that. People make mistakes. He realizes that that's a mistake today, but he was shown grace. We had another member, when there was another ruckus, saying, put him on a leash. One of my African-American, soon-to-be expelled colleagues. That was wrong. I didn't make a big deal out of it. Went to that man on man, and said, hey, that's not right. We had a conversation about it. But what we're doing today is just, it's horrific. It is horrific. And I beg you, I'm pleading with you, do not continue with this process. We need sound minds, and we need representation. In Representative Johnson's case, her district would not be represented properly.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate that's very true. The comments you made about how many times my voice has been silenced as long as I've been here, raising my hand for 45 minutes on the floor and not being called on. I was actually told by the speaker that was in retaliation for some of the thing he thought was incorrect that I did. And when I was the lone vote against a Republican speaker, I was moved to a closet-sized office and had to stay there for a year. It was during COVID. There was no room to social distance. I couldn't have someone in my office, couldn't close the door, had no work table for the people who came up from my district. You're not silencing my voice. You're silencing the voice of 70,000 Tennesseans that sent me here, that care deeply about gun violence and Medicaid expansion and public schools. And we are continually silenced on the floor on those issues and more. And today, my colleague is right. Today does not look anything like every other day in the legislature. With all of these cameras here across the country, we're all getting allowed to speak, and there's a little more debate on the issues, and this is great. If this is how we behaved every day, maybe my colleagues could have spoken from our desks on an issue that is so incredibly important. You all, I'm just going to bet none of you have been in a classroom waiting for your class to come in, preparing your classroom, when you see a door open up at the cafeteria, children running down the hall, running down the hill. I had an outdoor classroom, screaming, crying, in terror. Kids I didn't even know also ran into my classroom because that's who I was. People in the school who I didn't have in class came to me for comfort. And I stood there trying to figure out what happened because they couldn't even articulate it for quite a bit of time, and found out that one of our students was shot and killed in the cafeteria while everyone was there, including the police, including the principals, including our other security. And I spent that day comforting those children, waiting for their parents to come and pick them up. And when my kids all got picked up, I went up to the circle and stood there, I don't even remember how many hours that day, until every child, we connected every child with every parent. And you're just in shock, you're moving in shock. The trauma on those faces, you will never, ever forget. I don't want to forget it. And if I'm not allowed to speak that issue, that is why I walked up to this well, to stand with my other colleagues who were tired of having their voices cut off when we are trying to speak about violence in our classrooms, violence in our churches, violence in our restaurants and our grocery stores. I have to raise the voice of the people in my district. And I did what I felt those folks wanted me to do. It's not a secret. My folks sent me here because they know I'm a fighter. They know I will fight for them. My friends in school all call me Little Miss Law and Order because I'm a rule follower. And I know that rules sometimes have to be broken, and sometimes you have to get in good trouble, as another one of my colleagues said. And I felt that this issue was in my heart. It was compelling me to come forward and address this issue. And I stood with my colleagues, and they are great at making people understand and making people listen. And I stood with them, and they were a voice for me. And I stood with them because we all feel our voices are being silenced, and something had to be said.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You stated just a few minutes ago, Representative, that the facts set out in the resolution were false. Let me just explore that with you a little more, if I could. The resolution goes on and says that once you and your colleagues gathered in the well, that you were called out of order. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I remember, I guess they gavelled out of order. I don't remember. I remember the mic being cut. That's the thing that I remember most.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if in fact the videotape shows that you got to the well and were gavelled out of order by the Speaker, you would not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What is my crime, sir? What? You continue to ask this question. I think we've been through it over and over and over. I came to the well. I stood with my colleagues. I fought for my constituents in a quiet, non-desk pounding, whatever it said about holding up signs or whatever. But I came here and I stood because I did it for the kids in my district, for the kids in the state, for the kids in this community. And you are continually asking the same question. You're going to get the same answer.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I'm simply exploring a claim you made here that the facts in this resolution are false. And my last question was simply whether, in fact, it was true that once you got to the well, the videotape shows that you were gavelled out of order. Now, if the videotape shows that, you do not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I think I've answered that question. I've explained it over and over. You are beating a dead horse. What is my crime?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the resolution continues that after you were gavelled out of order, that you proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it is not. We were in recess, and we stood up here for a few more minutes after recess, and then we went and left the floor. So during recess, we were standing up here. You are correct. But it was recess, and we weren't in session.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me approach it this way. Representative, you agree that your conduct violated House rules, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I may have gone to the well without permission, but the charges in this statement are false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it simply a fact, Representative, that you did violate the House rules?
Representative Johnson.
Isn't it simply a fact that I answered that? I may have broken the rule when I went to the House floor, but most of the facts in this are not true.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you went to the well and spoke without recognition in violation of House rules, you expected to be disciplined. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't speak when I went to the well. I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true, Representative, that you expected to be disciplined for your conduct on March the 30th?
Representative Johnson.
I don't know. I knew that it was possible because I did understand the rule. However, I have seen far, far worse in this body. I have talked to colleagues. I actually saw former Representative McCormick the other day, and I also saw, I remember a conversation with Representative Ryan Haynes where he told me when he was getting sworn in and his mom and family were sitting beside him, and someone started coming and banging on the desk and everything was jumping and going crazy, it scared his mom to death.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I want to pose a question to my colleagues. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to have representatives come in here not knowing all of the information that is being proposed against them, and to have this procedure where we, in a sense, making it on the fly as to what is appropriate and what is inappropriate? Now, I'm asking, I keep hearing violating rules. I don't remember them hitting anybody or anything of that nature. But if we think about it, I believe at one time or another, we all have violated rules within this body. And asking my colleagues once again, what are we getting out of it? I mean, if we don't have our way, you're wrong. Think about it. We have to not just think about it, but look at it from the viewpoint of the perspective of a person who is not in agreement with you. If we're going to be fair and equitable, we need to see it from the eyes of the other person. My colleagues, 3 of them, were responding to the changes that many citizens feel that we need to consider, gun laws. And what I'm saying is that mothers, fathers, their children, suburbs, in the rural communities, and in the cities, I believe they are saying to this body, not just we want a change, there has to be a change if we're going to deal with the safety and security of the children of this state. And in my view, my colleagues were responding to that need. And what are we here for if we're not striving to respond to the needs of our people? And, you know, should we give consideration to closing our eyes and saying, if it's a person down the street from me who's been shot, is it a member of my family who's been shot? Would I react in the same manner that is being proposed right now? One of our colleagues, you've already removed from this body. So I'm saying that many of us in this body espouse to be children of God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now, I strive to say that's the head of my life. That is my leader. And you know, there's this little band that people used to have on their wrist. What would Jesus do? Are we doing that in which our Lord and Savior would do to that average person? We need each other. There are so many perils in this world, and we think we've got it made. We're in control. The world will bend to what it is we want it to be. That's not reality. And I would ask that we give consideration to what they were responding to, the concerns of children in letters that have been sent not only to myself but to others, afraid to go back to school. Parents afraid to leave their children at school. We are all in this together. And, you know, it's interesting that we have not found a way of sitting down, talking about the reality of coming together to make those necessary changes for our citizens. Remind you, we are in this together, and what is being done here today does not bring us any closer together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you bringing up that others have broken rules. Well, just this week on Monday night, what looked like a Monday night football brawl, and when there's a bad call on the field, we had members in here, one who shoved one and stole his phone, and people were having to separate members from each other. Actual physical contact, actual folks coming in, shoving someone, stealing their phone, and having to pull people apart. And it's remarkable to me that that's not being talked about, but this 6 or 7 minute disturbance up here, that whatever you want to call it, what we call coming to the well to lift the voices of the people that we serve, the voices of my district, where more than 50% of the Republicans in my district want red flag laws. More than 50%. An overwhelming majority of all parties in my district want red flag laws. They want safe storage laws. They want universal background checks and closing loopholes. I was bringing their voice to this body, and it felt like the only way possible that day was to join my colleagues and make sure that the people outside, the thousands who would come, the mothers that I talked to before I came in that told me they had dropped off their kids that morning before coming here, were in tears about the safety of their children, how hard it was for them to drop off their kids. And I understood what they meant because I saw the faces that day, August 21st in 2008, where parents were coming in, where we lost one of our special ed students, Ryan McDonald, who was always a cut-up. Lost him that day. A lot of friends lost a friend. A lot of teachers lost a student that they loved. And certainly his family miss him still every single day. And there's not a day that goes by when I'm sitting in a school for whatever reason. I am retired, but I'm in schools a lot. I'll be sitting in a school and I'll hear a siren. Because the next thing I heard after all the kids came running down to my classroom and kind of was just figuring out what was happening, just a rush of sirens. Every single day now, if I'm in a school and I hear a siren, I jump. Every single time. Because you just never get that out of your head. We can do something about this. We are the only country in the world with this type of gun violence problem. We all know what some of the solutions are. We have seen, we have the data. There are things that we can do. And my voters sent me here to speak specifically to that issue because that was one of the things that I heard on thousands of doorsteps for a year.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you agree that your conduct on March 30th was wrongful?
Representative Johnson.
My conduct on that day was what I felt compelled in my heart to do for my constituents. That is your answer, sir.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you agree, Representative, that your conduct on March the 30th constituted disorderly behavior?
Representative Johnson.
I don't think I'm going to agree with you on anything, quite frankly. I mean, we've voted the same a lot of time in this body, but what I'm going to agree to is that I may have broken a rule, but the words in this document are false, and I did what I was compelled to do based on speaking for the voters in my district who were begging me to bring this issue forward.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me move to a different topic, Representative, regarding coordination. Before the session began on March 30, you and the other two representatives had discussed your plans to occupy the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
That is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You intended to disrupt the House proceedings that morning, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is, Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You knew and expected that the Speaker would cut off the microphone in the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As he cuts off our microphones a lot, I thought that was possible, yes.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And is that why you and your colleagues brought a megaphone to the well?
Representative Johnson.
Is this resolution about my colleagues or is this about me?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you have difficulty understanding the question, Representative?
Representative Johnson.
Oh, I understand pretty well.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you the person who brought the bullhorn into the chamber?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much for that question. I am so happy you asked that. I absolutely did not. A lot of you folks passed a lot of gossip around about where that megaphone came from, and let's just talk about it right now. Because a friend of mine came in the morning and walked with me through the tunnel, and she didn't know if the protesters were going to be inside or outside. Her name is Margot Price. You might have heard of her. Anyway, we got upstairs and the protest was not indoors, so she said, well, I want to go outside where the protest is. And I said, well, here, you're going to want your megaphone out there. So at the doors, I handed her her megaphone and she went outside. Later, she messaged me and she says she's coming back up. I know I can't bring my megaphone in. Can you put it in your scooter? And I said, absolutely. And so we put the megaphone in the scooter. I talked to two troopers who watched me do it, and they watched me put it, and they said to me, would you please not get that out the rest of the day? And I said, absolutely, to them. The megaphone was this big. It had an attached microphone. So much for the gossip. That megaphone never left my scooter. It's on my office now. If anybody would like town to go down and look for prints, it'll have my prints and Miss Margot Price prints on it.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on your responses, Representative, it seems that you do not view your conduct as wrongful, and that if you thought it appropriate, there might be another occasion when you'll take the well without the permission of the Speaker and hijack House proceedings. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
You know, you're reading minds again, and it's happened a couple of times today. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but I don't like to have my mind read. And if we conduct business like we have today, where people get to speak, I don't think it'll ever happen again, to be quite honest. Because when people are allowed to talk, when people are allowed to speak up for the folks that sent them here, then we can get things done. We can come to the table. We can talk about the importance of protecting kids' lives, not after the guns come to the schoolhouse, to the gym, or to the library, or wherever it all happens, but before the guns ever get to the doors. Prevent gun violence in schools. It seems like some people here they want tanks and they want security. They want this violence at our schools. We need to make sure those guns don't get there. And that's what we need to be talking about.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise, first of all, to say that I've been around here long enough to know that when we have these long discussions, we pretty well know how the vote's going to turn out before we ever vote. So I don't think I need to guess how this vote will turn out. But I rise to speak on behalf of myself, Representative Pearson, Representative Johnson, Representative Jones, and all of us in this chamber. I want to share just a little quick story with you all. And I didn't rise to point fingers at who is right and who's wrong in those things, but I just want to share a story that I read that will eventually affect all of us. You may get it by the time you get home. It may be tomorrow, it may be next week, it might even be next year, next 2 years. But there's a story in the Bible about Jesus coming down from the mountain early in the morning. And when he arrives at the temple, and I'm sure many of you read this, these men said to him, "Master, we caught this woman in adultery in the very act. And we know what the law of Moses says. The law of Moses says, stone her, kill her. But what do you say?" The Bible says Jesus wrote something on the ground. And when he wrote that on the ground, the oldest, including all the youngest of those men, start walking out the room. And Jesus asked that woman who was caught in the very act of adultery, "Where is thine accusers?" And she said, "I have none." And he said, "Neither do I. Go and sin no more." Thank you.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Johnson, did you hold up a sign?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you pound the table?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you yell?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
Members, during the opening remarks, Colonel Wendell went through a couple of falsehoods, and he challenged every member on this body to dispute it. And there was silence, crickets, including from the sponsors of the resolution, who did not dispute it. But when it came time, when opening statements were over with, the sponsor, the first thing he did was get rid of the lawyers. Now, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be up against Colonel Wendell or Captain Stewart either. But I've yet to hear anyone challenge those falsehoods that are in this resolution. We can't vote on a resolution that's poorly written. So I would ask you and urge you to vote no on expelling her, because this resolution is poorly written. It cannot be defended, and there is just too many falsehoods within it. Thank you.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you've heard several references to the Bible this morning, primarily from the New Testament. And one thing that is significant is that forgiveness always follows contrition. It always follows penance. It follows someone taking responsibility for conduct. What you've heard here this afternoon from the representative from Knox County is not contrition. She's not even willing to agree with me on anything, that her conduct was disorderly or that she disrupted the proceedings. She wouldn't even agree not to do it again. That's why this issue of forgiveness does not factor into the equation this afternoon at all. What you've heard from these representatives who are the subject of the resolutions is that they believe what they did was right, and we have no guarantee whatsoever that they're not going to do it again. We have an obligation to protect the integrity of this body. What we saw on March the 30th had not happened, so far as anyone can remember, at any time in the prior 227 years of our state's history. That's point number one. Forgiveness follows contrition. It follows penance. We have neither. And then secondly, with regard to the facts, you know, we've heard these broad statements that the facts contained in the resolution are inaccurate. And I think we've demonstrated that's not true. Because I walked through with the representative the first 5 or 6 facts in the resolution, and she agreed that they were all true. And then we got to a point that she wouldn't answer the questions anymore. Because as we continue to walk through the resolution, what we see is exactly what was evidenced by the videotape. We see that they proceeded to disrupt the proceedings. We see that collectively, this representative and the other 2 pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct. That's exactly what they did. They are all 3 in this together. They acted in unison. They acted in concert. One is just as responsible for the parts of the disruption as the other. That is what is in the nature of coordinated conduct or a conspiracy. Each member is responsible for the conduct of the conspiracy as a whole. They approached the well in unison. They disrupted the proceedings in unison. They are responsible together. And then the resolution goes on that these representatives generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and using a sign displaying a political message. We saw every bit of that in the video. Collectively, these 3 did every one of those things. And collectively, that unquestionably constitutes disorderly behavior in violation of Article 2, Section 12 of our Constitution. And so the question, members, you know, whether these representatives remain in the House or whether we put them outside the House, they have already answered for us. They, by their conduct, voluntarily put themselves outside of the Constitution. They put themselves outside of the rule. They are unrepentant about it. They're willing, apparently, to do it again. They tried to shred our Constitution with a bullhorn, but it did not work. We had a speaker and a Constitution that was too strong. It's been here since 1796, and I urge every member to uphold the Constitution and vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, my colleague for the, I'm not sure how many times, was reading my mind again, put words in my mouth and said things that I never said. That might be what he extrapolated from my words, from something, but that is absolutely not something I said. I'm not going to agree with a lot of his terminology because it's not factually based. If you wanted to collectively address us, then you should have put us all in the same resolution. But instead, you chose to separate out the members. So if a resolution was written well, it would have addressed my behavior, because according to this is a resolution about my consequences.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly have empathy for my colleague from Williamson County, because I know what it's like to try a lawsuit with a witness who doesn't answer the way that you want them to answer a question. It's easy in a lawsuit because an objection is available, because asked and answered is an objection. In here, unfortunately, in this body, we only have a limited time, but just because you ask the same question 15 times and don't get the answer you want doesn't mean the facts change. Every member of this body, or every member who's a subject of a resolution today for expulsion, must be judged on their own merits. Every single resolution. She can't be held responsible, representative can't be held responsible for the conduct of another member. You can only vote based on what she did. The record thus far simply proves that Representative Johnson walked from there to there. And you want to expel her for that? She did not raise her voice. She did not yell. She did not pound the desk. She did not hold a megaphone. She didn't have a button on. She did nothing. She walked from there to there. And ladies and gentlemen, the only rule in our rules that speaks to this is no crowding about the clerk's desk. Members shall not crowd or stand about the clerk's desk. Well, every one of us is guilty of that. Everybody in here has walked up here without permission from the speaker or from anybody and stood up here, talked to the clerk, or when somebody else was introducing a bill. You don't expel someone for that. That's the only fact that has been proven. And you can't hold collectively. That's not a standard. That's not the standard to which she's supposed to be judged. You can't judge her for what others did. Her conduct. It's her conduct should be judged on the merits. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we had to suspend the rules for every part of this process today. That's because our rules don't even speak or lay out a process for this type of conduct, because it's that rare. We never even think we're going to have to use it, so we don't even put rules in place to govern this. That's why we had to suspend the rules, because it is an extraordinary event reserved for extraordinarily bad conduct. Walking from there to there does not rise to the level of expulsion. And that's the only fact that has been proven today. Now, I'm limited on time here, but ultimately, I don't know if you're upset about the message that was trying to be conveyed. I don't know if you're mad at the messenger. I've heard many of you say in reference to Representative Johnson that you can't be an activist and a legislator. Well, guess what? That's not your decision to make. It's the people of Knox County's decision to make what type of legislator they want representing them. You don't get to make that decision. At the worst, you were inconvenienced for a few minutes on that day, and apparently that seems to be grounds for expulsion. This whole process is disrespectful of the rule of law. It's disrespectful of the victims of gun violence, who we should be discussing today rather than this nonsense. It's disrespectful of the cause of so many deaths across our community. We should be spending this time of legislation to protect our communities. But instead, you're asking to expel somebody for walking from there to there. Now, in this last minute I have, I want to tell you this. You may not agree with Representative Johnson. You may not get along with Representative Johnson. Trust me, Representative Johnson has given me the what's what more than any of you can ever dream of. And rightfully so. But let me tell you, I have 24 members, 23 now, and you were looking to expel one more, one of only 2 women in my caucus. a woman, a teacher, and a woman who has the biggest heart of anybody in this body. You are depriving this body of her perspective. She drove some of you to tears weeks ago, and that voice is necessary, and you want to silence it. Shame on you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think that one thing that we have to look at, I'm 60 years old, and my colleagues are much younger. The younger generation, I am so proud of. I love them, I love working with them, and I trust that they are going to make a change. And we're starting to see that change in this body, and I stand with them. We may not do things exactly the same. The younger generation is not going to do things the same way that all of us do, of 1 and 2 generations down the road. But they're strong, they're going to fight, they are smart, they are amazing speakers, and they connect with their voters. And they connect with their voters by speaking directly to them. And they did that during a recess. And I was there with them, and I stood with them because our hearts were the same. Our hearts were there for our constituents who cared deeply, for the children that begged us to do something to protect them. I was out there at 7 a.m., conversations all morning with moms and kids, people, staff at Covenant that I wasn't able to recognize on the floor that had reached out to me because I was a teacher. And we just have to do something. And as long as we are not allowed the voice to represent our districts on an issue so critically important that has impacted my life. I went to Denver, Colorado in 2001, the year after Columbine, to take a job at Dakota Ridge High School, which was about 2 miles away from Columbine. And some of the kids from Columbine who could not go back into that school went to Dakota Ridge. Some went to Chatfield, which was about 2 miles in another direction. I was at Dakota Ridge. When I got there, I saw the trauma that these kids had been through. I wrote a program. I wrote a grant for a program very similar to a program we had in Knoxville that addressed mental health. It did wonders. We had a counselor, we had a psychologist, and we were able to help those kids. And we are looking for solutions so that it never happens again. It should never, ever happen again for any parent, for any child, for any classroom. And many of my colleagues walk past those folks without ever making eye contact with them. I cried with them that morning. I told them that I understood. I told them we would lift their voices and try to get something of substance done, something that would keep the guns from never getting to the schoolhouse doors. And that is why I walked to the front with my colleagues who felt the same, because their generation is a generation that has come up in this gun violence. I'm going to stand with them. I've seen it. I've heard them. I've tried to work with them. We can do better. We are better than this, Tennessee. We are. We can acknowledge that there are things that we can do to get guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. There's plenty of research out there. We can do that by having those discussions. But folks weren't even willing to recognize those folks, who they were, why they were here, and tell them, we see you, we hear you, and we care about making your communities and your schools safer.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. Representative Johnson has 5 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say some names. Evelyn, Hallie, William, Cynthia, Catherine, Mike, Ryan McDonald. I've spent much of my life dedicated to helping children. Appreciate you guys. You just made me get teary-eyed. And I really want to thank you for standing with me, because I know you care about children. And I hear a lot of talk about caring about children, but I continue to hear no one having conversations about things that will prevent gun violence from coming to our doors. There are so many things we could do that would change the trajectory of where we're headed. More school shootings, more church shootings, more Waffle House shootings, all of these, theater shootings. It's happening everywhere, folks. There's one common denominator. It's the guns. It's the people that have the guns, because we are not doing anything to make sure that people who are not safe don't have guns. I'm a gun owner. I have a gun. I took a class so that I would know how to use that gun. I trained with my nephews, a Marine and an Air Force member. I shoot regularly because I think you have to be responsible. It's responsibly stored. It was my father's service revolver. It laid on his dresser every night when he came home, and we didn't touch it. And we knew not to touch it. But we grew up with that. But my father believed in things that we can do to prevent gun violence. My Marine nephew came home from losing his best friend in Afghanistan, went to live with his best friend's family because they were without their child in Massachusetts. And his business was manufacturing guns in Massachusetts. He told me about the restrictions that they had there. And he said, as a gun manufacturer, these are protecting us. These are protecting kids. I sat down with him for hours to talk about what things made sense to you guys as manufacturers, and what things did you think were a bridge too far. Not only did he talk to me about it, but he collectively got online with a lot of his colleagues in the same sort of business and sought agreement from all of them. This is the way we get to solutions. But we've got to have those conversations. We have got to be allowed to stand up and speak for our constituents. And we have to welcome this younger generation who might do it a little bit differently, but they are fighting like hell for their constituents. And that's what they sent them here for. That's what they're doing. It's going to look different, you guys. The next generation always does. Respect the human dignity of every citizen in the state of Tennessee, and not just the ones that look like you, and not just the ones that agree with you. We've done so much damage up here to vulnerable communities this year. And now we're doing damage by not addressing the concerns of the families and the children. I cannot tell you how many phone calls I got from Republicans and Democrats and independents from my district saying thank you. And from outside of my district in Knox County, from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisles districts, Republicans I heard from. We want action. Our hearts compelled us to come up here for action. We need to allow people to speak for the 70,000 folks that sent them here. And earlier when my colleague said 200,000, he was talking about the combined total of the three of us. That's what he was talking about. So be careful about putting words in people's mouth. I have words.
Thank you. We are voting on House Resolution 64. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 65, 30 nays.
House Resolution 64 fails. That's out of order. Out of order. Out of order. Representative Farmer, you are recognized in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Resolution 63.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of House Resolution 63. Probably seconded. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 63 by Chairman Farmer, a resolution to expel Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives in the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with the permanent rules of order of the Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor, 19th Legislative Day on March 30th, 2023, Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox County and Justin Jones of Davidson County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Pearson and his colleagues, having gathered at Representative Johnson's desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Pearson and his colleagues proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and his colleagues shouted, pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and Representative Jones used a bullhorn to amplify their protestations, And whereas these actions are done in open session in presence of and witnessed by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, and whereas it appears to the satisfaction of this body that Representative Pearson's conduct on March 30, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on part of Representative Pearson reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, place a cloud upon the action of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and where it is deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives, and whereas Representative Pearson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District for his disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 86th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Justin J. Pearson, the legislative body of Shelby County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the State of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized in the well.
To God be the glory for the things that God has done and the things that God's still doing. It is indeed a sad day for us in the state of Tennessee with the loss of Representative Justin Jones from this body. It is a victory of this movement that still says it matters to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. This movement that still says it is time for just action and just reforms in our state, and to still have Representative Gloria Johnson serving in this House. That's the power of justice. There's been a refrain and a song going around in this movement. Power to the people. Power to the people, power to the people, power to the people, Hosanna. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked advance against me to devour me, it is my enemies and foes who will stumble and fall. Though an army besiege me, my heart will not fear. Though war break out against me, even then will I be confident. One thing I ask of the Lord, this only that I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to gaze upon the beauty of the Lord and to seek God in God's temple. For in the day of trouble, God will keep me safe in God's dwelling. God will hide me in the shelter of God's sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. Then my head will be exalted. Above the enemies who surround me at his sacred tent I'll sacrifice. With shouts of joy and thanksgiving I'll sing and make music to the Lord. Hear my voice when I call, Lord. Be merciful to me and answer me. My heart says of you, seek God's face. Your face, Lord, I will seek. Do not hide your face from me. Do not turn your servant away in anger. You have been my helper. Do not reject me or forsake me, God, my Savior. Though my father or mother or siblings or colleagues might forsake me, the Lord will receive me. Teach me your way, Lord. Lead me in a straight path because of my oppressors. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me, spouting malicious accusations. I remain confident of this, that I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. I give thanksgivings to Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, Reverend Jason C. Pearson Sr., my fiance Oceanae, my brother Keyshawn, who stands in the gap for Jason II, Temperance, and Jalen, and to everyone in District 86 in Memphis and Millington of the community who is here demanding justice. We are here because of a tragedy. Covenant School shooting victims Catherine Kuntz, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn Dehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney. We're here because of a tragedy. because we spoke up about the tragedy of gun violence that continues to perpetuate and persist in our state. We're here today witnessing injustice against the First Amendment. We spoke up for gun control and the end of gun violence. We're here today. We're being sought to be expelled from this, the people's house, for speaking up about the need for gun control because we broke some house rules. We're here today because of House Resolutions 63, 64, and 65. Rules, I will tell you that I was never told about. I learned about more rules in this House and our state constitution in the last 5 days than in my entire tenure. And as you have seen, and as we unfortunately have seen, the rules can be wielded to bend to the desires of a few, and it is not sacrosanct for the protection of everybody. I do, before I continue, have a few parliamentarian inquiries. If you will indulge me. One, when is it that evidence can be presented into the record? Evidence for our expulsion. As a point of order, you can stop the time. I got a few parliamentary inquiries before we keep going.
This is part of your time because you're asking the clerk questions during your opening. Mr. Clerk.
Okay. I'll retract those questions and then we'll ask them after. Thank you. It is said that I broke the Constitution. Article 2, Section 12, saying that each house has its own proceedings and you can punish members and things like that. Again, never informed about even these proceedings, denied due process, didn't know anything about this. I was never given an overview of these rules or informed the speaker, the chief clerk. Nobody reached out saying, hey, this is what you can expect. I've been serving officially District 86 for 10 days since our swearing in. I was sworn in the day of the Covenant shooting. And now being brought up against charges, if you will, that we broke the Constitution. Told in paragraph 2 that members of this assembly have permanent rules of order. Now, when did we sit down and we talk about these rules? I think they were voted on before I got here and was appointed by the Shelby County Election Commission. I was told that we were crowding around the clerk's desk, and I got to be honest with you, I just realized they're talking about this desk and not the one up there. It's a lot of things that are in these resolutions that seem to assume a lot of knowledge about what I am supposed to know or what we are supposed to know without real facts about what we have been provided information about. I'm told that I did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. Knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. When we went up between bills, I walked to this hallowed house near this well, went up between bills after not being called on during welcoming and honoring to say we've got to listen to the people. We've got to do something. We've got to take action on gun violence. We've got to elevate this issue in order that we can create the necessary change that we need because we're exercising, and I exercise our First Amendment right. We're being told that that deserves an expulsion from the House because it broke a permanent House rule. And still, when we learn that a member of this body broke a permanent House rule in order for a video to be shown, there was no discussion even about what potential retributions might exist. If rules will be sacrosanct, if rules will be the end-all and be-all of this House, then that needs to apply equitably to everyone. But there is something that tells me it is not the rules being broken, it was what we were advocating for that folks have gotten very upset about. That we were advocating for people who have been murdered in our communities. We're advocating for people like my own classmate, Larry Thorne, who was slain by gun violence. We're advocating for people who are suffering in our communities. We're told in this resolution that I proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 until approximately 11:42. And my fiance, she's a lawyer to be, and I have to tell you, if you go back, and this is one of the questions that I have, and we can start working on pulling up, if you look at the video, at 10:50 a.m., this House is in recess. And the question that I'm pondering is it possible for House members to break permanent rules of order when the House is in recess? It's important that we unpack this. After SB 638 was passed at 10:49 a.m., I walked to the well, and the speaker section immediately said, "You're out of order. I call for a 5-minute recess. Leadership, come up here." There was no disruption of any House proceedings or business. We were in a recess where members were relaxing, went for walks, left the chambers, ignoring the cries of people asking for gun reform, asking to end gun violence. I didn't disrupt proceedings between 10:50 to 11:42 because it wouldn't have been possible. We were in a recess. But if you want to count the recess and say that our peaceful protests for red flag laws, our peaceful protests for gun control storage laws, our peaceful protests for the safety of kids like the ones at Covenant, our peaceful protests for the communities that we serve and the people that we represent deserve expulsion, then let's go through the timeline. There was a 10-minute peaceful protest on the House floor. And it was at exactly 11:04 where we walked back to that room with Leader Camper. Again, in the resolution, it says that we refuse to leave the well. In fact, all of the quote-unquote protest, except for maybe the first second or two, was called during a recess. And we still finished the business for the day. You keep going, and they say that we shouted and led chants with citizens. They said that we refused to leave the well. We had signs displaying political messages, and none of us believed that we were doing anything to deserve expulsion from this House. Speaking up on behalf of the last, the lost, the least, those who've been left out, those who've been ignored, those who've been silenced, but who refuse to be silent any longer, does not deserve expulsion from this House. The mic was cut off. We did use a mini bullhorn to listen and to project to the people in our community who were asking for change. The reality is, we were told this happened in the open presence of witnesses, but the gallery was cleared. The video and audio during this time, you can see this with the chief clerk, and we can pull up that video. The video and audio during this peaceful exercise of our First Amendment was not even broadcast online. We're told that this was disorderly behavior and it justifies expulsion. Well, I've been looking, colleagues, at our permanent rules of order. And if you read Rule 19 of the permanent House rules that this body has voted on and have been mentioned several times today, there is a blatant contradiction in these resolutions that are asking for our expulsion and the permanent House rules for the 113th General Assembly. If you go to section 19, transgression of rules by member. Transgression of rules by member. And it reads this, and I'll read it into the record. Any member who, in speaking or otherwise, transgresses the rules of the House, the Speaker shall, or any other member may, call such transgressing member to order, in which case the member so called to order shall immediately sit down, unless permitted to explain. And the House shall, if appealed to, decide the case without debate. If there be no appeal, the decision of the chair shall prevail. If the decision be in favor of the member called to order, such member shall be permitted to proceed without leave of the House. If otherwise, such member shall not be permitted to proceed. And here's the important thing, and which is really important for we who are being told we deserve to be expelled because of a breaking of these rules. In case any member objects and continues, stays at the well, you might say, for more than 30 seconds or something, without leave of the House. And if the case require it, such members shall be liable to the censure of the House, not expulsion. Those are the permanent House rules we voted on, or I've been told. It is not the fact that we walked up to the well.
It was what we came up here talking about. That's what's at issue here. We're told that we have hurt the integrity and dignity of the house that our people elected us into. We've received letters from Evan and Johanna and Evabel, Lucy, Heron, Nuseba, Lily, Makada, June, Jana. We've had folks like the Robinson family, the Fitzgeralds and others who've come and reached out to us and said, thank you for standing up for right. Thank you for speaking up for such a time as this. And the reality is each of us have a responsibility to do so, to speak up for such a time as this. There is something I take issue with in paragraph 9 of our resolution. It says that it's deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and the body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives. I want to be clear. We are not relinquishing our seat. With this vote, you are taking it. You are disenfranchising the people of District 86. You are disenfranchising tens of thousands of people in our state. We are not giving anything away. A few of my colleagues have talked about the Tennessee State Constitution in Article 2. But I invite each of you to go to Article 1, Section 2 of the Tennessee State Constitution. And it reads this way, that government being instituted for the common benefit, the doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. That's what the forebearers of the state of Tennessee wrote. That's the Constitution you're talking about, where they said that to have non-resistance against arbitrary power, against house rules, not criminal acts, is oppression, is absurd, leads to the destruction of the good and happiness of mankind. We've heard from thousands of people asking that we do something about gun violence. We must answer them. Whether it be in Memphis or Millington, whether it's conversations with folks like Mama Easter Knox or Sarah Gladney, or thousands of people in this chamber, outside this chamber, and up top, who are saying we've got to do something. We've got to do something. It is those who are demanding and should be telling us what's in the best interest of our people. And what is in the best interest of our people, from what we have heard, is the end of gun violence. What's in the best interest of our communities and of our people are folks who are willing to pass just legislation. It's folks like those grandmothers who couldn't make it today but are watching today, who want to be ensured that they will be safe and our communities will be safe. It's Jermaine, my intern who shadowed here at this Capitol, who said, I want to make sure that going to school isn't going to lead to my death. Our silence about gun violence is the antithesis of what is in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee. This week especially, Holy Week, we remember also Dr. King and the forebearers of the civil rights movement who taught us about civil disobedience as a way to get action. Dr. King taught us that sometimes there's a consciousness above rule, above what you might say is law, and that the true forms of protest is nonviolent disobedience. For less than a few minutes, we and you are seeking to expel District 86's representation from this House in a country that was built on a protest. In a country that was built on a protest. You who celebrate July 4th, 1776, pop fireworks and eat hot dogs. You say to protest is wrong because you spoke out of turn, because you spoke up for people who are marginalized. You spoke up for children who won't ever be able to speak again. You spoke up for parents who don't want to live in fear. You spoke up for Larry Thorne, who was murdered by gun violence. You spoke up for people that we don't want to care about. in a country built on people who speak out of turn, who spoke out of turn, who fought out of turn to build a nation. I come from a long line of people who have resisted. I come from a long line of people who have fought injustice. I come from a long line of people who know what it means to face adversity in difficult days, who knows what it means to have words that mean something, that doesn't call peaceful protesters insurrectionists, doesn't call people who advocate for the end of gun violence the folks who would actually kill law enforcement officers, talking about children and teens who are being persecuted by the words that we speak. And I must say to you, as I wrap up this portion, that we all have a responsibility. We all have an obligation to do what is just, to do what is right, and to do what is fair. And what I can promise to those of you who have cried today, those of you who mourn the seeming end and assault on our democracy, what I can say to folks who are worried about whether or not, as one sign said, am I next? What I can say to you is that the movement for justice can never die, because the heart for justice can never be killed, because it lives and it beats in each and every one of us. It cannot die because we will not let it die. I'll tell you that folks have tried to kill it. They tried to put it on a tree called Calvary. They tried to kill hope and love, but resurrection is always guaranteed after persecution.
Representative Farmer, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson? Representative Pearson? Right here. Do you know why you're standing in the well today?
Representative Pearson.
Yes, hold on one second.
Representative Farmer, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to ask to pause my time if he's going to.
No, I'm actually not doing what y'all typically.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I'm actually not trying to run out of your time like y'all do to us, or to me. I was actually just looking for a piece of paper. I'm here in the well right now because I came to this well using our First Amendment rights to speak up after the violent killing with assault rifles of beautiful human being Catherine Coons, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn Decows, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you're wrong. You're in the well today because you broke rules of decorum. Wouldn't you agree?
Representative Pearson.
I believe I'm in the well today because you have put forward a resolution that says that it's more important to expel voices of dissent than do the work of justice, which is fighting to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because I, with the courage of ancestors and family and loved ones and community, stood up and spoke up for folks like my classmate Larry Thorne, who can speak no more because of the proliferation of guns in Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because you have decided that it is not right to have debate. It is not right to listen to the voices of the minority. I believe I'm in the well today because on the day that we wanted to honor the thousands of people who protested, we were denied that opportunity. I believe that I'm here because you feel in your heart that it is right to persecute someone who has committed no crime, who has only broken what you call the House decorum rule, which according to Section 19 of the House Permanent Rules of Order say that at worst the thing that should happen is censure. But instead, you have brought forward a terrible resolution to deprive and disenfranchise thousands of people in Shelby County of a representative who will and can speak and advocate for them. And I believe, Representative Farmer, that that is wrong.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just remind you of a letter you sent the members of this General Assembly on April 3rd. I recognized I did not follow decorum this past Thursday on the House floor, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. What changed between the letter you sent the members and the account you just gave? Because either A, you were telling a lie here, or you were telling a lie right up there at that podium. So what's the truth?
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Farmer. I did write that letter, and I still stand by it. We broke, I later learned, rules of House decorum by coming up to the floor, and I do take full accountability and responsibility for my actions because I don't want the names of Catherine Kuntz and Mike Hill and Cynthia Peake and Evelyn Dehouse and Haley Scruggs and William Kinney and folks like Larry Thorne to go into an ether of silence. You're right that coming up to the House floor without the speaker saying something broke a rule of House decorum, but it did not break a rule that deserves the expulsion of members of this body. We committed no crime. We did nothing but came to this floor to say we need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us to end gun violence. We need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us as they chanted to do something. And that is not a crime. In fact, that is our responsibility, our obligation, and I would even say it's our calling.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you said earlier, you've admitted that you've engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, correct?
Representative Pearson.
That's not correct. I believe the rule of House decorum that we broke was walking up to the well without the speaker's permission. But I think, and I'm going to ask that we do get the video of what happened on the House floor that day, because I believe you will see, as we saw in the video earlier, that most of the things that are in this resolution, which really make it challenging, I think most of the things that are in this resolution happened during recess. And what I'm being told now, or what it seems to be happening, is that you cannot be held to account to the permanent House rules of order during recess, or another member of this body would have had a resolution against them, or will be having one pretty soon. And so I think there are a lot of contradictions and questions that are coming up, Representative Farmer.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson, what day were you officially sworn in?
I'm sorry, Representative Pearson.
I was sworn in on the 27th, so Monday last.
Representative Chisholm.
The 27th of March. So I bet you've learned a lot about the House rules over the last few weeks, huh?
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, most certainly have learned a lot, and we're really fortunate to also serve in an interim role to see how this House operates. And I have to say the way that it operates today was quite different than what I've seen in past sessions.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm standing here to fight for our member. I'm standing here to fight for all of our members, because we have a new member standing in a well defending his right to even be here. A member who was sworn in less than 2 weeks ago. A member that is just learning the decorum of this body. A member who is proving himself to be hardworking, articulate, eloquent. And although this member moves a little bit different than most of us, matter of fact, I even go as far to say he moves different than I do. But this is a member that deserves to be a part of this body. This is a member that I've seen with my own eyes works so hard for his community, who I've seen fight tooth and nail the injustice in his community, who fought gun violence, who fought for clean water so that the state could continue to have it. A member, since over the last 2 weeks, I've seen study more than I've seen many of us who've sat here for years. So members, many of you all know that it's rare for me to get up into this chamber and speak. But I have to speak to the humanity of everyone in the room. Forgiveness, we're all taught to be forgiving. Well, let's take the opportunity to forgive a new member who maybe, yes, he broke a rule of decorum. A member that I believe in a short period of time will be an asset to this body. Who I see as an asset to this body is even now. Members, we've seen, it's been said many times that we've seen many members of this body violate rules and are still here, who violated decorum in a much severe manner than a member that's standing in the podium, who are still here. And members, let's remember that as we talk about forgiveness and as we talk about the member in question right now, let's remember who's watching us right now. Let's remember who's in the hallway. And let's not forget about those children that lost their lives. Let's not forget about the reason he felt like he had to get in the well. Because when a generation is penalized for telling the truth, we teach them how to lie. So, members, let's be careful what we're teaching, not only the people who are here at the state capitol right now, not only the people of Tennessee, but remember, please remember, there are people all over the world who are trying to find examples of Tennessee that they can copy and use for themselves. And let's not give them something they'll end up being ashamed of from seeing us. Thank you for your ear, and I ask you for your consideration. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Chisholm. And I do take issue with some of these things, particularly some of these rules. And I think some of not necessarily the rules in and of themselves, I realize it was passed by this body before I got here. One of the things I do wonder is, as a part of being here, especially when you come in on a special election, how much effort is given to help educate members, right, who are new here? How much attention is given to actually support folks to be good members of this body, as you all see? But there's also a need when you get new folk, when you get people who are different than the status quo, when you get people who don't particularly think or see or speak the same ways that you do, how might you change too? Because this is not just about a young generation needing to conform to this body's principalities and the ways that it operates. It's about how this body has to change and transform to meet the needs of this society, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of this generation, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of people who deserve health care, who deserve adequate educational opportunities, who deserve safety. It's how this body has to transform. It is not just about how we need to think differently or operate differently. It's about how this body can operate differently. And I'll tell you what, today was the first day in about 2 months that I've been here that there has been actual debate on the House floor. This is the first day where the Speaker hasn't ignored hands of Democratic members. This is the first day where everyone who wanted to say something, doing welcoming and honoring, as we wanted to do on that Thursday, where I walked to this well, had an opportunity to do so. This is the first time where the question wasn't called by my colleagues in the Republican Party almost immediately after something was brought up. This was the first day that I've seen something that was a semblance of democracy, even on a day that seems to be so filled with anti-democratic operations. And that didn't happen by chance. That happened because a few folk had some courage to stand up and say the way we're doing things is wrong.
That's people power. But that's the responsibility of all of us who serve people. It is not just to go with the status quo in and of itself because that's the way that things have always been. It's actually to push for things to be better, to push for the voice of the minority. And I mean that in a couple of ways, not only politically, but today, 2 African American members, 1 woman, 1 of 2 Democratic members had resolutions for expulsion. It's an opportunity and a necessity that this body become more democratic in order that all voices all the time are heard. So that folks don't have to stand up person after person after person saying, the way we're treating this person's bill is different than this person's. And the only difference that's obvious is the fact that one is black and one is white. One is a Democrat and one is a Republican. Those ways of operating that entrench the status quo only lead to further division and to persecute people who are advocating to stop the proliferation of gun violence in our communities. That's wrong. That's wrong. And so while I know I do take responsibility for coming to the well while the speaker said out of order, I also take responsibility for the people in our district and in our communities who are asking for us to do something, who are tired of going to funerals of their brothers and their sisters and their grandmothers and their cousins. Are we not responsible to them too? I'll take any other questions.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I'm listening, I'm thinking to myself, you don't understand. You don't truly understand why you're standing there today. You don't truly understand why I authored that resolution. And it wasn't an easy thing for me to do. But I'm hearing you blame this on your youth. But just because you don't get your way and you grab a couple friends, doesn't mean you can come to the well while we're conducting business in session. Other members are waiting to have their bills to be heard. They have constituents too, 60, 70,000 times another 80. Millions of people. Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn. It doesn't give you the right to enrage folks that are here to watch this body conduct business and talk about things you know good and well that we've worked very hard to protect our children here in the state of Tennessee. Very hard. You know what? And what you could do, you could file a piece of legislation that maybe would do that instead of sitting back and criticizing folks that's worked really hard for the past decade to do so. That might be a place to start. But certainly don't start by commandeering the well while we're conducting business here in this Tennessee General Assembly. That's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day, for that yearning to have attention. That's what you wanted. Well, you're getting it now. So I just advise you, if you want to conduct business in this house, file a bill. Be recognized, stand there and present it, and pass it. All you got to do is pass the bill.
Representative Pearson.
Now, you all heard that. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? We're not talking about politics. We're not talking about even gun violence. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? The reason that I believe the sponsor of this legislation, of this resolution, spoke that way is because he's comfortable doing it. Because there's a decorum that allows it. There's a decorum that allows you to belittle people. We didn't belittle nobody. What we said was that we cannot be beholden to gun lobbyists, to the NRA, We can't be beholden to organizations that don't want to see us make progress on gun violence. We can't be beholden to folks who don't want to see us help save our communities and protect them. But there's something else I think that the sponsor of this resolution has alluded to, and there were a few things here that you said that I want to address. He called a peaceful protest a temper tantrum. Is what's happening outside these doors by Tennesseans who want to see change a temper tantrum? Is Sarah, whose son Noah was at the Covenant School. He survived. He's 5 years old. And she showed up here demanding that we do something about gun violence. Is that a temper tantrum? Is elevating our voices for justice or change a temper tantrum? But there's something in the decorum of this body that makes it okay to say that folks who are exercising their First Amendment rights to speak up for the hundreds of thousands of people collectively that we represent, there's something in the decorum of this body that says it's okay to call that a temper tantrum, to call people we disagree with on the issues, to say that all they want is attention. But I'll tell you what, I don't personally want attention. What I want is attention on the issue of gun violence. But instead, we're here with a resolution you put up talking about expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I'd much rather be talking with you about legislation to protect Shelby County and to protect our communities than talking about why we don't deserve to have our representation lost because we came to the well of this house saying we've got to do something. That's what I would like to be doing. And so you brought attention or tried to bring attention to me, but I want to turn the attention to the people. The people who will never be able to throw a temper tantrum for gun violence. You know, the Larry Thorns, the Catherine Kuntzes, the Mike Hills, the Cynthia Peaks, the Evelyn Decaus, the Haley Scruggs, the William Kennedys, who will never have a chance to throw what you call a temper tantrum for justice, for gun reform, for the ending of gun violence. They'll never have a chance because we haven't taken our oath seriously. Because we don't take people who we disagree with seriously. We tell them, you just are throwing a temper tantrum. And again, these are the same folks who live in one of the greatest democracies, as we've been told, in the United States of America. A place, and an institution, in fact, I would argue, that was built on protest. An institution that was built on people throwing temper tantrums against injustice and what they viewed as injustice. It isn't a temper tantrum to say that kids should actually go to schools that are safe. Neighborhoods shouldn't have to have thousands of police officers to be safe. We shouldn't have to worry about going to the grocery store, as in some cases going to the movie theater and someone coming with an assault rifle and killing us. That's not throwing a temper tantrum, sponsor. That's just asking for us to do right. You said something else. You said, you don't understand why you're here. I promise you, I fully understand why I am here. I am here because the people in District 86 brought me here. I'm here because the people in District 86 asked that we might fight for justice against the status quo here. I'm here because we are subversive to the status quo. One that is young, one that is diverse, one that calls into question the ways that we have been operating that are not working. Because if they were working, those kids would be alive. Larry would be alive. People in our communities and in our families, TJ would be alive. If the system was working the way it was supposed to, because my cousin would be alive. But that's not what's happening. And look, I wrote y'all a letter. I hand-delivered a letter to everybody, and I said, look, I take full accountability and responsibility for my actions on the House floor and that it broke decorum. I told y'all that. And I also told you that there was in no world or way that I thought that would lead to us being expelled from this house that we got elected into by our constituency. Who would have ever thought that? That for 30 seconds or less before the speaker called a recess could lead to our expulsion from the State House. That is anti-democratic. That is not right. That is not just. So yes, I still take full responsibility for my actions. I know exactly why I am here serving. I know exactly why I'm fighting for our community, why I'm fighting to continue to be in this institution to help create change. I know exactly why I'm doing that, and I know exactly why this resolution was brought forward, and I don't think it has a lot to do with the 30 seconds before the recess. I think it has to do with the issue that we were talking about. You said something else, that we are just criticizing folks and setting, instead of just setting back and criticizing folks, put forward some legislation. Well, some good legislation has been put forward, y'all. I hear representatives on our side have legislation that can lead to protecting our communities, including red flag laws and gun storage as well. And I ask that you might work to actually pass that legislation, because we are going to continue to fight for just legislation. We're going to continue to fight to ensure that more lives are not lost to the epidemic of gun violence in our communities. And so, yes, if I'm expelled from this house, I will not have the opportunity to fight for that legislation as a member, but you can believe that I will continue to fight for our communities and to fight for just legislation in the state of Tennessee. With that, if anyone has any more questions or comments.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying to get the podium all day, but I've been cut off, and I know that's part of our democracy. But I wanted to just talk to y'all real quick about when I wasn't here. We've had 3 cases now, 4 of people being expelled from the House. The only one that I've been at was Jeremy Durham up until Representative Jones earlier. But Jeremy Durham, about half of y'all were here then. I kept hearing that Jeremy Durham did not have his due process. Do you remember that, the ones who were here? Due process, due process. So let's talk about due process just a minute. Due process is under the Constitution, where if we take your life, liberty, or property, there's a process that the government has to go through. And obviously, we're not sentencing him to death. Obviously, we're not taking his liberty by sending him to jail. But we are taking his property. His job is his property. His elected position in this House is his property. And because of that, and we are a government entity, he deserves, Representative Pearson deserves, and all 3 of them deserve due process under the Constitution. We've heard a lot about the Constitution today, but this is rock solid due process. And under the due process, you've got to have inquiries. You've got to, we heard about under Jeremy Durham, had a ad hoc committee to investigate it. The Attorney General appointed a committee to investigate it. And yet we still get to, months later, not a week later, months later, we get to a position where we are in a special session to expel Jeremy Durham. That was months, years maybe, after the first accusations of the sexual harassment came out, and other accusations. But where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen, is that none of these 3 were given their due process. There was no investigation. If there was an investigation, if there was a time, then maybe these articles of expulsion would have been correct, would have been accurate. We keep hearing different things that different accused that are said that they have been done. Well, if we would have slowed this down, given them due process,
like anyone that we're taking their property from, then yes, we would be in a lot better position to make a decision on young Representative Pearson. And a point of order, I've got a question for the clerk. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, is it against the House rules to approach the well without the Speaker's permission?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that is not contained in the House rules.
Representative Beck.
So when young Representative Pearson admitted to breaking decorum because he went to the well without the permission of the Speaker, in fact, he was not breaking House rules or House decorum. He didn't know that he wasn't breaking House rules or House decorum. So when he says that he did, he was actually in error.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe part of the issue was that the members weren't recognized, which is part of the rules.
Representative Beck.
But the representative said earlier he thought he broke the rules because he came to the well without permission, which that was not a violation of our House rules. And with proper due process, all this could have been vetted, and we would have been in a process where we would have seen the video that was spliced from 4 different angles, 4 different people who took it, and been able to authenticate it and given you true due process.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, Bill, I appreciate that, and I'm still learning a lot about these rules, as you see, and appreciate you sharing that. And what I agree with is that this has not been a very fair process. We were told Monday that we'd be expelled Thursday. We're never given any idea of how this process would work, whether or not we would even have, how much time we would have to be here before you, to talk to you all about the reason that we needed to remain here. We weren't given due process, but this wasn't and isn't fair. And I think what ultimately has happened, and this is the tragedy of this moment, is this very undemocratic process has already led to the expulsion of one member from the State House General Assembly, Representative Justin Jones. And operating in this way means that it doesn't have anything to do with the rules. The rules that are being broken, which seem to become more finite, could have been addressed by Section 19, which would have led to censure, which you all passed in the Permanent House Rules of Order for the 113th General Assembly, could have led to censure. But to expel members from this body that we were duly elected into doesn't have to do with a breaking of a rule or something like that even. I think it has to do with working to silence the voices of people calling for action and change, particularly as it relates to gun violence. I don't want us to forget that. Right? We're here because we were not recognized when it came the time to talk about gun violence, and it was time for us, and it is time for us to do something. That is ultimately what has led to the use of our First Amendment rights and the protesting against injustice on the State House floor, in order that we might elevate the issues of our community and our constituents who are in need and asking for us to do something. And so it's very helpful to know that the rule I even thought I broke wasn't even a rule in the first place. But to be able to bend the rules or skip the rules for certain folks, or to use the rules against duly elected members of this body for either politically motivated reasons or ideologically motivated reasons, are wrong. And not only is it about setting a bad precedent for generations and generations to come, it's bad today, right? For people who still believe and have faith in what Tennessee can be, for the young people who still are marching and still are speaking out, saying that this is still an institution, a place where change can happen. But if we hang on to those principalities and that wickedness that is too often before us, instead of continuously working to improve and continuously working to grow and working to actually create just legislation and not call people who are advocating for it, folks who are calling for temper tantrums, if we don't get beyond that, we will not be able to build this institution or our state into what we know it can and should be, which is a place where we don't have the issues of poverty that we have, where we've expanded medical care for everybody. We want to build a place where everybody in this state can become who God has called for them to be. And at this point, in this place, instead of working on those things, we're working to expel people whose voices we disagree with and whose ideologies and perspectives about the liberation of everybody we view as wrong.
Lear Lambert.
Representative Pearson. You know, I've sat here today and I haven't said much. This is a difficult day, I think, for all of us and for all of Tennessee. Like many others that have spoken on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, and all of the people that are here today, because they have families, they have jobs, they have homes. We are all on this House floor because this is important. And you would agree with that, I hope, correct?
Representative Pearson.
Of course.
Leader Lambert.
I've struggled when I listen to you speak about what you think about the rest of your colleagues here, because we are colleagues. You ran and were elected by the people of your district. So was I. Why do you feel like when there are hundreds of bills that are being filed, there are hundreds of hours of work being put in by all of these people who have children and grandchildren and constituents who have been killed by violence, and yes, gun violence and others, and yet you stand here and you came to the well of this chamber and silenced 96 other voices. And the stuff you have said, because I respect you, I actually literally respect you. You're a very intelligent individual. You're very zealous. You're very passionate about what you believe in. I am passionate about my constituents as well. I don't want any child anywhere in this state to be in danger. You've heard me say those words, but you don't seem like you believe that any of us care about our constituents as much as you care about yours. Though many people in this body have served their communities for decades, both Republican and Democrat. When you step into the well with a bullhorn and are yelling and screaming and are sharing with the people of this state that you believe that none of us care, and you shut down the ability of even a response, surely you can at least admit that that is an egregious thing to shut out other voices, because only together with everybody's thoughts at the table, everybody's voice at the table, can we possibly solve the problems that plague our day. Every single voice is important. Yours, mine, everyone's. Does it not matter to you that in doing so, you shut down every other voice and elevated yourself even above the very families who were going through hell because their loved ones were killed? And it appeared to us as if in that broach of protocol, it's not about the rules. It's about that you elevated yourself above the very dead bodies that had not been put in the ground yet. How can you not get that? We all of us, want to make sure that there's no more children killed. Surely you get that, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. I understand that your voice matters. I would ask that you explain to this body why you feel like ours do not. Because on almost every single bill you've spoken, and I think your questions have been illuminated in certain issues that I might not have thought about because I haven't walked in your shoes and you haven't walked in mine. But those rules are there so that we can have this back and forth instead of people just shouting at each other in which nothing gets resolved. I wanted to share that because I wanted to hear your thoughts on how coming to the House floor with a bullhorn and drowning out the voice of my constituents is helpful in this exchange, because this is the way that I know how to resolve things, to talk about them and share ideas and share our differences in a way that comes to better results. What are your thoughts on that?
Representative Pearson.
Leader Lambert, you're wrong. I don't think that one person's voice is more important than anybody's, especially the 96 or so other folks. But what about the thousands of people who were here that Thursday who you never recognized? What about the thousands of people here who your colleagues never made eye contact with or smirked at and gave a thumbs up or laughed at? What about the thousands of people who came here saying, we need to end gun violence and we need you to do something, and they were called insurrectionists by the Speaker of this House? What about the thousands of people who marched the streets of Nashville and came up to this Capitol asking that we do something, but instead of getting just legislation that might protect our schools, we're saying put more guns in schools? I have to tell you, Leader Lambert, I'm shocked that you would say that you care so much about debate in this moment. I am, because I've seen and talked with a young person today who said they came to you and they were talking with you, and there was another representative, Representative Jones, there. And he was trying to speak with you, and you yelled at him, "I've heard enough from you, young man." You said that to another equal member of this body. And so it is hard for me to now listen to you, a person who has yet to put forward legislation that I believe or that I think has had the true input of other members of this House and other members of this body's input that could actually help protect and save our communities. I haven't heard you talk about the red flag gun laws that you're ready to propose. I haven't heard you talk about the gun storage bills that you're ready to propose. I haven't heard you talking about those things or putting resources or money towards our communities that are suffering from gun violence. I haven't heard you do those things just yet. And so it is very difficult for me to stand here now for you to think that I am trying to elevate myself above the people who were killed at Covenant or my own people, like Dr. Yvonne Nelson or Larry Thorne or T.J. Crutcher. It's really difficult for you to look me in the eye and tell me that I'm putting myself above people who have been killed by gun violence, who I know personally and who I don't know personally but advocate for. When in this House, on that day when we returned, instead of putting forward just legislation, we moved on as business as usual. We had only one representative to speak about the shooting at Covenant, and we moved on. So don't tell me, sir, that debate is so important to us when you didn't stand up and tell the Speaker, we need to make sure that all members can speak now. Go ahead, Leader Lambert.
Leader Lambert, the first 5 ran out. That was his 5. We'll put you back on the list and come back to you. I'm sorry. Sorry. No, we don't. We'll come right back. It's fine. We'll be back in 5 minutes or less, potentially. Representative Harris.
When I look at you, I see myself. If I'm unable to see you as my brother, then it is my vision that is blurred. I don't want to talk to the members about this. I just want to talk to you directly as another young brother in this legislature. I remember when I first got here, I think that I would walk by people, even now I still do, and one thing every member is going to be able to say is that I speak to every single person. I'm going to say, hey, how are you? How's it going? I'm going to speak to every single person. Everybody doesn't speak back. So we're going to talk about silence. On these committees that we serve on, I understand where you're coming from on this because a lot of times there is a lot of silence. You can ask to speak on something and it's going to be silenced. I served on a committee last year that the speaker can actually attest to. I asked the speaker to be removed from the committee because a rule was put in place that we had to provide the questions ahead of time. So we were being silenced. I look back at a few weeks ago, I was in a committee, and the chairman, who I have the utmost respect for, heard me ask for a question and ignored me, silenced. It happens so often here. We have to find our place. So whereas you decided to go to the well to
speak on behalf of people, thousands of people, because we had been silenced for so long. That buildup happens. I was talking to a member on yesterday about today's proceedings, and they said, well, I respect you. I respect you highly. I think of you greatly now. When I first got here, people had an opinion of who I was before they had even gotten to know who I was. You got here a week and a half ago. They haven't had an opportunity to get to know who you are. They've already made their decision. And that's okay. We'll see you back. What I want you to know, though, is that as you do it, do everything in love. When I leave out of this place, I'll be here for some time. I mean, if you look around this room, a lot of these members may retire, be dead and gone, but rules and stuff will still change, and you'll be here. We have an obligation to serve and represent people, every single one of us. And while things may not pan out the way you want it to right now, just know it really did work out. And I say that because if you watched an hour or so ago, it didn't really work out. And so we're here now. People are looking, paying attention to every single thing we do, respectfully. We had a member from our community that was murdered, Tyree Nichols. Murdered. We talked about him for 1 week. We had 6 individuals killed recently, 3 children, 3 adults. And we would have talked about them for 1 week had you not done what you did last Thursday. You allowed for more voices to be heard. Now, while I may have done things a little different, you made a difference that everybody's going to remember. And I promise you, those young people, the people that's going to pass away in the future, things that may happen in the future, they're going to get heard. And when you go back home, just know you did a great job. Matthews 25:21 says, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." It has been a joy to work with you, no matter what happens here today.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Harris. And indeed, we are in a movement rooted in love. The movement for justice, the movement to end gun violence, the movement to end poverty, to ensure every kid gets good education, the movement to ensure everybody has access to health care. It's rooted in love because it's rooted in the belief that every person has value. And I know that's countercultural or that's subversive to some people's way of thinking, but it is rooted in love. And that is how we can, and that is the way we must operate. But I want to speak to this because I don't know what's going to happen. But I'll promise you that it's all right with me. What I will say is that those silences that my colleague is talking about, it's an institutional problem. And I see a lot of chairmen here talking and a lot of other leaders here of the party that's in positions of power right now. And I'm really speaking to the chair folk. Y'all have a responsibility to make sure your committees still are democratic. I've watched the committee hearings, and oftentimes, you get folks calling the question before any other colleague gets to ask any question, even when they have valid points. You get folks, I came up here last year fighting for this environmental justice legislation. We had 6 people who were supposed to speak on the committee, and it turned into miraculously just 2. upholding the ideal that all of us want for democracy, the idea that folks died for and that they fought for and that they cried for and that they gave their lives for. Folk like my granddaddy who fought in World War II in Vietnam, folk who have given and sacrificed for this country. The responsibility to hold together this democracy does not just fall on the hands of the people who are being persecuted. It's actually the people who are in positions of power. Because when you don't, you abuse the power. And this resolution sponsored, this is, in my eyes and many folks' eyes, an abuse of power. But I would say to you, no matter what happens, I'm all right. But I want y'all to know who remain. That each of you have an obligation to stop turning the people's house into your own club. That the folks who sit in committees with you, who got elected just like you, who swore the same oath that you swore, they deserve a voice in these committee rooms, and we deserve a voice on this House floor. The erosion of democracy in the state legislature is what got us here. It wasn't walking up to the well. It was being disruptive to a status quo that silences the minority. And it is wrong. And the people in this state and the people across the country and the world, whoever's watching, are wanting to see a change. Just because you have power doesn't give you the right to abuse it. Because even if I disagree with your constituents on political issues, I do agree on the principle for which my ancestors fought and died, which is that they would have a democracy. A democracy, as one said, that is governed by the people and for the people, not one that's governed by ideas and principalities and beliefs and ideological divides that try and silence folk. It's horrible that someone who got elected just like you can't even get a good morning from you. Somebody who got elected just like you can't speak in committee sitting next to you. But then you come here to persecute me and tell me you just don't understand the rules of debate. When I know for a fact this House has not been a place of debate for Democrats. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are transgender. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are LGBTQIA. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are already persecuted in our society. This House ain't even been a place of debate for people who wear beautiful dashikis in honor of their ancestors who made it over. And so it's one thing to hold the ideals up in this moment, to talk about today, to talk about how good democracy is working in Tennessee in this moment as you prepare to persecute individuals for expulsion. It's one thing to talk about those ideals, but it's another thing to actually be in this House, to see members being misnamed. Folks won't even say.
That was your 5. No, that was the new 5. That was the second 5. Sorry. We're going next. Is it parliamentary question? What's the question? Mr. Clerk. Got it. All right. Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't plan to speak today. We're talking about the committee system, and we're talking about floor actions like this is something new. The supermajority that we've heard about through conversations today, that's what's new. The Democratic Party had control of both bodies of the legislature for 140 years. And early on, I couldn't get a bill heard. I couldn't get recognized in committee. I had a challenging time ever having a conversation on the floor about a concern that I have. There were certain people who were able to pass bills. There are certain people who were able to talk on bills. So it's not something that's new. And all that being said, two wrongs don't make a right. Even though it did happen for 140 years, I think that the speaker, I think that our most, if not all, of our committee chairmen have gone out of their way to have people heard, much more so than what I experienced in my early years down here. I heard an interesting reaction from the crowd a few moments ago as someone was talking about when this legislature changes and when members who may be here now may be dead and gone. And the crowd outside cheered like that. The crowd cheered when that was mentioned. And that hurts my heart that anyone could wish or laugh when we're talking about our members being gone, members being dead and gone. That's what's being discussed. We talk about the focus not being on an individual, but we're seeing that individual right now bring the focus to himself. I heard there was also said earlier, people had opinions of who I was before people even knew who I was. And we were talking about how to learn the rules and how many rules there are and how it's a challenge to learn the rules in such a short time. And one of the ways I learned the rules down here was from senior members. And I came on the floor several weeks ago and expressed the way that I learned the rules of the House, and I'm expressing that to the 15 freshman men on the floor, and I tell them the story of Lois DeBerry and how she expressed to me what was understood I was supposed to be doing, and I took that advice in good faith, and I never made that mistake again. The reactions that we have seen began calling me everything in the book. National media called me everything in the book. Thankfully, members of leadership on the Democratic side came up to me and said, "We know you're not what you were called. We know that you care. We know that you've been a part of this process." So I just left that as someone being naive. We left it at that. But I'm wondering, how do we learn the rules? Do we sit there and read what's on the paper? Is it life experience? Do we listen to those who have gone through this legislative process before to teach us, to try to instruct us? And I'm going to get to a question here. We've been talking about how individuals at a particular time last week got to the well, but I'm wondering, what was the plan to get out of the well? And we saw there in the video being chastised by leadership. What was the plan to get out?
Representative Pearson, you recognized.
Representative Hawk represents something that we ought to talk about. And it's a common phrase. I'm not going to talk about white supremacy and things like that right now, because I think that's what you're referring to. That's not what I'm going to talk about. What I want to talk about is just a common phrase that all of you know. Hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. And there have been folks like this, and I didn't even realize Democrats had been in control of the House for 140 years or anything like that. That's a substantial amount of time.
But in what the representative said was given reasoning or license for mistreatment of other members that are not currently in the majority. That is not how we sustain our democracy. Saying these things such as, I didn't get recognized in committees. Saying things like, only certain people could pass bills. These are the exact same things that I hear as a member of the minority party. There's something wrong in the way that this House is operating. And when it got called into question in a peaceful protest to end gun violence, the response was not, what could we do to do something different? What could we do to do something better? How can we recognize that this change is something that the people in this state are demanding and asking for? It wasn't, how do we listen to the parents and the children who are protesting, not calling them insurrectionists? It wasn't, what can we do to make sure this body responds to the needs of our communities, not with just spending hundreds of millions of dollars on more war or weapons of war, or doing things like lowering the age requirement for people to get guns. The idea was to now arm teachers. It was not, what do we get from the people who came to listen and to show up and be a part of the process, as you call it. That wasn't it. Your hurt continues to cause you to hurt people. And this body is hurting people. You just expelled a member for exercising their First Amendment rights. For a House decorum rule, when the last two people committed actual crimes. 22 counts of sexual assault, bribery. Is that you're having to address ideas and people different than you're used to. You're having to answer questions that you're not used to having to answer. You're having to see people in positions just like you that you aren't used to seeing. That's, now I understand, Representative Hawk, what Representative Farmer was getting to about why I'm really here. Doesn't have to do with not following decorum, about fighting for the end of gun violence. It has to do with an idea and an ideology that says there's only one way that we're going to allow thinking up in here if you're going to be here. It's only one way that you're going to be if you're going to be in this house. But the news for you and for every member in this legislative body is that this country is changing in magnificent ways. That the diversity of the state of Tennessee is changing in magnificent ways. That the voices and the people who are protesting aren't just black folk and ain't just white folk, ain't just rich folk or poor folk. It is a multiracial coalition built on a solidarity dividend that can break any institution that refuses to change. And so, because we need not cling to hurt, I suggest that this institution choose to change. Change the way that it is operating in order for justice to be possible here, for everybody's voice to be treated equitably here. I will say this, Lois DeBerry, Speaker Pro Tem, why was she never the Speaker of this House? She deserved to be Speaker of this House. And the reality is, the reason that she was saying things about decorum and things like that was because she understood that the institution that she was a part of, the institution as the second black woman, I believe, to ever be elected in the Tennessee State Legislature, the way she had to present herself, the things she had to do and say, and the way she had to look was so important because black folk wouldn't get respected otherwise, because white folks wouldn't respect them. They'd call them boy, they'd call them girl instead of chairperson or Speaker Pro Tem.
All right. Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here again, and members, I'm going to say that this House right now should be in mourning. We really should be in mourning after the incident at Covenant with the 6 beautiful souls that untimely transitioned. that's what we still should be doing, watching the flags fly at half-mast. Because I know that particular day, everybody was hurting, and a lot of us are still hurting. Hearts broken. A heartache is a hell of a thing. Our hearts were cracked and broken, and you can't put it back together again. We're supposed to be in mourning. This house ought to be in mourning. It has not healed. Hadn't had time to heal. It takes time to heal a broken heart. But we've been deflected on trumped up charges for one of our members, 2 of our members, 3 of our members, which is subconsciously denying us the ability to heal and plan and progress our way through this melee of madness, of death and destruction in our communities. We should be in mourning. And in our anger, we're lashing out at our members, at the brothering, if you will, on this house floor. We're lashing out. That is not Christian. That is not kindness. That is not brotherly. And that's not something that we should act that way towards our colleagues. As I've shared with you, none of our members should be expelled because there were other measures if there need to be anything done in terms of discipline. We had other measures. I ask that you allow our member to stay and allow us to get back to mourning and to figure out how we can address this plague that's harming our nation and harming our people and harming our state and harming our citizens. The people are calling for something to be done. Many of us don't know exactly what needs to be done, but we know we have to do something. Any of us would run into a burning building to try to save some children. All of us. As I shared about the anger, when we get angry, we may be like a dysfunctional F troop, and all the children die because we're mad. Madness, temporarily insanity. It's insaneness when you go mad. Can't rule and judge over people with madness, sober minds and hearts of flesh, compassion. When you're trying to legislate and have sway over human beings' lives. My grandmother told me something a long time ago. So she said, baby, you never spank your children when you're angry at them. I said, why, my dear? She said, you may hurt them. We're hurting our members because we're mad. The body has gone mad. It's like an autoimmune disease. The body turns against itself. We're mad because of something that transpired on this floor. We need to figure out how to save our member, and I'm encouraging that we don't expel our member. I really appreciate your consideration and hope that we act accordingly, come out of this stupid madness, and do what's going to be just. Justice for Justin. Thank you, members.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Towns. And I just want to reiterate why we should be in mourning and why we are here. I don't want to forget Representative Freeman's district, the catalyst for this conversation, and unfortunately, instead of it being a catalyst today for the passing of those laws, it's about expelling myself and 2 other members of the House. We have in this state a proliferation of guns, and we have significant incidences of gun violence. That is the reality of what's happening in the state of Tennessee. That is a real issue that needs to be addressed. And this expulsion and other conversations that take away from the real calls for change that are coming out of the halls and coming out of the homes of people in all of our communities is detracting away from the calls and cries for justice that each of us need to be answering, that each of you need to be answering. And if your mind has not changed about how we get there since last Thursday, if your mind hasn't changed about how we make Tennessee a better, more safe place, if you're offering the same solutions or resolutions or ideas, then you are not listening to the people. You are not listening to the communities like Memphis and Shelby County that are suffering. You're not listening to the folks who are dealing with gun violence on every single day, every news cycle. All of us should be being transformed in the ways that we're thinking about solving this problem. But instead of being transformed to do something to solve it, we're silencing folks who said we've got to say something. The resolution isn't expulsion. The resolution is doing something to pass meaningful gun violence prevention. That's what we should be doing. That's what you should be doing. Saying, how do we prevent incidences like what's happening to folks like Larry, all the way to folks like at Covenant? How do we actually prevent this from happening by ensuring that this proliferation of gun violence ceases on our watch? That's what folks are calling for, asking for, and demanding. And that's what I will continue to call for and ask for and demand, because we can do it. It is possible for this legislative body to pass more just laws. Now, whether the will is there is up to each and every one of you. It's up to you to decide whether or not we need red flag laws. It's up to you to decide whether or not we're going to pass gun lock storage laws. It's up to you to decide whether or not we're going to stop folks who shouldn't have guns from having AR-15s that can send hundreds of rounds through people's schools and homes and bodies. These are decisions that can be made by we who have been elected, by you who have been elected. You know, I always got pretty frustrated when I saw the whole thoughts and prayers thing. You know, it always bothered me, because I always said, the people in power must do something. The people in power will do something, I thought, I believed, naively. And then I had the opportunity, because some folks at age 93 and 88 and 81 and 70 went to the polls to cast a ballot, not just for Justin, but for justice. I had the opportunity to come to that place, to see the faces of the people who I would always say they have the power to do something. These folks, they're the ones who folks are always mad that they send thoughts and prayers at, because they've got power that they will to actually be able to change the situation. But instead of looking into these faces and seeing a dogged determination to change what is going on, I'm seeing a dogged determination to expel me and expel the voice of District 86 in this State House, because we know we need to have an end to gun violence. Because we're tired of having kids and adults and loved ones being killed by guns. So it's disappointing. But that dogged determination does live in certain people, and that gives me hope.
Yes, it is. Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for the question.
Question's been called. There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 73, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. Let the journal reflect Representative Terry is excused. Representative Pearson, you have 5 minutes to close.
Okay, give me 1 second. Speaker, I just want to ask a point of privilege. Speaker, point of personal privilege. Is it possible that Senator Ackberry could join us up here? Former State House Representative.
Yeah, she can come.
Thank you. Thank you. She's going to stand next to me. Leader Camper. Come on, Senator. All glory and honor to God, who makes all things possible, who takes the son of teenage parents Kimberly Owens Pearson and Jason C. Pearson and brings them to an institution built by enslaved people's hand. All glory and honor to God, who brings those who've been marginalized and excluded into this place and tells them that you still have a voice, that you still are somebody, and that the movement for love and justice cannot be stopped because we've still got a heartbeat, because we've still got a movement for love that needs us. We've still got people who are calling on us to act and to do something. To all you who still believe that the best days for democracy are ahead, for all of you who still believe that our better days in Tennessee are ahead, I want to tell you that I still believe with you. And how is it that even now amidst persecution, on this Holy Week, after my own brother Justin Jones, Representative Jones, gets expelled from the House, is it that we still have hope and faith and belief in the democracy of Tennessee, faith and hope in the belief in the democracy of the United States of America? How is it that you still have hope, you descendant of enslaved people? How is it that you still have hope? Well, it's because even from the bottom of slave ships, my people didn't quit. Even in cotton fields and rice fields, my people didn't quit. Even when they were whipped and chained and told they had no name, my people didn't quit. Even when they incarcerated us, locked us up for a crack cocaine epidemic created by President Ronald Reagan to fund a war in South America, my people didn't quit. Even when they defunded our schools, separated us and called us colored and white, even when they put us on lynching trees in the state of Tennessee, specifically in Shelby County, my people didn't quit. Even now, as our own brothers and sisters lay to rest because of the failure of people in positions of power to do something, because people are refusing to pass just laws to end the epidemic of gun violence in the state of Tennessee, my people have yet to quit. And so even now, amidst this vote, amidst this persecution, I remember the good news. Hallelujah, Jesus. I remember that on Friday, the government decided that my Savior Jesus, a man that was innocent of all crimes except fighting for the poor, fighting for the marginalized, fighting for the LGBTQ community, fighting for those who are single mothers, fighting for those who are ostracized, fighting for those pushed to the periphery. My Savior, my black Jesus, he was lynched by the government on Friday. And they thought that all hope had been lost. All the outside, it rained and it thundered and everybody said everything was over, and it was some black women who stood at the cross. It was some black women who watched what the government did to that boy named Jesus. They were witnesses, as you have been witnesses to what is happening in the anti-democratic state of Tennessee. They were witnesses to what was going on, and I got to tell you, it got quiet on Saturday. Yes, I tell you, it was a sad day on Saturday. All hope seemed to be lost. Representatives were thrown out of the State House. Democracy seemed to be at its end. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last, but oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be. And so I've still got hope because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Out of order. Out of order. We're voting on House Resolution 63. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 26 nays.
Having received the concurrence of 2/3 of the members to which the House is entitled in the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, House Resolution 63 is hereby adopted. Without objection, the motion reconsider is tabled. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin J. Pearson of the 86th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 103rd General Assembly of the State of Tennessee. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Take the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, 89 members present.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 5 p.m. on Monday, April 10th, 2023.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till 5 p.m. on Monday, April 10th, 2023.